Chapter 142. The moment he heard this, He Ming's eyes suddenly widened. With a trace of disbelief, he stood up abruptly. Even the beautiful foreign race woman in his arms fell to the ground with a terrified look on her face. "Who's speaking? Who is it?" He Ming suddenly shouted. He looked around in shock and scanned the private room. However, in the immortal mist, apart from him, everyone else was shocked and confused. It was as if they didn't hear this sentence. It was more like what he had just heard was just a hallucination. "Brother He Ming, what's wrong?" The other young people couldn't help but be shocked. Then, they put on concerned expressions and asked. At this time, He Ming suddenly stood up and shouted such a sentence. They were all frightened. However, at this time, they still had to show their concern. He Ming was silent for a moment. Then, he sat back down and said, "I'm fine." He also thought that he had been too eager to become stronger recently, so at this time, he had a hallucination. That voice was too illusory, and it was hard to track it down. It was as if it spoke out his heart. Seeing He Ming's worried and absent-minded appearance, the others knew that it was boring. After a few words, they hurriedly left. Today's He Ming seemed to be a little problematic. At this time, it was better to leave first. Soon, only He Ming was left sitting in the private room. His expression was still a little dazed and absent-minded. It was as if he hadn't come back to his senses. The departure of the others didn't affect him. For He Ming, this was the first time he heard the greatest desire in his heart. He wanted to become stronger. He wanted to become a supreme existence respected by billions of people. At this time, in He Ming's mind, this illusory voice suddenly sounded again. "Young man, do you want to become stronger? Become an existence respected by billions of people?" It was cold and profound, making it difficult to distinguish its age. However, it didn't contain the slightest emotion. It was like a ruler overlooking all living beings from the 9 heavens. The source of this voice was unknown. It seemed to have a bewitching power, causing He Ming's eyes to widen again. There was a kind of disbelief and disbelief. "Who is it?" His voice trembled. His entire body was trembling. He Ming was sure that he had heard such a sentence. He wasn't hallucinating. This made him pleasantly surprised, excited, as well as a trace of fear. Since ancient times, it was rumored that when one was not satisfied in life, 8 or 9 times out of 10, there would be a turn of events. Could it be that the dream that he had always longed for was finally going to come true today? Could it be that he, He Ming, was finally going to hit the jackpot today? Just like the main character in the rumored travelogues. Coincidentally, he met a mysterious and powerful senior. Acknowledge him as master and reach the pinnacle. At this moment, He Ming felt that this was an opportunity bestowed by the heavens. Only a senior with unfathomable cultivation would be able to pass words into his heart and speak his thoughts. He Ming did not doubt the other possibilities. After all, in the Black Sky Eagle clan, he was a dispensable transparent person. Other than his grandfather and sister who would pay attention to him, the rest of the clan wouldn't give him a second glance. An ordinary living being with mediocre cultivation and talent, without any strong points at all. What senior must be blind to have designs on him? Therefore, He Ming was extremely excited and felt that he had hit the jackpot. Without even thinking, he knelt on the ground with a thud. He was extremely excited and agitated, saying with a trembling voice, "Senior, I want." He Ming said, "I want," several times in a row. It could be seen that his heart was trembling and excited at this time. The longer this kind of ambition was suppressed, the more shocking the power when it erupted. In the void, Gu Chang'e watched this scene with interest and did not show himself. Through the divine soul memories of that celestial deity realm existence, he understood many things. The Black Sky Eagle clan's young master He Ming naturally had some understanding. Furthermore, combining He Ming's sorrowful, unwilling, and sullen appearance, and connecting it to his tragic situation in the clan. Gu Chang'e could very easily guess He Ming's thoughts in his heart. He had a brilliant sister, but he just happened to be a trash with mediocre cultivation and talent. That kind of huge gap, who could bear it? It was just that this time, Gu Chang'e did not intend to play the role of an old grandpa or anything. This He Ming's luck was ordinary and just happened to be a chess piece that he could use. After all, an invisible person that no one would pay attention to was perfect to reduce attention to the greatest extent, making it easier to do things for him. For better or for worse, the Black Sky Eagle clan was a clan that had been passed down since the immortal ancient era. As for how powerful their hidden backing was now, Gu Chang'e did not have much confidence in it. After all, what he wanted to scheme against right now was not only the ancient heavenly venerable Samsara's remains, but also the Black Sky Eagle clan, as well as the other 4 great clans. It sounded crazy, but it was not impossible. Right now, there were 2 choices in front of Gu Chang'e. One was to directly control He Ming and make him do things for him. However, the Devil Passage bottle was very precious, the refining process complicated and troublesome. He did not want to waste it on a piece of trash like He Ming. That was why Gu Chang'e chose the other method. After all, a few simple sentences were enough to fool him until he could not distinguish north from south. Of course, if He Ming became more useful in the future, Gu Chang'e did not mind planting the Devil Passage bottle on him. After entering this door, immortals and mortals are forever separated. The Yellow Springs is ancient, reincarnation difficult to reverse. Immediately, Gu Chang'e's voice sounded again, still carrying an indistinct immortal intent, mixed with a bit of bewitching demonic nature. Even if He Ming's will was several times more resolute, right now, it would still be difficult for him to resist this type of temptation. Strength, status, these were things all creatures in this world pursued. Wine. Under his shock, an incomparably profound door opened before his eyes. It was resplendent, seemingly containing endless mysteries. When he reacted, he was incomparably overjoyed. He did not hesitate at all, directly entering this door. SSS. Then, the shocking scene that entered his eyes made He Ming's eyes widen. He suddenly sucked in a cold breath of air. This was simply unimaginable. A grand and dignified immortal palace towered above the clouds, just a single pillar seemed to be able to support everything. He saw that he was at the center of a surging sea of primal chaos. The aura there was vast and terrifying. A single strand of primal chaos aura was enough to crush all space. When had he ever seen this type of shocking scene? He was stunned on the spot, not knowing what to say. At this moment, He Ming saw that at the peak of this immortal palace, there was a blurry and hazy figure sitting cross-legged. A true dragon, immortal phoenix, white tiger, and black tortoise were lying on the ground, as if they were overlooking the ages, sitting on the reincarnation cycle. The long river of time surged under his feet, as if it could gather all the worlds in the universe. Young man, do you want to become stronger? At this moment, He Ming heard the blurry figure in front of him and looked at him. His eyes were very deep and vast, as if they contained the birth and death of all ages. Endless scenes appeared in his eyes. The universe was shattered, the heavens collapsed, the earth turned upside down, immortals died, emperors cried, thousands of things, reflecting time. At this moment, He Ming's spirit was almost blessed. He directly knelt down and shouted excitedly, "Yes, I want to become stronger." Junior He Ming greets Senior. He was already sure that the senior in front of him was an unbelievably powerful existence. He casually brought him to a world where he did not know where he was. Grand and sacred, filled with supreme majesty, even immortals seemed to lose their brilliance in front of him. One look and one would know that this was an absolute powerhouse. Of course, Gu Chang'e spent a lot of destiny points to create this appearance. Of course, this was the same as his idea of creating the Heaven's Court in the inner world. So, he decided to use it to trick this idiot. With such an effect, he did not believe that He Ming would not fall for it. Rise, I know everything about you. Then, Gu Chang'e spoke. His voice was a bit teasing. But with the power of the laws, he created the feeling of the river of time shattering. He Ming was even more shocked. His entire body was shaking and he couldn't even stand up. In front of such a great and supreme existence, he was far inferior to even an ant. What did he do to be able to meet such an existence? Senior, He Ming spoke with a trembling voice. He was about to say that he wanted to become Gu Chang'e's disciple and that he wanted to become stronger. However, Gu Chang'e interrupted him. His voice was cold and emotionless. I know everything about you. From the past to the present, everything is in my hands. You are a direct descendant of the Black Sky Eagle clan, your parents are. At that moment, Gu Chang'e repeated the information she had learned and even dissected He Ming's inner thoughts. Hearing this, He Ming was stunned. He could not help but suck in a cold breath. He was shocked to the extreme. This senior had only met him for the first time and he knew everything about him. He did not dare to suspect that this senior had investigated him before. After all, he was a piece of trash, what was there to investigate? This was all because this senior knew everything. Senior, how can I become stronger? Please give me some pointers. Then, He Ming spoke emotionally and asked Gu Chang'e for advice. He hoped that this powerful and mysterious senior could take him as a disciple. I am the Supreme Zizai Emperor of the Sky Beyond Skies. At this time, Gu Chang'e made up a name that he thought was cool. Anyway, the longer the better and the more he could scare people. Of course, his excuse was full of loopholes and was not worth thinking about. How could there be such a supreme existence who would explain to an ant and say such a self-degrading introduction? However, in order to fit the fantasy in He Ming's heart, he did not mind doing this once. Become my believer and recite my true name. You will see eternal life in the cycle of reincarnation. Even if the world is destroyed, your true spirit will be left behind in the river of time. At this time, Gu Chang'e said these words with a thought-provoking expression. It had to be said that such a pretentious statement was indeed very cool. Recite my true name, and see eternal life. He Ming's eyes widened. He was stunned to the extreme and could not be more shocked. Even a true immortal would not dare to say that he could see eternal life. But as long as he became this senior's believer, he could see eternal life. This was such a huge and terrifying aura. His mind was filled with such emotions and he could not help but kneel down. I am willing to become a believer of the supreme existence. At this moment, even the title of senior had become a supreme existence. After all, other than his life, he had nothing else. Therefore, He Ming was not worried that this supreme existence had any ulterior motives towards him. At this time, kneeling and licking his boots was enough. As my believer, I will teach you. At this time, Gu Chang'e saw that the time was about right and finally revealed his dagger. This was his ultimate goal. Buzz. As he spoke, he pointed with his hand. Suddenly, two hazy brilliance appeared in front of him. It was extremely bright, like an immortal book from the 9 heavens. Seeing this scene, He Ming was even more excited. His face was red and his whole body was trembling. Thank you, Supreme Existence. I am willing to give everything to the Supreme Existence. With trembling hands, he received this hazy brilliance. With a bang, ancient and mysterious words, golden and dazzling, like majestic stars. They were imprinted into He Ming's sea of consciousness. In the end, 4 words as vast as life appeared. Wedding dress immortal technique. He Ming was so excited that he was about to go crazy. Under Gu Chang'e's seemingly calm and indifferent expression, he was actually more interested. The full name of the wedding dress immortal technique was the wedding dress immortal art. Speaking of which, this was not a cultivation technique, but a secret technique of the immortal devouring demonic technique. Simply put, its specific function was to make others work for his disciple. With him as the sole source, many lines were released. Each line could be divided into many branches through the wedding dress immortal technique, forming a cobweb-like trajectory. And he could control all the branches and lines. Now, He Ming had become one of the lines. Gu Changge believed that with He Ming's ambition, he would quickly discover the power and terror of the wedding dress immortal technique. Once ambition swelled, it was difficult to retract it. And this was also the hope he gave He Ming. A single spark could start a prairie fire. If he could succeed, it would not take long for him to devour the 5 great immortal ancient clans. After all, compared to the remains of the ancient heavenly lord of Samsara, the 5 great immortal ancient clans were not inferior at all. Chapter 143. Gu Changge still had high hopes for He Ming. Since ancient times, losers always produced miracles. If He Ming really managed to ignite this fire, wouldn't that be wonderful? Of course, this was on the premise that such a loser didn't meet a great villain like him. Then again, even if He Ming failed, it wouldn't affect Gu Changge at all. Buzz. Then, he pointed at the kneeling He Ming, and a ripple spread out in front of his eyes. He Ming, who was in a state of excitement, suddenly felt his vision turn black, as though he was being suppressed by a majestic force, and was instantly pushed out of this space. In the next moment, he was back in that private room. Looking at this familiar scene, and then at his slightly trembling hands. It was like a dream. It was just a moment, but it felt like a lifetime ago. The pair of black wings on He Ming's back couldn't help flapping, and he was so excited that he couldn't control himself. This is simply an unfathomable method. What kind of existence is this supreme being? I'm afraid it's beyond immortal. He Ming's voice trembled as he forced himself to calm down. Even he didn't notice that a small silver brilliance like a pattern was slowly disappearing in his eyes. The shifter immortal art, looks like this is an immortal art specially prepared for me by the Supreme Being. He knows that my cultivation talent is mediocre. This is a technique that can ignore cultivation talent. As long as I let someone else successfully learn the shifter immortal art, I can have part of that person's talent, and even share the results of their cultivation. This is unbelievable. This is too heaven-defying. He Ming's voice trembled, and his eyes widened. He carefully studied the strength of the wedding dress immortal technique. His entire body trembled again, and even his spirit was trembling. What kind of terrifying and heaven-defying immortal art was this? If others found out, there would be unimaginable consequences. He Ming believed that only that Supreme Being could bestow such a heaven-defying immortal art upon his disciple. Thinking of this, He Ming felt a lingering fear, and a chill ran down his back. Such an effect had completely overturned his understanding of cultivation. If I had such a heaven-defying thing earlier, I wouldn't have to worry about my cultivation level being only at divine power level 21. Soon, after taking a few deep breaths, He Ming finally calmed down. He swore in his heart that the wedding dress immortal technique would never be exposed. Fortunately, the wedding dress part of the wedding dress immortal technique did not involve the risk of exposing its original use. This made He Ming calm down. However, I have to think of a way to try it first. I can't see anything strange about the wedding dress immortal technique. It's similar to normal cultivation techniques, but it's extremely profound and obscure. He Ming furrowed his brows and pondered seriously. He paced back and forth in the room. He quickly set his sights on a few of his followers, intending to test the effect first. He Ming didn't notice at all that the void behind him had become blurry, and there was a slightly playful gaze watching him. Then, the space here trembled slightly. This line of sight quickly disappeared. Gu Changge left. He had tampered with the ball of light he had given He Ming. As long as he wanted to, he could see through He Ming's eyes at any time. He always liked to leave a few tricks up his sleeve. Even if it was useless, it didn't matter. It didn't matter. At this moment, He Ming also left the room excitedly. He called out to those outside the pavilion and prepared to return to the Black Sky Eagle tribe. In fact, his main target was his sister, Black-Faced Jade. He was full of ambition. After all, his sister's talent was recognized as the best among the 5 great immortal ancient tribes. Few could compare to her. Her bloodline had reverted to its ancestor, and she didn't have any external characteristics of the Black Sky Eagle tribe. Among the immortal ancient tribes in the immortal ancient continent, she could be ranked at the top. Her cultivation had now reached the middle stage of the empty god realm. If the effect of the wedding dress immortal technique is really that amazing, I can let my sister learn it. After all, there's no loss. He Ming didn't have much malice towards his sister now. Since young, he had lived under the halo and brilliance of his genius sister. He was just a good-for-nothing. At first, he was very resentful and unwilling to accept it. He didn't want to admit that he was her brother at all. To him, this wasn't something to be happy about. Instead, it was humiliating. However, now that he had the wedding dress immortal technique, he was certain that he would soon surpass his sister, Black-Faced Jade. After all, there was still a supreme being behind him. He was a loyal follower of that supreme being. Say his real name and you will gain eternal life. He Ming's heart was filled with excitement when he thought of this sentence. After that, Gu Chang'e temporarily put aside the matter of plotting against the 5 great tribes of the Black Sky Eagle tribe. After all, he had already laid out his chess pieces and arranged everything properly. He was not in a hurry. Now, he could be an honest person behind the scenes and not show his face. When the time came, he could directly pluck the ripe fruit. Wouldn't that be better? Of course, Gu Chang'e wasn't going to ignore everything. He was now starting to consider Yi Ling's matter. Compared to He Ming, who was a good-for-nothing, he had personally created to rise against the natural order. In fact, Gu Chang'e wanted to know what the son of destiny, Yi Ling, was going to do next. Of course, before that, he had to find an opportunity to squeeze some benefits out of him. Otherwise, the means he had arranged on the successor of the Vermilion Bird tribe, Qi Ling, would be wasted. As for what means to use? Of course, it was to sow discord. People's hearts were the easiest to mess up. Regarding this, Gu Chang'e had long been familiar with it and knew it by heart. Just as Yu Mingkong had said, Gu Chang'e had too many tricks up his sleeve. Yi Ling didn't know how many lifetimes of bad luck it was to offend him. At this time, it's time to create an accident for Yi Ling. Yi Mei's role should also be put to use. Gu Chang'e narrowed his eyes. Buzz. His figure flashed and left this place, hurrying to the other areas. The area of the ruins was very large. Except for the central area, which was the city, the rest of the area was mountains and ruins, as well as many collapsed mountains and lakes. Who knew where the reincarnation ancient lord had hidden the so-called celestial lord cave abode? Gu Chang'e had no intention of looking for it, nor did he have the time. During this period of time, he wanted to explore more ancestral tombs and break through to the Saint Realm as soon as possible. This was far more important than anything else. Then, Gu Chang'e began to search this gathering place. There were actually many tombs hidden in the thick mountain range. After all, this was a gathering place. From the immortal ancient era to the present, it had experienced at least a few epochs. Some ancient corpses had astonishing strength when they were alive, and even entered the quasi-supreme realm. Quasi-supreme realm and supreme realm could actually be called supreme realm existences, but there was still a great difference in essence. Between the two, there was a full 9 heavens. This was because the quasi-supreme realm was different from the other realms. It was not divided into 4 stages, but was divided into 9 heavens. At the peak of the quasi-supreme realm, a cultivator could be called a true supreme realm. At this time, one could truly look down on all life and death, with a lifespan of more than 1,000,000 years, almost immortal. For example, the heavenly primordial ancient lord's body had been pierced by the 8 desolation demonic halberd. It had long been broken, and its essence and divinity had been lost. Even if Gu Changde devoured it, in fact, he didn't devour much. Moreover, some quasi-supreme realm corpses were likely to mutate, giving birth to all kinds of strange things. It was normal to be inauspicious in one's later years, covered in red hair. Just as Gu Changge, Yi Ling, and the others were wandering around these ruins, each busy with their own matters. The center of the immortal ancient continent was not calm either. Because of the intrusion of the outside world's younger generation, huge waves were stirred up. The true dragon race of the immortal ancient races called themselves the Emperor race, ruling over many immortal ancient races. However, the true dragon name was actually not true. They only had a portion of the true dragon's bloodline, and were not true dragon descendants. Even so, this race became the absolute overlord of the immortal ancient continent. Only a few races could be compared to them. At this time, there was a rumbling sound. In a desolate mountain range where no one was, many mountain ridges suddenly exploded. Terrifying energy wreaked havoc, divine light surging. Under the sky, some creatures and ferocious beasts passing by did not have time to react, and were blown into clouds of bloody mist. Then, an incomparably terrifying young figure, wearing a long green robe, looking extraordinarily handsome, walked out from within. At this moment, he seemed to be standing under the sky. The scene behind him was shocking, evolving the destruction of the universe, drying up all around. Numerous golden and real dragon shadows spiraled between heaven and earth, bursting out in all directions. He was like a true dragon appearing. The light in his eyes was even more terrifying, as if there were stars rotating within, easily crushing everything. 2 resplendent and sparkling dragon horns grew from his forehead, covered in light green dragon scales, possessing a terrifying divine might that could break through the sky and pierce through all nothingness. Just one look was enough to make one's heart palpitate and soul split. Congratulations on coming out of seclusion, sir. At this time, large amounts of creatures appeared near the mountain range, congratulating the person in front. There were men and women, all of them with powerful auras, ancient and surging. Among these young female creatures, the weakest cultivation was at the immortal emperor realm, many of them in the early stage of the void god realm, some even in the middle stage. Of course, the most important thing was that they were all extremely beautiful, moving to the extreme. Every frown and smile seemed to tug at one's heartstrings. Rise, all of you. Long Ting said calmly, seeming a bit different from the rumors. However, those who were familiar with him knew clearly. This was his arrogance and confidence, regarding the world as nothing, and no one could enter his eyes. If he claimed to be the second, no one would dare to claim to be the first. The talent of a true dragon was not something that could be called just anyone. Moreover, Long Teng was also using his own strength and talent to prove the truth of this sentence. Now, his cultivation was already at the peak of the void god realm, just a little bit away from igniting the true dragon fire and becoming a true god. Just this cultivation alone was enough to make him look down on the world, and no one could be a match for him. Not to mention that he had the rainbow true dragon blood and many powerful abilities, etc. Ever since he was born, he could not even find a match for one of his palms, let alone defeat him. As a result, many dragon tribe elders suspected that Long Teng was the reincarnation of a true dragon. However, later on, they found that other than Long Teng's strength and talent, he was no different from ordinary dragon tribe elites in other aspects. Now, Long Teng had already set his eyes on the elites of the other tribes, and there were already double digits. How's the matter I asked you to do? Long Teng asked as he led his followers away from this place. He, who had been invincible since birth, had no interest in anything other than finding some peerless beauties. Therefore, when he heard that the immortal ancient continent was open to the outside world this time, and many elites from the outside world rushed in, Long Teng gave the order. He wanted to find those young female supremes. Not to mention all the beauties in the world, How could he let go of those beautiful girls? Sir, according to your instructions, we have captured many elites from the outside world. Hearing this, the followers answered one after another. At the same time, a jade talisman appeared in their hands. Light flowed on it, and the faces of those elites appeared. Long Teng looked at it casually with a calm expression, as if he did not care. It was as if an emperor was selecting 3,000 concubines. Of course, that was Long Teng's attitude. Based on the strength of his followers, it should not be a problem to take down the elites from the outside world. Although the immortal ancient continent was closed to the outside world, it was not that it had not been opened before. However, the result was the same every time. The cultivators from the outside world were not as strong as them. After all, 590 was the difference between heaven and earth. The immortal ancient era was called that because at that time, true immortals would appear in the world. The rules of heaven and earth at that time were very suitable for cultivators to cultivate. The rules of heaven and earth of the immortal ancient continent preserved the environment of that time very well. There were many reasons that led to the cultivation of the younger generation from the outside world not being as strong as them. Otherwise, they would not care because they had the advantage of numbers. "Milord, this time, I've found a peerless woman for you. That beauty is hard to find in a million years." At that moment, a woman with a flattering face came forward and said in front of Long Teng. She was the dragon lady who chose to retreat after the battle with Yumingkong. She used a shadow recording stone to record the scene of the battle, and Yumingkong's face was in it. Hearing this, Long Teng also had a slightly interested expression as he said faintly, "Let me see." Buzz. Seeing this, the dragon lady flattered even more. A hazy brilliance appeared on the jade talisman in her hand. The rest of the creatures also looked curious and surrounded her. They also wanted to know what the dragon lady meant. She was so confident. Soon, the image appeared, and a peerless woman with fluttering black hair appeared. Although only a small part of her face could be seen, she was so beautiful that it was soul-stirring. Her dress fluttered in the wind, and she was peerless. For a moment, the place fell into silence. Even Long Teng's breathing quickened, and his eyes were filled with amazement. What a picturesque beauty! Who is this woman? Where is she? Long Teng asked directly, a big smile on his face. The dragon lady's flattery disappeared, and she said, "My lord, this woman's name is Yumingkong, from the unparalleled celestial dynasty in the outside world. She is the current Empress Dowager and has the bearing of an empress. She also has a fiancé from the Longevity Gu family in the outside world. At the same time, he is also the successor of the Tao Heaven Immortal Palace. His identity is extraordinary, and he is known as a perfected immortal. He is extremely powerful." In order to claim credit, she had naturally investigated Yumingkong's background. With her methods, she only needed to capture a few young geniuses from the outside world and ask them. However, the information she knew was limited. Good, good, good. There is actually such a woman in this world. It seems that things are going to be interesting this time. When Long Teng heard this, his eyes burned with joy. He was not anxious. After all, he was too strong and rarely had the chance to make a move. It just so happened that this time, he could personally make a move to capture this beauty. As for that fiancé who sounded a little scary. With his strength, was there a need for him to care? If he wanted to stop him, he could just slap him to death when the time comes. Now that he was in the immortal ancient continent, no matter what his identity was in the outside world, he had to be careful. Otherwise, he could only wait for death. Long Teng did not care at all. Then, he led a group of followers and headed to the area where the young geniuses from the outside world gathered. For a time, the various parts of the continent were in an uproar. Chapter 144. At the same time, outside the Black Sky Eagle clan's domain, Gu Chang'e, who was hiding in a ruin, was refining and devouring the essence of a saint-level ancient corpse. His ears twitched slightly, sensing the sounds of creatures approaching from outside. Moreover, he was also mentioned. Wine. Gu Chang'e took a step forward, suddenly appearing. A palm descended, directly suppressing the few young creatures who were discussing matters. Spare me, their faces were full of fear and horror, some even almost pissing themselves. Gu Chang'e was too lazy to speak nonsense, directly searching their souls. And soon, he obtained the information he wanted from these people's minds. During this period of time, he was equivalent to living in seclusion, so he didn't know what happened in the other regions. Dragon Race's inheritor Long Teng wants to challenge me. He couldn't help but raise his eyebrows, a bit confused. He was still thinking that even he hadn't seen this Long Teng before, so how did he mysteriously attract his attention? He even said he wanted to kill him, threatening to steal everything from him. Gu Chang'e's first reaction was that he encountered a retard. Then, combined with the information about Long Teng from immortal ancients creatures, he quickly came to a conclusion. He was definitely tricked by Yumingkong. After Gu Xian'er was done tricking, it was Yumingkong's turn. Gu Chang'e felt like he was treating them too well, one after another drawing his anger. But this Long Teng's brain really has problems. Even Long Outyen isn't this arrogant, with the talent of a true dragon, wanting to steal everything from me. I'm afraid he didn't take the initiative to send me warmth. Gu Chang'e couldn't help but sneer, not caring about this kind of small matter at all. He already knew Long Teng's goal, which was to take a fancy to Yumingkong, planning to steal his fiancée. Yumingkong's other aspects aside, there was definitely nothing to say about her appearance and figure. Otherwise, Gu Chang'e wouldn't be so fond of her. There wasn't a man who wouldn't be moved after seeing her. Long Teng, this kind of stallion template, was no exception. After all, no matter where and when, it was all about face. If Yumingkong was an ugly girl, Gu Chang'e would not be so nosy and indulge her. After squeezing all the useful value out of it, they would definitely throw it aside. Even though he wasn't a superficial person, he was a superficial person. Furthermore, he felt that he had already treated Yumingkong well enough. He did not have that much patience for other women. But this guy actually dared to secretly scheme against him. Gu Chang'e couldn't help but narrow his eyes. Forget it, I won't make things difficult for her on account of her good performance a few days ago. But this Long Teng is courting death. Thinking of this, Gu Chang'e couldn't help but laugh. It had always been him who coveted other people's things, but this Long Teng was good, his guts were fat to this extent. Gu Chang'e also felt that he had been a bit low-key during this period of time. This group of immortal ancient creatures even dared to step on his face. Immediately, he closed his eyes slightly, and according to the wedding dress immortal art, the scene of the Black Sky Eagle clan's He Ming appeared in his mind, and he looked at his current progress. He was thinking that if there was time, he would first get rid of this eyesore Long Teng. In the Black Sky Eagle clan's territory, on a mountain peak. This was a dimly lit courtyard. A pair of black wings spread out behind He Ming. Black light flowed, flickering with a layer of bright and dark light. He was currently cultivating, and at this moment, his expression was a bit fanatical as he muttered to himself, I've only planted the wedding dress on 3 people, and it has already brought him such great benefits. Now, even if I cultivate by myself, my cultivation speed is several times faster than usual. It's too heaven-defying. With this cultivation method, I will soon surpass everyone and become an existence above everything. He was incomparably excited. He had already verified the terrifying power of the wedding dress immortal art. He only imparted the wedding dress portion of the cultivation method to his 3 followers. On the second day, he discovered that his cultivation talent had increased by a lot, and his cultivation had even broken through a small realm. In this way, it wouldn't be long before he could increase his cultivation and break through the almighty realm, and even beyond that, the Holy Lord realm, the Marquis realm. He would surpass his sister and become the #1 person in the younger generation of the clan. These were not problems. Therefore, He Ming had greater ambitions now. Dong dong dong, at this moment, outside the courtyard, there was a knock on the door. He Ming's body flashed with radiance, and he hurriedly restrained his fluctuations. With a joyful expression, he strode forward to open the door. "Sister, you're here," he said. The young girl outside the courtyard, although she was He Ming's sister, looked to be only 17 or 18 years old. She was dressed in white, with clouds surging around her, and her facial features were exquisite. Her black hair was like clouds, with a 9-phoenix hairpin in it. She was dressed in a beautiful jade robe, and was as pure as a divine lotus. She was the current genius of the Black Sky Eagle clan, He Yenyu, and her cultivation had reached a very high level. "He Ming, why are you looking for me?" He Yenyu asked softly. Towards this useless younger brother of hers, she did not have any extra feelings. After all, he was her younger brother from the same mother. She would usually take care of him, so that he would not be bullied by others. However, He Ming's cultivation talent was really not good. After so many years, with so many resources, it was hard for him to improve. This made her unable to do anything, so she was too lazy to care anymore, and let him be a playboy. Today, He Ming said that he was looking for her, so He Yenyu took some time out to see what was the matter. "Big sister, come in quickly. I have something important to tell you." He Ming's expression was a bit serious. He looked left and right, and found that there was no one following behind He Yenyu, which made him feel relieved. According to the records, the part of the wedding dress immortal technique was not dangerous at all, and would not cause any harm to the cultivator. Instead, some of the insights were very profound, and involved the mystery of Tao. He was planning to pass this part of the technique to his sister. For him and He Yenyu, it was a win-win situation, killing many birds with one stone. Hearing this, He Yenyu followed He Ming to the courtyard with a puzzled expression. She asked, "He Ming, what's the matter? Did you get into trouble again?" She subconsciously thought that He Ming met with some trouble again, and needed her, his sister, to solve it. "Sister, that's not the reason. This time, I'm looking for you because I want to show you something good," He Ming said excitedly. He took out the manuscript of the wedding dress immortal technique, and casually found an excuse, saying that he found it in a stall by chance. "What is this? A divine ancient technique?" He Yenyu frowned, not believing it. At first, she did not really believe it. However, after the second and third glance fell on this technique, she could not move her eyes away. Her expression was even a bit surprised and shocked. "What a profound ancient technique, your luck is actually so good." He Yenyu was shocked, and she could not hide the shock and joy on her face. At the same time, she was also a bit relieved. She did not treat He Ming so well for nothing. After obtaining such a profound ancient technique, he actually told her immediately. "Big sister, you should memorize this cultivation method. If it is really useful, you can pass it on to father, the elders, and the rest." He Ming also calmed down at this time. He suppressed the excitement in his heart, and did not let himself show any abnormality. "He Ming, you are really considerate. The family treated you so well, and you actually gave this ancient technique to the family as your first reaction." At this time, He Yenyu was also a bit emotional. Her gaze towards He Ming was even more gentle. He Ming's actions today really made her, as his sister, admire him. "Sister, you also know that I am just a good-for-nothing with mediocre cultivation talent. It is a complete waste to leave this technique with me. It is better to give it to the family, and let the family become stronger. This way, I can live better as a second-generation hedonist," He Ming said with a smile. He seemed to be calm, but more of it was self-deprecating. This scene made He Yenyu go silent for a while, and then sighed, "These years, it has been hard on you. But He Ming, Don't worry, I will tell father, grandfather and the rest about this matter. The family will give you all the credit, not one less. With sister's words, I am relieved. He Ming heard this and nodded, looking very happy and satisfied. Then, the two of them talked about some things again. He Yenyu expressed her concern for He Ming, and then left the courtyard, intending to find the elders to discuss this matter. After all, it involved the overall strength of the family, and it could not be ignored. She faintly felt that this ancient technique was related to immortals. So, He Yenyu was also a bit excited. I did it. After seeing He Yenyu leave, He Ming, who was in the courtyard, finally could not help but reveal a look of wild joy, and his whole body trembled. He only needed to pass this ancient technique through his sister's hands, and then pass it on to the family. The rest of the family members who cultivated it would become his wedding dress. Thinking of this, He Ming could not help but reveal an excited smile. All this is thanks to the Supreme Existence. He was so emotional, and he was even more in awe of the Supreme Existence that he had only met once. Tens of thousands of miles away, Gu Chang'e, who was watching all this through He Ming's eyes, could not help but smile a little. His acting skills are really not bad. It seems that sometimes, a good-for-nothing is still useful. He Ming actually had such plans and ambitions, and he really did not disappoint me. Gu Chang'e could not help but laugh, and he was very satisfied. All this was a pleasant surprise. He Ming performed exceptionally. After all, he was the source of the wedding dress immortal technique, and even He Ming was just a branch of it. With the branch that He Ming branched out, when the time came, life and death would be in his control. The wedding dress did not contain the slightest danger, and it would not affect the cultivator. Instead, it contained many mysteries and the truth of Tao. It was the best bait. But the wedding dress, at the same time, it was also the thread that controlled their life and death. As long as Gu Chang'e's thoughts moved, he could instantly cut off this thread. If the thread was destroyed, the person would die. After all this was in his plan. When all the higher-ups of the He Tianning family become the wedding dress, it is also time for me to appear. At that time, the benefits will be much greater than searching for the ancestral tomb. Gu Chang'e revealed a smile. However, this process still needed some time. Therefore, Gu Chang'e got up and left this place, preparing to find trouble with Longting first. At this time, the news of Longting's movement quickly spread, causing a huge commotion among many immortal ancient clans in immortal ancient continent. The cultivators of the outside world might not know, but for the clans of immortal ancient continent, Longting was the most powerful representative and symbol of his generation. Even those who were listed as the top 10 young experts changed their expressions when talking about Longting. They were incomparably fearful, and they knew that they were not Longting's opponent. Now that Longting had moved, it naturally shocked the immortal ancient creatures. Even some of the older generation were shocked. Lord Longting has said that he will suppress the young man named Gu Chang'e in the outside world. He will take everything away. An immortal ancient creature spread such words, causing many of the younger generation in the outside world to be shocked and horrified. The immortal ancient creatures knew very little about Gu Chang'e. However, for the young geniuses of the outside world, it was something that they were very clear about. Gu Chang'e's strength could even be said to have entered the realm of the young taboo. It would not be wrong to say that he was the leading figure of the younger generation in immortal ancient continent. What kind of idiot is Longting? How dare he say that he will kill young Master Chang'e? This is simply the biggest joke in the world. At this moment, it caused the young geniuses to laugh at him in various regions. Ha ha ha, my head is about to fall off from laughing. If he said that he will suppress the other young supremes, I think the possibility is still very high, but he said that he will kill young Master Chang'e. I'm afraid he doesn't know what the young taboo is. Crazy, this is really crazy. I finally have the chance to see what it means to be the most pretentious and get the most vicious beating. When the time comes, let's see how this guy named Longteng will be slapped in the face. Many young geniuses who heard this news were about to laugh crazily, and even tears were about to come out. The size of the upper world's inner area was difficult to describe. In terms of vastness and boundlessness, it was not qualified. But in the inner area, his name could shake all sides, and he was known as a young taboo with the potential of a true immortal. How could any random cat or dog be so arrogant? That's right, in their opinion, this young man named Longteng was a jumping clown. After all, which of Gu Changa's battle records did not rely on his terrifying strength to kill his way through? Some time ago, even the invincible seventh princess of the Ocean Palace was easily killed by Gu Changa. With such a battle record, no one dared to lightly say no. Of course, the most important reason was that no matter what, Gu Changa was still an outsider, and not a native creature. Encountering a native creature so arrogant, they were naturally angry. Although the cultivation of the immortal ancient creatures was very strong, it was only because they had the advantage of time and place. Brother Changa's strength is unfathomable, but this Longteng, I heard that he is a tricky character. I just don't know how much of Brother Changa's strength he can force out. On a mountain peak, Yi Langtian could not help but shake his head as he said this. He raised his hand to shatter a terrifying python in front of him and plucked a strange flower. Thinking of this news, he did not care. In any case, he could not see through Gu Changa more and more. On the contrary, Longteng, who had a terrifying reputation in the immortal ancient continent, was nothing to worry about. A truly powerful existence was a kind of terror that you could feel his strength, but did not know how strong he was. Gu Changa always gave him this feeling. When the time comes, if the two of them fight, I can go and take a look. If I can see some of Brother Changa's true strength, this trip will not be in vain. Thinking of this, Yi Langtian changed his direction, somewhat eager that the two of them could meet sooner. Scenes like this were still happening everywhere, and the young supreme beings from the outer world were all shocked. Longteng's strength came from his powerful innate talent and profound cultivation, but Gu Changa's strength was the type of unknown that made even their hearts tremble, the younger generation shiver in fear. Regardless of who it was, none of them dared to look down on Gu Changa, instead wishing to avoid him. Now, Longteng's words made their eyes couldn't help but light up. This idiot, he didn't even investigate Gu Changa's situation, yet he dares to say this. This is perfect, he did what we always wanted to do but didn't dare do. Young restriction, is this Gu Changa's true strength? A young supreme being said softly, already having plans to challenge Gu Changa a long time ago. However, because they did not have confidence, they always delayed, dragging it out until now. Hong. In front of a jade-like lake, divine light flickered, hazy immortal light flickering about. An immortal nectar-like plant was sparkling and translucent, bearing several fruits. A world-shocking great battle erupted here, many people fighting over this immortal nectar. The ones who took action were young supreme beings from the outer world, as well as quite a few young creatures from immortal ancient. In the end, in the void, Yu Mingkong who was surrounded by several people, her clothes fluttering about. Her jade-like hand moved, her slender finger pointing out, and an awe-inspiring aura appeared between heaven and earth, as if she was a matchless empress. A monarch overlooking the world, only she was supreme. Terrifying wondrous techniques erupted, as if a large expanse of immortal rain covered this place, everyone retreating in horror. With a flash, she stepped on the surface of the lake and snatched the immortal stalk. Immortal spiritual fruit containing immortal spiritual energy, Yu Mingkong nodded. In the end, she took these fruits without any effort. She had confidence that she could use this to quickly enter the void god realm. At that time, with the help of the immortal spiritual fruit, attaining a flawless immortal foundation would be easy. Princess, about the true dragon race's Longteng's words, soon after, Yu Mingkong planned to leave this place, find a place to cultivate in seclusion. A follower behind her suddenly came forward to report this matter. Yu Mingkong did not seem surprised to hear this. Then, her eyes moved slightly, and she asked in return, "Do you know where Chang'e is going?" In her previous life, she did not come to the immortal ancient continent, so she did not encounter Longteng. All the various opportunities and so on here were summarized from various rumors and information in her previous life. At that time, Longteng did not have a feud with Gu Chang'e. She guessed that Gu Chang'e was planning something big and chose to ignore Longteng. But in this life, Longteng was so arrogant, and even planned to snatch her away. With Gu Chang'e's character, he would definitely not let Longteng go. After all, this matter was deliberately led by her at that time, and she mentioned Gu Chang'e casually. Occasionally, scheming against Gu Chang'e was also a little pleasure for her. Gu Chang'e always liked to tease her. Of course, this kind of trifle did not have any effect on Gu Chang'e at all. It was insignificant. No matter how strong Longteng's talent was, it was impossible for him to be Gu Chang'e's opponent. Encountering Gu Chang'e, Longteng's only path was death. Yu Mingkong did not think of the second possibility. Act the biggest poser, take the most vicious beating. Even her mind had such a sentence. Longteng's character was like that. He thought that he was invincible, and did not put others in his eyes at all. What she wanted to know now was where exactly Gu Chang'e was. After all, he had disappeared for some time. "Princess, we are not sure about young Master Chang'e's whereabouts during this period of time." After that, she received the follower's reply. Yu Mingkong was not surprised. If someone could see through his whereabouts, then it was not Gu Chang'e. When the time comes, with his shrewdness, I'm afraid that he will easily guess that I was the one who schemed against him and pushed him to the forefront of the storm. Yu Mingkong felt that for the time being, it was better for her to avoid Gu Chang'e. After all, she was also a little nervous. Gu Chang'e was obviously planning to develop in secret. In the end, she did this and directly tricked him. When the time came, it would be strange if Gu Chang'e was in a good mood. It was inevitable that he would look for her to settle the score. Chapter 145. Who is Longteng? It's rare to see someone like him looking for trouble with Gu Chang'e. Whoosh! Under a waterfall that looked like the Milky Way, Gu Xian sat on a piece of bluestone. She lifted the corner of her skirt and soaked her small, fair feet in the water. She swayed back and forth, looking very relaxed. From time to time, she would look at a group of red-eyed black apes not far away. No one knew what she was thinking in her little head. At this moment, she frowned slightly and muttered to herself, "I didn't expect that a villain like Gu Chang'e would have such a day." Naturally, she also heard the news. Gu Chang'e, who had always been looking for trouble with others, was also a little stunned that someone was looking for trouble with him. After she reacted, Gu Xian expressed pity for the person named Longteng. After witnessing Gu Chang'e's strength that day, she didn't think that anyone in the younger generation could be a match for Gu Chang'e. Unless she grew up, no one could compete with Gu Chang'e. "Ah Hong, you said that the 8th Saint banana is about to ripen. Is that true?" Gu Xian asked. The Ahong she was talking about was the big red bird with drooping eyelids next to her. Ahong had an unusual talent for finding treasures. It had helped her a lot along the way. So Gu Xian listened to it now and waited here for the 8th Saint banana to ripen. However, the group of black apes stared at her warily with red eyes, as if they were guarding against a thief. This made Gu Xian a little angry. She was passing by and saw the beautiful scenery. Couldn't she stop and admire it? Ah Hong ignored her. Gu Xian didn't care. She still muttered to herself. "Actually, I still want to see Gu Chang'e suffer. It's a pity. I heard that Longteng is about to enter the true God realm. However, judging from how sinister Gu Chang'e is, even if he enters the true God realm, he probably won't be a match for Gu Chang'e." This was the conclusion she had come to after thinking about it for a long time. The cultivation level that Gu Chang'e displayed on the surface was very likely just to mislead the public. Her eyesight far surpassed that of many people, especially under the guidance of several masters. She understood many secrets that her peers did not understand. When Gu Chang'e was young, his cultivation had already crushed his peers. The cultivation that he had displayed so far was most likely just the tip of the iceberg. At that time, the rule power of 590 in that terrifying sword qi had shocked her. Afterward, she even suspected that Gu Chang'e had already entered the ranks of the Saint Realm. Revenge seems to be a long way off. Let's go watch the show. Gu Chang'e has always been cruel to his enemies. I wonder how tragic this Long Ting will be. Thinking of this, Gu Xian stood up, grabbed the big red bird, threw it on his shoulder, and directly turned into a divine rainbow as he left this place. Although the 8th Saint Banana was rare, she still wanted to see Gu Chang'e fight with others. During this period of time, the scene from that day appeared in her mind from time to time. Just like that day, a figure suddenly descended from the sky, blocking in front of her. It wasn't that large, but it was sturdy, making her feel at ease, as if it could hold up even if the heavens collapsed. Gu Xian didn't want to admit that she was actually looking for an excuse to see Gu Chang'e. She wanted to see what kind of end the arrogant Long Ting would end up in. At this time, the big red bird couldn't help but give Gu Xian a look. That expression seemed to be saying, "Heh, woman." Meanwhile, during this period of time, various parts of Immortal Ancient Continent were also stirred up. As the leader of Immortal Ancient's younger generation, Long Ting led a large number of followers, moving out to search for Gu Chang'e's figure. When he heard that the cultivators of the outside world were mocking him, he couldn't help but be furious. When he took action, quite a few young heavenly geniuses were killed. This matter also drew the anger of the outside world's younger generation. Quite a few people walked together on their own accord, resisting Immortal Ancient's creatures together. After all, in terms of strength, Immortal Ancient's creatures were tyrannical, not something normal young heavenly geniuses could compare to. This also made them suffer quite a bit. Quite a few young supreme beings were also injured in battle, suffering ambushes. Quite a few of their followers fell as a result. This result left the cultivators of the outside world shocked. Only now did many people understand the true essence of this experience. Immortal Ancient Continent had many opportunities, but it was also the easiest to lose one's life here. Among them, the most dangerous were Immortal Ancient's young creatures. With Long Ting in the lead, many young experts were extremely powerful. Even the young supreme beings of the outside world suffered greatly. However, soon after, there were cultivators who noticed that Gu Chang'e, who was at the center of all this, also appeared after many days. At his side, there was also a large number of followers, slaughtering their way over from another region. Along the way, many Immortal Ancient creatures were similarly killed by him. In that instant, Immortal Ancient Continent was in an uproar. Regardless of whether it was the cultivators of the outside world or Immortal Ancient's creatures, all of their eyes gathered over. Quite a few people felt like this was going to be a fierce struggle between giants. The two's identities could be said to be diametrically opposed. Among the younger generation, they both had representative statuses. On a mountain peak, Gu Chang'e stood with his hands behind his back. Clouds and mist surged, his hair sparkling like ink feathers, his clothes fluttering in the wind. "Master, we've already found out the news. Long Ting is currently in the east. There are 7 Void God Realm followers by his side. Apart from them, they are all titled King Realm existences. There isn't even a single titled Marquis." The Yiksha-like creature respectfully reported. Hearing the followers' report behind him, he nodded with some deep meaning. Seems like this is the source of Long Ting's confidence. Spread the news, tell him to stay where he is and not move. I'm coming to kill him right now. I have a younger sister in my hands. If you don't want her to die, then don't run around randomly. Gu Chang'e smiled faintly. There were quite a few immortal ancient creatures suppressed behind him. During this period of time, they were all clamoring for Longting to come and kill him. In the end, when he heard the news, he directly rushed over to wipe them all out. Yes, master. Hearing this, the Yiksha-like follower received the order and did not dare to have the slightest doubt. He directly turned into a divine rainbow and left. And behind Guchanga, the group of immortal ancient creatures suppressed heard this and shouted unwillingly, "Surnamed Gu, don't be so smug. Lord Longteng will come and save us." Among them, there was a dragon girl with dragon horns on her head. She had a pretty face and slightly thin lips. When she heard this, her face immediately paled. She was the younger sister of Longting that Guchanga had mentioned. She worshipped Longting fanatically. She even took the initiative to bring some people to search for Guchanga's traces, threatening to kill him with Longteng. Moreover, it was said that she was the one who found the favored girls of various clans for Longteng. Even Yumingkong was found by her for Longteng. Therefore, after Guchanga left the Black Sky Eagle clan, he summoned a group of followers. When they heard this news, they directly went to block her. At that time, all of her subordinates were also killed by Guchanga. "Guchanga, if you dare to make a move against me, Lord Longting will not let you go. If I lose a single hair, all of you will not be able to escape death. That fiancée of yours, even if Lord Longting takes a fancy to her, she will not have." This dragon girl had also been frightened by Guchanga's cruel methods these days. Her expression was frightened and trembling. At this time, when she heard these words, she only wanted to use Longting's name to suppress Guchanga. "Cut off her tongue for me." When Guchanga heard this, he frowned, and then ordered with a casual expression. Towards this kind of thing that had a retarded halo and didn't have eyes, he actually wanted to directly slap her to death. However, he wanted to leave it for Longteng when the time came. He did not kill her. Coveting his woman, this debt was not so easy to settle. "Yes, master." Immediately, a follower directly pulled out a short sword with a whoosh. "You dare." The dragon girl was shocked, and then alarmed, not daring to believe. She continuously shouted, but was suppressed, unable to move at all. In the next moment, under her frightened and resentful gaze, the sword descended with a pu sound. Blood splashed in all directions. Immediately, the mountain peak became much quieter. However, the other immortal ancient creatures were so scared that their faces became even paler. During these days, Guchanga had slaughtered them under all kinds of pretexts. A portion of the creatures were even killed on the spot by Guchanga under the name of being hungry, turned into their original forms, and then skinned and deboned, roasted on the spot. This scene truly frightened everyone quite a bit. Now, they did not even dare to breathe loudly. Even though this young man looked handsome and refined, his methods were more cruel than anyone they had ever seen. Now, even Longting's sister had her tongue cut off, making them tremble, scared to the extreme. Hong. Then, divine rainbows rushed into the sky, radiance pervading the air, the momentum astonishing. Guchanga brought everyone towards Longting's location. Along the way, quite a few cultivators saw this scene, all of them shocked. Then, many people were stirred up. When they heard that Guchanga was going to take the initiative to kill Longteng, they didn't even think about it, following behind him. In that instant, every region stirred up a commotion again. Many young supreme beings knew that Guchanga was extremely domineering, but they never expected him to do things so viciously at this time. Quite a few of Longting's admirers were all directly grabbed by Guchanga, having Longting not move, that he was going to kill him. During these past few days, many of the younger generation's dejection from being defeated by immortal ancients creatures were completely swept away. It seems like Brother Gu truly plans to fight against this Longteng, a bit impatient. Within the mountain range, Yi Langtian brought his followers along, hurrying along. When he heard this, he couldn't help but reveal a smile, full of expectation. In another place, the great golden-winged Peng race's inheritor Peng Fei was alone, turning into streak after streak of golden light, also heading in that direction. Longevity Wang family's young supreme being Wang Wushuang was also hurrying over. There were also the young supreme beings of Undying Lake and other orthodoxies, all of them excited, looking forward to this battle. At this time, all of Immortal Ancient Continent's cultivators were shaken up, hearing Gu Changa's threat towards Long Teng. Stand there and don't move, he was going to kill him. This type of understated confidence and domineering attitude made all of the young heavenly talents feel excited, to the extent where their blood was boiling. After all, during this period of time, they were ambushed by Immortal Ancients creatures, fleeing in all directions, truly sullen. Every place was in an uproar. Even many of Immortal Ancients creatures were shocked, feeling like a great earthquake was about to happen. It was because no one had ever dared to speak to Long Teng like this, unless they were courting death. At the same time, on a mountain peak, a young figure stood there, his body covered in dragon scales and dragon horns, flowing with endless radiance and symbols, his aura powerful without change. His true body couldn't be seen clearly, wrapped in resplendent dragon symbols, deep and powerful. Beside him seemed to contain an endless starry sky, a terrifying aura pervading the air. It was Long Teng, standing there like a young true dragon. His face was as heavy as water. A terrifying aura and pressure pressed down on heaven and earth, shrouding down, making his followers want to kneel down and kowtow. Sir is angry. That young man named Gu Changa is too arrogant, but no one has ever dared to speak to Sir like that. Damn it, he actually told Sir to stand there and not move, he's going to kill Sir. Wah, 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 I'm so angry. Since when was Sir looked down upon by someone, and it's even a human from the outside world? Long Teng's followers were furious. During this period of time, they were the ones searching for Gu Changa's traces. Now, Gu Changa appeared and directly said that he was going to kill Long Teng. These words were even more arrogant than Long Teng's. How dare you threaten me? Very well, I'll make you regret what he said. An ant who doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Then I'll wait for him here, let's see if he dares to come. At this time, Long Teng also spoke up, the wind and clouds in his eyes changing, terrifyingly cold. His voice was full of gloominess and killing intent. Before this, he had never thought he would be this angry today, hearing someone dare to provoke and look down on him like this. Moreover, they actually threatened him, believing that he would run. How could Long Teng, who was so proud and arrogant, accept this? Even though this might very well be the other party's intention, Long Teng still couldn't help but be furious. If it was a normal person who said this, he might not care too much, believing that ants weren't worth caring about. However, this was after he announced that he was going to suppress and kill the other party, yet the other party wasn't scared. Instead, his attitude was even more domineering and arrogant than his own, making quite a few followers he sent out suffer under his hands. This made it hard for Long Teng to calm down. He wanted to personally torture the other party to death, seize his woman in front of his face. Feel free to come and throw your life away. Meanwhile, soon after, Long Teng also spread the news that he was here, waiting for Gu Changa to come and throw his life away. The two replied from a distance, triggering a great earthquake, even more so erupting. In that instant, many immortal ancient creatures and the younger generation of the outside world hurried over. In the nearby mountain peaks, large amounts of people gathered, truly a sea of people. Chapter 146. Chi Chi Chi. Streaks of divine rainbows rushed over from all over the world. In a short period of time, many figures gathered around the mountain peak. They all rushed over after hearing the news. It was extremely lively. There were even some who couldn't hold it in any longer. They started bickering and fighting here. They began to take action. In an instant, brilliant light interweaved in the sky. All types of resplendent magical artifacts streaked across the sky, incomparably dazzling. Hong! Large amounts of mountains and ancient trees collapsed, filling the sky with dust. What kind of thing is Longting? Just wash your heads and wait for our young master Chang'e to reap the harvest. A young heaven's pride mocked, fearlessly cursing at immortal ancients' creatures. Lord Longting's power is something you can never imagine. That person surnamed Gu will definitely die today. There were also immortal ancient creatures who cursed back. Then, both sides began to take action, killing until their eyes were red. All types of blood splattered everywhere, corpses and bones flying everywhere. The two groups of people here were mainly from two different camps. To the east were native creatures from immortal ancient continent. They were all different. There was a blonde girl with a pair of wings, an old flood dragon, a robust man with arms covered in scales, and a giant man with ox horns on his head. They all had cold expressions, powerful chi and blood. They rushed out from deep within the mountains, coldly looking at the group of young heaven's pride who came from the outside world. To the west were a group of supreme orthodoxies and imperishable great sects young supreme beings. For example, Yi Langtian with his golden divine halo, Wang Wuxuang with his entire body shrouded in mist. They also stared coldly at immortal ancients' creatures. This place was full of brilliance. More and more people gathered around, whispering from time to time. Even though they knew that they might be implicated, they still hurried here, wanting to personally witness a great event that shook immortal ancient continent. Even more people's gazes were focused on the distant mountain peak, on that terrifying figure shrouded in thick dragon runes. Just his aura alone was powerful enough to make people tremble. Longting. Behind him, the figures of his followers were also silent. Their expressions were cold, like a group of iron-blooded warriors who had experienced thousands of battles. The aura of a peak void god was unmistakably displayed, like a young true dragon. Everyone could feel the terrifying pressure. Yi Langtian and the others couldn't help but change their expressions, feeling a great pressure. Not simple. His strength was extremely tyrannical. It was impossible for them to be Longting's opponent. At this time, the difference in cultivation was too great. However, he doesn't have the unfathomable feeling that Brother Chang'e has. Yi Langtian shook his head slightly. Golden runes flashed in Wang Wuxuang's eyes. He also noticed how terrifying Longting was. I hope I'm not too late. In the distance, Gu Xian turned into a stream of light, crossing over mountains and ridges at an extremely fast speed. Not long after, he saw this ancient land. From time to time, divine rainbows would streak across the sky above this primitive ancient land. Those cultivators and living beings all flew in one direction. It was obvious that they were all heading towards the battle between Gu Chang'e and Longting. She rushed all the way there and sneaked into crowded places. She was afraid that Gu Chang'e would recognize her. However, Gu Xian was soon disappointed. Gu Chang'e hadn't shown up until now. Not even a shadow could be seen. She even suspected that with Gu Chang'e's bad character, he might have stood Longting up and played him like a monkey. Of course, she was just guessing. Hey, that's Sister Mingkong's white jade carriage. Suddenly, Gu Xian noticed something high up in the sky. There were 9 ancient beasts that looked like divine phoenixes pulling a jade carriage, galloping over. Stopping high up in the sky, the jade carriage was sparkling and translucent. Thousands of auspicious lights surrounded it, and it was extraordinary. A blurry and graceful figure could be vaguely seen in it. She recognized that it was Yumingkong's means of transportation. However, Gu Xian liked to be alone. After coming to the immortal ancient continent, she didn't look for Yumingkong. She also knew that when she was being chased by the 7th princess of the Ocean Palace, Yumingkong wanted to come and help her, but she was held back by someone else. Unlike Gu Chang'e, she could feel that Yumingkong's kindness to her was sincere and not fake. Many divine lights could be seen in the sky. The battle this time had attracted too much attention. Although the older generation of the immortal ancient continent had discussed with the orthodoxies in the outside world, they couldn't interfere. However, at this time, some of the older generation were still watching. After all, Long Ting represented the hope of the immortal ancient dragon tribe. Is that Gu Changa's fiancée? A girl named Yumingkong? At this time, Long Ting's gaze shifted. Many stars seemed to be moving in his eyes. He stared at the white jade carriage in the sky and looked at the figure inside with a burning gaze. It was as if he could see through layers of curtains. How about you give up on that Gu guy and follow me? At this time, a rare smile appeared on Long Ting's cold face as he looked at the sky not far away. This was Long Ting speaking in front of everyone. This sentence was like rolling thunder, but it also contained a terrifying Taoist rhyme. Many cultivators felt their ears vibrate. Their aura surged, and some of them almost fell to the ground. They were shocked. Then, after hearing Long Ting's words, many people's expressions changed drastically. Who was Yumingkong? She was the future empress of the unparalleled immortal dynasty in the outside world. This Long Ting really had guts, daring to speak to her like that. At this time, many young geniuses glared at him. Of course, some people knew that the hatred between Long Ting and Gu Changa was caused by Yumingkong. This was the so-called femme fatale. I've seen people courting death, but I've never seen someone like you. At this time, a cold and indifferent voice came from the white jade carriage. It was like the sound of nature, without the slightest emotion. It was as if she was talking to a dead person. However, only Yumingkong knew the strange look in her eyes. Long Ting's death-seeking personality was indeed like this. She was naturally here to watch the show. She didn't expect Gu Changa to respond so quickly, directly saying that he wanted to kill Long Ting. If she remembered correctly, Long Ting had a drop of rainbow true dragon blood on him. That was the true blood that would only appear after the true dragon's hardest scales were torn off. It was incomparably precious and had many uses. Coincidentally, she knew how to condense it. Gu Changa probably didn't know about this. I like this personality. Long Ting was not angry at all when he heard this. Instead, his eyes were filled with admiration. He liked women with this kind of personality. The stronger they were, the more conquering they felt. These words really make me sick. However, accompanied by a cold voice, Yumingkong, who was in the white jade carriage, suddenly frowned. She made a move. She didn't have a good impression of Long Ting, and these words made her feel even more disgusted. She couldn't help but want to make a move on Long Ting before Gu Changa. Clang! Clang! They didn't expect Yumingkong to suddenly attack Long Ting without saying a word. With a thought, a bright light bloomed in the void. This was Yumingkong's powerful emperor technique. She had already broken through to the void god realm. Her current true cultivation was still much weaker than Long Ting's. However, she was not afraid at all. Of course, she also wanted to know how strong Long Ting was, so she tested him. Vaguely, the group of cultivators saw a rain of light at this moment, and the aura of the great Tao pervaded the air. The group of young supreme martial artists who saw Yumingkong for the first time all had solemn and fearful expressions. So powerful. It seemed that Yumingkong's true strength was far more than what she appeared to be on the surface. How dare you? How dare you attack me? Yumingkong's words made Long Ting's face stiffen, and his smile disappeared. No matter how good his state of mind was, he felt embarrassed to be called disgusting by such a beauty in front of everyone at this time. Especially when the other party dared to take the initiative to attack him. It was fine if it was just Gu Changa, but he didn't expect his fiancée to be like this too. At this moment, Long Ting's good expression had disappeared. Before me, you have no chance of winning. You're just an ant. Long Ting's expression was very cold. He chose to put his hands behind his back with a look of contempt. In the face of Yumingkong's technique, a vast fluctuation came from between his brows. A golden ocean appeared like a wave. This was his powerful divine ability. It was like a surging sea, exploding in the void. At this moment, even the true God realm cultivators' expressions changed. They didn't dare to take it head-on. This was too strong. It could destroy one's physical body. No matter how strong Princess Yumingkong is, she might not be this Long Ting's opponent. This is a gap that is difficult to make up for in cultivation. Immediately, there were young supreme beings who frowned. Their eyes were like torches as they stared at Long Ting's technique. If they faced it, they definitely wouldn't be able to resist. Hong. However, their expressions were a bit stunned. Then, they were shocked, producing expressions of shock. Even the cold, indifferent, and arrogant expression on Long Ting's face froze in an instant. They only saw large amounts of light explode like golden lotuses. They tore apart the sky dome one after another, enough to shatter the heavens. Bo bo bo, the lotuses broke apart one after another. Immediately afterwards, this golden ocean was blasted apart. Everyone could vaguely see an exceptional female emperor standing in the air. She was incomparably powerful, her style unmatched. I admit that I underestimated you a bit, but this time, I won't show mercy. His attack was actually blocked by Yumingkong like this. Long Ting's face became even more so a bit ugly and overcast. Regardless of what the result was today, he had already lost enough face. Normally, even the 10 great young experts of Immortal Ancient couldn't withstand a single palm from him. Didn't Long Nu say that Yumingkong's strength was about the same as hers? What was going on? With your little bit of ability, where did you get the confidence to provoke Chang'e? At this time, Yumingkong's reply also seemed to be understated. She didn't show herself from start to finish, only remaining in the white jade carriage. However, the attack just now was already shocking enough, making many of Immortal Ancient's creatures endlessly shocked. Asking for fresh flowers, even the young 9 Heaven Supremes were astounded. Our strength is not Mingkong's opponent. Although they were unwilling, they could only admit this fact. However, when they heard Yumingkong's words, many people's expressions became strange. Why did they feel like they had heard it before? Back then, when Gu Xian was being chased by the Ocean Palace's 7th princess, she seemed to have also said this to the 7th princess. Now that Yumingkong said these words, wasn't the meaning the same? They seemed to be incomparably confident in Gu Chang'e. You really succeeded in infuriating me. Long Ting's expression was gloomy. He felt that he needed to show some powerful methods, otherwise this woman would not know what was good for her. She actually tried to anger him time and time again. The group of followers behind him surged with chi and blood like dark clouds, surging violently. At this time, their eyes also revealed a cold light, staring in the direction of Yumingkong. From the looks of it, it seemed that if there was a disagreement, all of them would attack together and take Yumingkong down. You have also angered me, little ant. At this time, a faint voice suddenly sounded from the side of the world. Long Tang and all the cultivators' expressions changed slightly as they looked towards the sky. Needless to say, everyone could feel that the main character had arrived. Rumble. There was a vast and mighty sound, and streaks of divine rainbow swept across the sky, causing many cultivators to suck in a breath of cold air. This scale was really frightening. Something's not right, however, Long Ting's reaction was very fast. He sensed the change in space. His expression changed slightly, and terrifying runes flowed all over his body, turning into a resplendent dragon armor to resist. However, the void in front of him distorted and blurred. A young man walked out from it, his expression indifferent, looking very casual. Divine light was faintly discernible, and when he raised his foot, it seemed that endless gravity was transformed into a power that covered heaven and earth. Boom! The void trembled as if it was about to be shattered by this power. Long Ting did not have time to react and was kicked in the stomach. With a puff, he coughed out blood, and his internal organs were torn apart. There was a trace of unwillingness on his face as he was kicked into the ground with a bang. Smoke and dust flew everywhere, and the mountain range collapsed, and a shocking large crack appeared. Gu Chang'e had arrived. "I told you to wait, and I'll come to kill you now. You're really obedient." He let out a laugh that was either mocking or playful. At the same time, he raised his palm, and all kinds of runes appeared in it, densely packed like raindrops, but they were dazzling sword chi. A terrifying power manifested in the void, erupting with endless power. The runes were like the sea, a vast expanse. Among them, there was a sword chi that was as thick as a star, falling like a red sun. Puff, 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 the large mountain range in front exploded in an instant, turning into fine dust. Long Ting's group of followers all vomited blood and flew backward. Some could not resist and directly exploded in the void. Blood mist splattered everywhere. For a moment, everyone who planned to watch this shocking battle was stunned. They completely did not expect that the first moment Gu Chang'e appeared, he would kick Long Ting into the ground. Sure enough, it confirmed that sentence: the more fun it was to posture, the more painful it would be when the face was slapped. Gu Chang'e finally encountered an opportunity to slap the face, so he naturally had to cherish it well. "Say it, how do you want to die?" He looked down from high above, overlooking Long Ting who was buried by the mountain range, and asked casually. It looked like he was asking something like, "Have you eaten yet?" "Master, what do you want to do with them?" At this time, behind Gu Chang'e, a group of followers who were escorting Long Ting rushed over. Among them, Yu Mingkong was familiar with Long Nu. After all, she deliberately let them go at that time, intending to trick Gu Chang'e. But now Long Nu looked frightened, covered in blood, and even her tongue was cut. Along the way, she was obviously tortured by Gu Chang'e's people. "This is a big gift, naturally I have to kill in front of Long Ting," Gu Chang'e said lightly. At this time, he glanced at Yu Mingkong. "First deal with this guy, I will settle the score with you later." Yu Mingkong guessed the meaning of his eyes, looking calm. As if she did not notice. She did not believe that Gu Chang'e could do anything to her. Of course, she really misunderstood Gu Chang'e. Gu Chang'e glanced at her, just to make sure that she was not injured. However, he did not see anything, so he asked, "Are you okay?" Yu Mingkong was a little flattered that Gu Chang'e would care about her. But thinking that this was most likely Gu Chang'e's act in front of everyone. At that moment, she shook her head and said coldly and naturally, "Chang'e, you don't have to worry, I'm fine." The little touch in her heart quickly returned to calmness. She could not tell at all what Gu Chang'e said, whether it was true or false, and she was really fine. Although Long Ting was strong, she was not weak at all. Soon, many cultivators near the mountain peak reacted. Looking at this scene, they could only sigh in their hearts. It was really a husband and wife singing together. Qian. Chapter 147. Just when everyone was shocked and enviously watching Gu Chang'e and Yu Mingkong flirting with each other, Gu Chang'e suddenly changed her attitude. There was a rumbling sound. The mountain range and many ruins below suddenly exploded, turning into dust and ashes that filled the sky. "How dare you!" A furious roar, accompanied by a cold voice filled with killing intent, was heard. Subsequently, a terrifying figure that was completely coiled by golden talisman markings transformed into a divine ray of light that shot over from below. At this moment, Long Ting's body was surging with qi and blood, and even the top of his head was gushing with a terrifying sea of qi and blood. It was like a Wangyang, a stormy sea, terrifying to the extreme. The cultivation of the peak of the void god realm was displayed without a doubt. Powerful beyond compare, but coupled with his current sorry state. This caused many cultivators to reveal strange expressions. Even the creatures of Immortal Ancient were the same, as they couldn't bear to look directly at him. After all, the scene just now was really trampling on Longting's face. The strong, cold, and domineering image that he had deliberately created before collapsed directly. "Gu Chang'e, how dare you launch a sneak attack, you really want to die?" Longting said coldly. He was really angry. He never thought that Gu Chang'e would suddenly appear and directly kick him to the ground. This scene was really too embarrassing and sullen, simply making Longting go crazy with hatred. There had never been a moment like today, when he wanted to kill someone. Looking at Longting's flustered and exasperated, extremely cold eyes. Gu Chang'e's expression was natural, as if he didn't care, as if the person who attacked just now wasn't him. At this time, he stared at Longting with a faint gaze, muttering to himself, "It seems that I didn't guess wrong, it really is the template of Long Outyen, what a pity, this method is even more old-fashioned than trash. To be able to encounter it on you, it really surprises me." Although he said so, his face didn't show the slightest bit of surprise. At this time, the system's voice appeared in his mind. "Ding, the son of destiny, Longting, has appeared, triggering the following mission. 1. Kill Longting, obtain 3,000 luck points and 15,000 fate points. Additional rewards will be calculated separately. 2. Subdue Longting, obtain 3,000 luck points and 15,000 fate points. The additional rewards will be calculated separately." Regarding these two missions, Gu Chang'e naturally chose the first option without any hesitation. Why would he subdue such a brainless and fearless creature? It was completely useless. Not to mention, Longting even had thoughts that he shouldn't have. Gu Chang'e felt that casually killing him would be merciful. Therefore, there was no second possibility. Come to think of it, Longting had a total of 4,000 luck points. This reminded Gu Chang'e of the few luck plunder cards that he had thrown away in the system mall. They were almost covered in dust. The original price was 5,000 fate points. However, if it was used on Longting, it would not be at a disadvantage at all. When the plundering was successful, it would trigger the rule that the Son of Destiny's luck points would be reset to 0. Maybe this Longting could even give him some good stuff. In Gu Chang'e's eyes, Longting was not even qualified to be a leak. At most, he could be considered an experienced monster. At the very least, Yi Ling still had a brain and knew what to do. This Longting was really fearless. He was right to be reckless. However, according to normal circumstances, the opponents Longting encountered were all weaker than him. It was normal for him to be looked down upon and looked down upon. How could he meet someone like Gu Chang'e, who was a final boss? "Gu Chang'e, what do you mean by that?" Longting's expression was extremely cold. He did not understand what Gu Chang'e was saying, but he knew Gu Chang'e's contemptuous and indifferent attitude. This made Longting's anger and killing intent even stronger. After all, ever since he was born, he had never met someone like Gu Chang'e who dared to humiliate and ignore him like this. "It's nothing. I just mean to call you an idiot." In this regard, Gu Chang'e did not feel like he was bullying him at all. This kind of scolding sounded extremely natural and casual when it came out of his mouth. So much so that many cultivators felt that he was stating a fact. All the young living beings in the immortal ancient continent were stunned. He first humiliated them, then scolded them again. However, all of them felt that it was hard to refute. This Gu Chang'e was really strong. He was a guy who was even more difficult to deal with than Longting. What they saw today really shocked them to the core. For a moment, they could not find anything to say. Is this guy really trying to anger Longting to death? In the crowd, many people were stunned. Gu Xian was also stunned. Looking at Gu Chang'e's familiar figure, she did not know what to say for a while. She originally thought that Gu Chang'e would choose to directly attack and quickly get rid of Longting. But who would kick someone down as soon as they came up and then call him an idiot so calmly? It's really Gu Chang'e's temperament. His poisonous mouth is simply full of hatred in an instant, she remembered that when she was so angry with Gu Chang'e that her liver hurt, perhaps her emotions were similar to Long Ting's now. Gu Chang'e, what did you say? Long Ting's expression froze, and he was also stunned by Gu Chang'e's words for a moment. Before this, he had never encountered such a thing. Moreover, with Gu Chang'e's calm appearance, it was as if she had drawn the hatred to herself. Zheng! Zheng! Long Ting's anger rose. When he reacted, Long Ting's eyes were as cold as ice, and his face was even a little red. The mist around him surged, and the divine talisman was faintly visible. A terrifying aura was rising, and it was extremely cold. Didn't I tell you to stand still, and I'll kill you? Why are you in such a hurry? You're really disobedient. Gu Chang'e said calmly with a playful look in his eyes. He seemed to be a little helpless about Long Ting's death. He stood in the void with his hands behind his back. His moon-white feather clothes seemed to be embroidered with thousands of stars, and there was a hazy immortal aura and charm circulating. At this moment, in the eyes of many, he was even more arrogant and domineering than Long Ting just now. Men, bring up the gift that I've prepared for Long Ting. Then, Gu Chang'e continued to speak. Immediately, a few followers behind him stepped forward. Amidst the slashing sound of the blade light, there was a dazzling splash of blood. Lord Long Ting, save us! Lord Long Ting, save us, we don't want to die. A large group of creatures were all natives of the immortal ancient continent. Now, they were suppressed, and their cultivation bases were sealed. His face was deathly pale as he shouted in fear and despair. They hoped that Long Ting in front of them could save them. After all, they were all working for Long Ting. After receiving Long Ting's order, they went to look for Gu Chang'e. However, they didn't find Gu Chang'e. Instead, they were found by Gu Chang'e, who directly came to kill them. Poof! However, before Long Ting could speak, the blade light had already fallen, easily filling the place with a strong smell of blood. On the various mountain peaks, there was a sea of people. For a moment, all the cultivators and creatures saw this scene, and their backs were slightly cold. It had nothing to do with cultivation base. It was purely a word, and it gave people a strong sense of fear. Compared to Long Ting's overbearingness, Gu Chang'e's methods were much colder and stronger. Kill them all, including that dragon girl. The faint smile on Gu Chang'e's face finally disappeared at this time. He ordered coldly. Before Long Ting, whose expression changed, made a move. Boom! Gu Chang'e's figure moved, and he took the initiative to directly attack. His sleeves shook, and the void suddenly became blurry and hazy. A terrifying and vast aura suddenly appeared. A large hand stretched out, and the universe rotated. The brilliance was dazzling, and the world seemed to darken. Changsheng Gu family's Qiankuan sleeve. The expressions of many young supremes changed. They recognized Gu Chang'e's move, and compared to the Qiankuan sleeve they were familiar with, the move in Gu Chang'e's hands was much more terrifying. It was a qualitative change. Moreover, Gu Chang'e's cultivation seems to have broken through to the void god realm. From the pressure just now, I'm afraid it's far more than that, it's really unfathomable. It's hard to feel fear. Even the 10 young experts of immortal ancients creatures had solemn expressions at this time, revealing fear. When an expert made a move, it was clear whether it was real or not. Gu Chang'e was definitely a great enemy. Just now, they thought that he only knew how to launch a sneak attack, but now it seemed that he just wanted to embarrass Long Ting. You dare to attack me first, I will kill you today. Long Ting's expression changed, and he was about to save the group of creatures. But Gu Chang'e's sudden attack completely destroyed his plan. Boom! He also made a move. The strength of the peak void god realm was simply overwhelming. It was accompanied by a deafening dragon's roar. A powerful divine light shone in it, golden like a dragon claw cast from gold, enveloping an area of nearly 1,000 miles. At the same time, golden symbols appeared around his body, turning into streaks of golden divine spears. They possessed an unstoppable and terrifying sharpness. No matter how presumptuous you are today, you won't be able to change the situation of being killed by me. Even if the world is destroyed and the era ends, I, Long Teng, will leave behind my name in this world. At this moment, Long Teng recovered his cold and domineering attitude, his voice like rolling thunder exploding in heaven and earth. He didn't use any divine abilities, but it made countless cultivators' ears hurt, as if they were about to explode. Countless people were shocked, their eyes wide open. Long Teng's strength was not a boast, he had true ability and ability. In an instant, a shockingly powerful fluctuation appeared here. A terrifying dragon's roar resounded between heaven and earth. The clouds shattered, the universe reversed, and a true dragon appeared, as if a claw could destroy the heavens of eternity. This was Long Teng's true dragon precious technique. At this moment, it displayed its invincible divine might, its offensive aura tyrannical to the extreme. Heaven and earth are endless, endless reincarnation, how many geniuses have been buried? You are just an ant that I am about to trample to death. Are you worthy of leaving your name? Gu Chang'e replied unhurriedly with a slight mockery. At the same time, he attacked. The cultivation base he displayed was only at the early stage of the Void God realm, but when his sleeves fluttered. However, there was an undefeatable and transcendent aura around him. He was surrounded by endless celestial light, as if a young celestial was standing in the void. Silver-like divine abilities smashed down one after another. Among them, the scene of the sun and moon sinking was incomparably terrifying. It appeared in his hand and attacked Long Teng. Long Teng's entire body was covered in golden flames, crushing the sky. At this moment, he was using all kinds of terrifying divine abilities. Rumble. There was a blazing and dazzling light here, as if endless stars were being destroyed, causing all the cultivators to close their eyes. Boom! Are you worthy of killing me? Long Teng roared with killing intent. The great Tao is boundless, and the mortal world is rolling. All living beings are ants. Killing you is as easy as raising my hand. Gu Chang'e's expression was very indifferent at this moment, and his voice was full of contempt. Long Teng was about to go crazy from being called an ant. He had always regarded others as ants. When did he become an ant in the mouth of others? Suddenly, Long Teng's expression changed. Gu Chang'e was really raising his palm. Behind him, endless light appeared. That was the aura of the Great Tao. The Great Tao bone was shining. The Great Tao body condensed, as if it was standing in the universe of tens of thousands of worlds, hanging rivers of stars falling. Great stars rotated one after another, incomparably majestic. It was as if an ancient universe had descended and appeared above Gu Chang'e. It was as if he had suddenly arrived at the end of the universe. What kind of divine ability is this? It should be Gu Chang'e's innate divine ability. Many young supreme beings couldn't help but suck in a cold breath, feeling a strong sense of terror from it. This is my great Tao body. Gu Xian couldn't help but clench her small hands. She sensed the aura of the same origin. The great Tao body was in Gu Chang'e's hands, displaying incomparable power, as if it was blooming with the brilliance it should have. This power even made her feel a bit of the rules of the great Tao. In the next moment, the heaven and earth behind Gu Chang'e seemed to have turned into his domain. The shape of the great Tao appeared, as if it was transformed from the blue sky. As he raised his palm, it covered the sky and the sun. Poof! Gu Chang'e looked down at Long Teng coldly. Above the gigantic palm formed by the blue sky, the stars fell down, covering the entire area. In just an instant, everyone saw a shocking scene. Some even trembled all over, including their souls. They couldn't help but want to kneel on the ground and worship. The aura of the great Tao, Long Teng's expression changed, knowing that he couldn't take this palm head-on. A terrifying aura rushed over. Amidst a muffled groan, his figure retreated extremely quickly as if he wanted to escape from the Five Fingers Mountain. However, the speed of Gu Changa's palm was too fast. It directly covered the heaven and earth, wanting to refine him within. How arrogant! Long Teng wanted to resist and threw a punch. The ancient true dragon appeared in his bloodline, and his chi and blood pierced through the top of his head. However, accompanied by a cracking sound, his face was filled with shock, horror, and disbelief. Then, it was as if he was struck by lightning. Both his arms were bleeding, as if he had collided with a boulder. In everyone's eyes, this was more like an egg hitting a rock. How is this possible? I have the true dragon bloodline. Long Teng couldn't believe it. With a low roar, his arms spasmed and drooped powerlessly. It was so painful that it was as if they were about to break. He was defeated in the first head-on confrontation. This was simply unimaginable to him. A chill ran down Long Teng's back. I told you not to move. Don't you understand? Gu Changa's casual voice fell into Long Teng's ears. At this moment, there was a shocking chill. This palm continued to cover him. With a poof, he let out a miserable cry. Following that, his arms shattered and exploded. The mighty force of heaven and earth pressed down. It was as if a piece of the sky had fallen. It was terrifying to the extreme. This kind of power was definitely not something that cultivators and living beings could resist with their physical bodies. Chapter 148. From the time Gu Changa made his move to Long Teng resisting with all his might, it was actually not that long. In just a few short contacts, Gu Changa sent Long Teng flying, and then a palm fell, shattering both of his arms. Simple and straightforward, without any sloppiness. Combined with his previous words, it seemed incomparably natural. Everyone watched this scene, and at this moment, they were shocked to the extreme. It seems that this guy should have had a lot of opportunities during this period of time. It's very likely that he went to touch other people's ancestral tombs. I knew he wouldn't settle down. If there was anyone who was not surprised by this, it would be Yumingkong. She felt that she was the one who knew Gu Changa the best. She knew his strengths and weaknesses. She also understood his thoughts. Long Teng's cultivation clearly had a strong upper hand, but in front of Gu Changa, he could not gain the slightest advantage. Instead, he was suppressed everywhere, and there was no room for resistance. This was no longer a matter of talent, this was definitely a gap in combat strength. Gu Changa's true strength had long been high to an unknown extent. It is indeed a forbidden domain. Brother Changa has undoubtedly reached that step, otherwise it would be impossible to easily suppress Long Teng at the early stage of the Void God realm. Apart from relying on his profound cultivation base, Long Teng is indeed not much of a threat. In the same realm, his true combat strength is at most the upper middle level of the young Supremes, far from reaching the level of a young Taboo. I'm afraid that from now on, apart from the ancient freaks, it will be difficult for anyone in the younger generation to contend with Gu Changa. Many people could not help but say, the shock in their eyes had not faded. They all knew that Gu Changa was very strong, but they really did not expect that he was strong to this extent. Even Long Teng was easily suppressed, perhaps only the older generation powerhouses could contend with Gu Changa. Thinking of this, they felt a burst of pressure. An invisible mountain was pressing down on the heads of many people. If the inheritor of the demonic arts appears in the future, I'm afraid only young Master Changa can contend with him. Speaking of which, I haven't heard any news of the inheritor of the taboo demonic arts recently. Did he not sneak in? If that's the case, then that's good. At this moment, many young geniuses were discussing amongst themselves. Many proud daughters of the heavens looked at that figure, their eyes full of strange colors. They wanted nothing more than to offer themselves to him. Meanwhile, the group of immortal ancient creatures were all full of restraining fear and seriousness, no longer having the arrogance from before. In the beginning, They looked down on the geniuses from the outside world because their cultivation levels were higher than theirs. But now, this scene proved that even though the cultivation level of the geniuses from the outside world was lower than theirs, their strength was stronger than theirs. Gu Chang'e was so strong that it made them tremble. At this time, do you have any last words? Gu Chang'e walked down from the sky. His white robes fluttered in the wind, and his black hair danced in the wind. He appeared to be taking a leisurely stroll. He chuckled as he stared at Longteng, whose arms had been crushed. How is this possible? How could I lose to you? I still have the most powerful ability that I haven't used yet. Longteng's face was pale, and he did not have the slightest bit of arrogance and confidence from before. As soon as he fought with Gu Chang'e, his self-confidence was shattered. Before this, with his tyrannical cultivation level, crushing his younger generation was no problem at all. But when facing Gu Chang'e, all of this was useless. On the contrary, he was firmly suppressed, in such a miserable state. Are these your last words? Gu Chang'e carried a faint mockery, his eyes as if he was looking at a little ant. Even an experienced monster who took the initiative to throw away his life was not as stupid as Longteng. At this time, did he still not understand the difference between the two? He attacked again. Boom! When this palm landed, a strange phenomenon covered heaven and earth, making the sky seem to tremble, and then completely explode. The universe rotated, and large amounts of mountain peaks collapsed under this aura. Gu Chang'e, Longteng's broken arms wanted to recover, but at this moment, his expression changed drastically, ugly to the extreme. He used the true dragon step to dodge. At the same time, a layer of golden light appeared on his body. Those were resplendent and fine dragon scales. His reaction was already fast enough. But he was still hit by the edge of the palm, coughing out blood and broken pieces of his internal organs. His head buzzed and went blank. After all, this was just the aftermath. Before his body touched it, that layer of golden light was shattered, completely unable to resist at all. If he was really hit by Gu Chang'e's palm, he might be directly smashed into a cloud of blood mist. Thinking of this, Longteng felt a chill all over his body. How can you be so strong? This is impossible. He couldn't help but growl in disbelief. His cultivation was much stronger than Gu Chang'e's. If you're not strong, how can I kill you? Gu Chang'e put his hands behind his back and stared at his prey with a playful expression. He knew that Longteng was still hiding his last resort. So he was not in a hurry. After all, he had not experienced despair. Letting him die like this was too easy for Longteng. At that moment, the void in front of Gu Chang'e blurred. He took a step and disappeared directly. The next moment, he appeared in front of Longteng. Longteng was shocked, his eyes wide open. This speed made his soul feel cold, as if he had disappeared into thin air. Could this be the lost supreme ability, so close yet worlds apart? But before he could react, he saw a fair and slender hand with a jade-like luster reaching over. It was very slow, and he could even see the trajectory clearly. But it was difficult to resist, and there was a mysterious aura in it. Buzz! Endless brilliance filled this hand, as if it was covered with the power of the flying immortal. The next moment, Longteng roared, and an ancient aura appeared in his bloodline. The figure of a terrifying true dragon appeared behind him, proud and unparalleled, wanting to repel this hand. It's useless, don't you understand the gap between us? Gu Chang'e looked at him pitifully, as if looking at an idiot. All of a sudden, the void stagnated, and time seemed to have stopped. No matter how extraordinary this true dragon figure was, it was instantly broken by him. In any case, the strength of Gu Chang'e's physical body was far beyond any existence in his current realm. Apart from him, even if others noticed this, it would be difficult for them to think deeper. After all, he was a young taboo, and he had a powerful body refinement technique. Was there anything wrong with that? The next moment, Gu Chang'e grabbed Long Ting's neck, broke through his defensive ability, and lifted him up. Long Ting's arms were shattered, and now he could not resist at all. His face was red, and he was extremely sullen. In the eyes of everyone, this was like Gu Chang'e carrying a drowning dead dog. From the beginning to the end, Long Ting did not have the slightest resistance. Lord Long Ting, the native creatures of the immortal ancient continent looked like the sky had collapsed at this time. Lord Long Ting, who was invincible in their eyes, was now in the hands of the other party like a dead dog. This huge difference was completely unbearable for them. How is this possible? This is not real. A few female creatures even cried out, unable to accept it. Their eyes rolled back, and they fainted. Today's scene would be a nightmare for many creatures for a lifetime. The spiritual sustenance that they had followed for more than 10 years collapsed just like that, making their eyes darken and their legs weak. Long Outyan style is no longer popular these days. Long Ting, you were actually born in the wrong era. Gu Chang'e smiled casually. He said something Long Ting did not understand. As the strength in his hand increased, accompanied by a cracking sound, Long Ting's bones broke, and he could not help but let out a low scream. Ah, you've gone too far. Gu Chang'e, I'm going to fight it out with you. Long Ting roared, and his eyes were red. If he could not kill Gu Chang'e today, he would definitely be humiliated, and it would be a stain that he could not wash away in his life. You're a bit late. Gu Chang'e's eyes gradually darkened as he stared at Long Ting's dragon horns. The best way to deal with this kind of Long Outyan son of destiny was to crush him. Because he was brainless and fearless. Many calculations fell on him, but they were bloated and useless. At this time, he felt that it was about time. The success or failure of the Destiny Plunder card mainly depended on the opponent's state. At this time, a 7-colored light suddenly appeared in Long Ting's body. This aura was very strong, containing an unparalleled vitality, surging abnormally. Boom! A terrifying aura appeared between heaven and earth. Long Ting seemed to be transforming at this time, and actually broke free from Gu Chang'e's hand. His damaged body was healing, and his astonishing vitality was recovering. The void trembled continuously, as if it could not withstand this pressure. His cultivation base at peak void god realm suddenly broke through to true god realm, far stronger than before. This scene caused a stir in the surroundings once again. Many people widened their eyes. Long Ting's admirers were even more excited, cheering, and could not help but feel excited. Some people were so excited that they shed tears, saying tremblingly, Lord Long Ting, who was born invincible, how could he lose? Today is just a small setback. This great villain surnamed Gu will pay the price he deserves, they said excitedly. At this moment, they even forgot who started the trouble first. Now, Long Ting was easily crushed by Gu Chang'e. His appearance was miserable, and he had become the weaker party. They originally thought that Long Ting had no hope, but at the critical moment, he actually broke through his cultivation base and narrowly escaped death. Now, many living beings thought that Long Ting would change the situation just now and forcefully reverse all of this to wash away the humiliation. Is this your hidden trump card? Breaking through cultivation base at the critical moment, TSK. Gu Chang'e was a little surprised by this, but after thinking about it carefully, he did not feel surprised. After all, breaking through at the last minute was the treatment of a child of destiny. Every time they encountered a great enemy or dangerous situation, they would be able to break through their cultivation base and forcefully reverse the situation. He was also familiar with this kind of routine in his previous life. At that time, when he saw this kind of routine, he was really annoyed. He wished he could dig out the brains of those stupid authors and see what was inside. Gu Chang'e did not expect that he would be able to encounter an opponent breaking through at the last minute. The timing of this breakthrough was too deliberate. It was probably because of Long Ting's explosive potential and coincidences. However, facing him, this Long Teng would probably break through a few major realms at the last minute, and it would probably be useless. Thinking of this, Gu Changa's expression was a little playful. Gu Changa, you didn't expect it, right? The heavens are on my side. Today, you're destined to become a corpse. Long Teng let out a low roar, standing at the edge of the sky, his entire body burning with divine fire, runes resplendent, his vitality surging. His head was even more crystal clear, the divine fire burning from head to toe. His cultivation base rose abruptly, more than several times stronger than before. At this moment, he recovered his confident, cold, and disdainful expression. I'm afraid you took the wrong script. Isn't your cultivation higher than mine? Gu Changa still had that completely indifferent attitude, saying casually, with a faint smile. Long Teng saw mockery and playfulness in his expression. This made his heart angry again. He had already broken through to the true God realm now, his cultivation base several times stronger than before. He could definitely kill Gu Changa, this opponent who was stronger than him. That's right, a powerful opponent at the early stage of the Void God realm. I'm not going to play with you anymore. After all, despair is the best time to plunder. In this regard, Gu Changa smiled calmly. He pointed forward. Clang clang clang. In the void, shocking sword chi appeared, carrying with it the intent to destroy everything. There was even a sea of blood rising and falling in the void, immortal corpses piled up. Cut down an immortal king, cut down an immortal defying. The endless immortal art. At this moment, a peerless bronze immortal sword seemed to have appeared in Gu Changa's hand. This is. Many young supreme beings' pupils shrank, and their expressions changed drastically. The expressions of the immortal ancient beings also changed drastically, their souls leaving their bodies, trembling all over. The terrifying sword technique that killed the Ocean Palace's seventh princess. A young supreme being's face was full of fear. Even from far away, he could feel this terrifying aura. In a daze, they saw a bronze immortal sword slashing over in the vast universe, capable of destroying chaos. Chi. Gu Changa stepped out of the void like a peerless sword immortal. To him, being handsome was the end of the matter. As for the offensive power of this sword chi, it contained the sharpness of the endless immortal art and the origin of metal. No matter who came, they would still bleed. Why does this guy have so many tricks up his sleeve? Long Teng's cold and confident expression changed drastically, a little in disbelief. He saw a sword light slash down from the sky. Before it even got close, the surface of his body was cut into countless cracks by the sword chi, as if he was about to explode. His soul was leaving his body. He thought that Gu Changa had already used all his strength before, or else how could he not be a match? But now, Gu Changa's methods were clearly more tyrannical than before. This made him feel despair, and even regret. I don't believe it. Long Teng roared, resisting with all his might, feeling the terrifying killing intent. He might very well die here today. Even if the elders in the clan broke the rules to save him, they might not be able to make it in time. He now regretted not letting the elders break the rules and follow him secretly when he left the clan. Boom! The void trembled. That was a pure killing intent. Long Teng's head was surrounded by an icy aura, as if it would fall off in the next moment. At the critical moment, his eyes turned red, burning his blood essence, erupting with his last resort, breaking free from the will of the rules of certain death. Crack! However, the hardest dragon horn on his head was cut off, falling to the ground with a thud, splashing five-colored blood. Gu Changa put his fingers together and casually slashed down, still stepping forward at extreme speed. You! Long Teng's face was full of horror and a little despair. Blood flowed from the corner of his mouth, and his body couldn't stand steadily. Don't kill me, plunder. Gu Changa was very indifferent to this, only these two words. The luck plunder card was activated. At the same time, a wisp of sword chi, sharp as if it could destroy heaven and earth, easily piercing through Long Ting's glabella, penetrating from front to back. Chapter 149. Pft. Blood splattered everywhere, accompanied by a scream of despair. Long Ting's glabella was directly pierced through by Gu Changa's sword gleam, creating a bloody hole that penetrated from the front to the back. However, this sword gleam had not dissipated yet and firmly pierced through Long Ting's primordial spirit. There was still a look of horror and despair on his face, and he regretted it to the extreme. Long Ting did not expect this at all. Even if he broke through this realm again, he was not Gu Changa's opponent at all. He was severely injured as soon as he made a move. The gap between the two was not something that he could make up for by increasing his realm. Thinking of this, Long Ting was in despair. The terrifying pain was tearing at his primordial spirit, pierced through by the sword aura of the endless immortal mantra. After all, the endless immortal mantra was the strongest primordial spirit attack technique. Gu Changa's figure appeared in front of Long Ting, his robes fluttering in the wind, his body clean. In everyone's eyes, he did not look like he had experienced a great battle at all. If one ignored the colorful blood on his hands, he looked handsome and elegant. At this moment, even Gu Xian was slightly dazed, not knowing what to think. Her small face was slightly red. After all, this was the real Gu Changa that she had imagined before, cold and cruel. At this time, Gu Changa's mind also sounded the notification of the successful use of the Luck Plunderer card. Ding, the Luck Plunderer card is successful, you have obtained 4,000 luck points. Long Ting's luck is 0, triggering the drop rule of the Son of Destiny killing. Gu Changa narrowed his eyes slightly and quickly returned to normal. As he expected. In a desperate state, the success rate of the Luck Plunderer card was the highest. Now, the luck points on Long Ting had already been transferred to him. The only remaining use was to see if there was anything good left after killing it. The additional Heavenly Dao treasure chest, plus the reward given by the system, could be considered a considerable income. At that time, Gu Changa could consider exchanging for another Transcendence bone. After all, this thing was really powerful, allowing him to directly use the rule power without needing to rely on himself to comprehend it. In the end, it would be easy to directly overlap and even control the true laws and even the origin Dao. Lord Long Ting, surnamed Gu, if you know what's good for you, quickly release Lord Long Ting. At this time, many of Long Ting's followers reacted and shouted. Their faces changed greatly as they paled. They were incomparably worried and terrified, afraid that Gu Changa would directly kill Long Ting at this time. Even though the training in the immortal ancient continent was agreed upon by the various orthodoxies, the immortal ancient continent was not a place to be. After arriving here, life and death were not to be discussed. Not even the older generation were allowed to interfere and break the rules. But now, Long Ting was about to be killed. How could they sit still? However, out of fear of Gu Changa, this group of young creatures with either golden wings or bull horns only dared to shout at him, not daring to approach. They were not as stupid and arrogant as Long Ting. They knew that they were no match for him, but they still wanted to go over and die. Even the Long Ting who broke through to the true God realm in a desperate situation was also not Gu Changa's match. Who among the young generation in the immortal ancient continent could stop him? Gu Changa stared at this group of creatures, and an inexplicable thought flashed through his mind. In an instant, this group of creatures trembled all over. Their bodies were cold, and even their souls were trembling. This kind of gaze was filled with condescension and casualness, causing them to be completely frozen in place, not daring to move at all. Master, should we kill them? Seeing this, the followers behind Gu Changa also stepped forward. Some of them grinned, revealing a cold and cruel smile. Facing the powerful immortal ancient creatures, they were not afraid at all. Even someone as strong as Long Ting was not Gu Changa's match. As followers, they were even more so. Kill, Gu Chang'e said indifferently. Killing one Longteng was the same as killing a group of creatures. To him, it was the same. Yes, master. The followers replied respectfully. Immediately, a great battle broke out again. Soon, all the cultivators and creatures on the mountain peak were in an uproar, discussing intensely. No one expected Gu Chang'e to be so ruthless and decisive, not planning to leave anyone alive. But Yu Mingkong, who knew Gu Chang'e well, knew that this was what Gu Chang'e would do. Anyone who dared to offend him would not have a good ending. Seems like the old man in the dark is not stupid. He did not dare to show himself to save Longteng. At this time, Gu Chang'e glanced at the sky in the east, and his smile was a little strange. He naturally sensed that there were immortal ancient continents old antiques spying on them, but he did not care at all. If he had to kill, he would kill. He did not have to worry at all. After all, the battle between him and Longteng was a battle between peers. Life and death were not to be discussed. If he interfered at this time, was he planning to slap all the other forces in the face? Even if the immortal ancient dragon clan saw this scene today, they would not dare to stop it. Soon, Longteng's primordial spirit was shattered in Gu Chang'e's hand, and it disappeared in an instant. Yi Langtian, Wang Wushuang, Peng Fei, and the other young supremes were shocked when they saw this scene. They shook their heads and sighed, smiling bitterly in their hearts. Gu Chang'e's method was really strong. He did not plan to let Longteng live. If they were in his shoes, they would probably hesitate for a long time. However, Gu Chang'e was the successor of the Dao Heaven Immortal Palace and the young master of the Longevity Gu clan, so the immortal ancient continent would not dare to do anything to him. If they really crossed the line, the other supreme Taoism and imperishable sects would not sit back and do nothing. After killing Longteng, Gu Chang'e threw the dragon corpse into his storage ring, not wanting to waste it. At least among those present, no one dared to say anything and take Longteng's corpse back from him. Even if the Dragon Clan's elites showed up, he would not care. Everyone looked at this scene with a complicated expression. They were so shocked that they could not calm down for a long time. What happened today shocked many of the younger generation in the immortal ancient continent, including the native living beings and the cultivators from the outside world. They needed time to calm down. Longteng, who was strong and confident and looked down on everyone, died just like that. Even his corpse was taken away by Gu Chang'e. However, if they were in his shoes, they would not let go of Longteng's corpse either. After all, it contained a lot of Longteng's true blood. It was a good choice to refine it slightly and use it with some herbs to refine the treasure body. It would be even better if they could get a glimpse of the Dragon Clan's innate treasure skill. Many people guessed that this was Gu Chang'e's real plan. At this moment, Gu Chang'e heard the system's notification in his mind. Ding! Mission to kill the Son of Destiny, Longteng, completed. Calculating. The Son of Destiny's luck points have been cleared to 0. You have triggered the drop rule and obtained an additional Heavenly Dao Treasure Chest X1. Mission completed. You have obtained 3,000 luck points and 15,000 fate points. Speaking of which, these two gains were not small. He had obtained 4,000 luck points from plundering. Now, he had obtained 3,000 luck points and 15,000 fate points from completing the mission. Gu Chang'e could do a lot of things again. Open the Heavenly Dao treasure chest. Very soon, he said in his mind. Every time he killed the Son of Destiny, he would obtain a lot of good things. He also wanted to know what Longteng would drop. Buzz. Soon, a dazzling golden treasure chest jumped out in front of Gu Chang'e. It looked very mysterious, and fog surged around it. Then, it opened with a bang. A 5-colored halo spread out from it, and a drop of sparkling blood that seemed to reflect the world floated in it. Ding! Congratulations to Master for obtaining the 5-color True Dragon's Blood Origin. Introduction. The five-colored true dragon's blood is the true blood under the true dragon's hardest scales. It is extremely rare and contains the ultimate defense and recovery power. After seeing this introduction, Gu Chang'e couldn't help but nod slightly. He was quite satisfied. Speaking of which, he just treated Long Teng as an experienced monster. It was a pleasant surprise for such an origin to drop. Gu Chang'e guessed that Long Teng's sudden increase in strength when he was in danger might be related to this five-colored true dragon's blood origin. Soon, Gu Chang'e fused with this talent. A warm and familiar feeling flowed into his limbs and bones. Even his cells seemed to be gushing with a vast amount of life essence. Kacha. Kacha, Gu Chang'e heard the sound of his muscles and bones transforming. It was as if they were quickly dissolving and then reassembling, covered with a subtle feeling like dragon scales. My physique has become much stronger. My vitality and defense. It seems that I have to develop in the direction of omnipotence. Gu Chang'e thought in his heart, but he quickly threw this thought away. His strength had always been increasing very quickly. These talents were just icing on the cake. Chi. Chi. Soon, all the cultivators and living beings who were watching the show from all over the mountain chose to leave. Streaks of divine rainbows swept across the land. Gu Xian'er secretly glanced at Gu Chang'e, and then left with the big red bird. She didn't appear to greet him. She still hated the scene of Gu Chang'e bullying her. She originally wanted to see Gu Chang'e suffer once. But this Long Teng was too useless. He was killed so easily by Gu Chang'e. This made Gu Xian'er, who wanted to find out more about Gu Chang'e's strength, a little angry. The news spread very quickly. Almost in an instant, it was transmitted by cultivators and living beings using shadow recording stones. The result of this battle was within the expectations of many, but the process in the middle was shocking and unbelievable. Not only was Long Teng defeated, he was also dead. Secondly, Gu Chang'e's strength was verified. His strength was beyond doubt. He had indeed entered the ranks of the young taboos. And this was only the most conservative estimate. Then, the news spread very quickly, causing a huge commotion in all areas of the immortal ancient continent. After all, not everyone came to watch the battle. In an instant, it caused a huge commotion among the immortal ancient clans. Gu Chang'e's name also became a taboo existence. Those who heard it were frightened and those who saw it were frightened. Many living beings of the immortal ancient clans planned to avoid him. Even the strongest of their generation, Long Teng, was killed. Now that they had encountered him, could they still survive? How could they encounter such a terrifying young existence in this life? His strength was so strong that it was ridiculous. This made many young people of the immortal ancient continent feel gloomy and gloomy. Then, Gu Chang'e moved and stepped in front of Yu Mingkong's carriage. He looked straight at Yu Mingkong, who was sitting inside. Mingkong, after coming to the immortal ancient continent, you didn't take the initiative to look for your husband. You made me a little sad. Gu Chang'e said casually, as if he wanted to discuss this matter with Yu Mingkong. But there was no sign of sadness on his face. Greetings, young Master Chang'e. Yu Mingkong's followers said respectfully. Gu Chang'e waved his hand. They knew their identities, so they left quickly, leaving some space for the two of them. What's there to be sad about? I'm not around to hinder you. Isn't this what you want? Yu Mingkong, who had watched the battle from the beginning, suddenly felt a little alarmed. After all, she was guilty of scheming against Gu Chang'e. Gu Chang'e looked like he was going to settle the score with her. Hearing this, he said with a calm expression. It was obvious that he was very familiar with Gu Chang'e. She was very good at maintaining her composure. Why do I feel that you're a little nervous? Gu Chang'e seemed to see through her thoughts. Yu Mingkong looked at him through the curtain of the white jade carriage. At this time, she was calm. She knew that she couldn't hide her scheming against Gu Chang'e from him. She answered, after all, I'm guilty. What are you guilty of? Gu Chang'e couldn't help but laugh. Of course I'm guilty. I'm afraid that you'll settle the score with me. Yu Mingkong's voice was cold and a little angry, but she was rolling her eyes in her heart. At this time, Gu Chang'e was still pretending not to know. But from Gu Chang'e's attitude, it seemed that he didn't care about this matter. She heaved a sigh of relief. What's there to settle the score with? After all, it's not your fault that you're good-looking. Gu Chang'e shook his head, giving a look that said, "You're thinking too much." Then he said naturally. Only good-looking people would be coveted. This was a simple logic. Unfortunately, this Long Teng had the wrong idea. Hearing this, Yu Mingkong was stunned, then she blinked her eyes. She found it hard to believe. For a moment, she thought that she had misheard. Was Gu Chang'e praising her for being good-looking? Yu Mingkong couldn't help but feel a little happy. It wasn't easy to hear such words from Gu Chang'e. Chapter 150. Yu Mingkong sat quietly in the white jade carriage. Her hair was tied up in a snail bun, and her face was as beautiful as a painting. His black gemstone-like almond-shaped eyes were calm and deep. But at this moment, her face couldn't help but reveal a slight blush. Her expression seemed to be happy, but also seemed to be pleasantly surprised. It had to be said that Gu Chang'e's words disturbed her state of mind. After all, these words came from Gu Chang'e's mouth, and it was completely different from what others said. If others said this, she wouldn't care and wouldn't take it to heart. But when Gu Chang'e said it, the meaning was different. Yu Mingkong suddenly felt that Gu Chang'e had suddenly become enlightened. He also knew that she was good-looking. Yu Mingkong had always been very confident in her own charm. How many women in the world could be compared to her? But Gu Chang'e just couldn't be moved by her. Whether it was in her previous life or now, it made Yu Mingkong feel a little frustrated. Long Teng had thoughts that she shouldn't have. Letting him die like this is letting him off easy. Gu Chang'e said casually with a faint smile, as if he didn't know Yu Mingkong's current state of mind. After all, there was no need to pay any price to say some nice words. And what he said wasn't wrong. Hearing this, Yu Mingkong stared at him without blinking, as if she wanted to see through him. Long Teng is courting death, he can't blame others. She said calmly. Although she was happy in her heart, she didn't show it on her face. She revealed an indifferent expression. But Gu Chang'e knew that she liked to hear this kind of words, so he didn't care. He also smiled faintly. Indeed, he can't blame others. Even if I didn't kill him, Mingkong, you would probably do it. There was no one else here. Gu Chang'e might as well be frank with Yu Mingkong. As a reincarnator, Yu Mingkong should know what Long Teng's personality was like, but she had to scheme against him. This meant that even she hated Long Teng and wanted to use him to get rid of Long Teng. Gu Chang'e had always indulged and spoiled Yu Mingkong, so he was too lazy to care about her little thoughts. What do you mean? Yu Mingkong acted as if she didn't understand Gu Chang'e's words. She stared at him coldly. Gu Chang'e did not expose her, and only laughed. Long Teng's corpse is in my hands, what exactly do you want from him? Tell me, and I might give you his body. Yu Mingkong was stunned. Gu Chang'e had hit the nail on the head. Recently, she had been thinking of ways to scheme against Long Teng. What she longed for the most was Long Teng's drop of 5-colored true dragon blood. It was said that Long Teng obtained it by chance, and its origin was very mysterious and ancient. If she refined that drop of 5-colored true dragon blood, her strength would definitely increase greatly. Moreover, it also contained the powerful innate talent and surging vitality of the dragon clan. Yu Mingkong did not expect that Gu Chang'e would see through her little thoughts so quickly. She couldn't help but feel a little annoyed and frustrated. Why was she always in a weak position in front of Gu Chang'e? If I tell you, will you give me Long Teng's body? Yu Mingkong calmed herself down and asked. Why have you always been so distrustful of your husband? Gu Chang'e said with a little regret. His expression really made it difficult for Yu Mingkong to guess what he was thinking. After a moment of silence, Yu Mingkong said, I heard that there's a drop of true dragon blood in Long Ting's body. It's very useful to me. She didn't know if Gu Chang'e would go back on his word and not do as he said after telling this to Gu Chang'e. After all, he cultivated the immortal devouring demonic art, and the requirements for various kinds of physical origins were even more frightening. Long Ting's true dragon blood came from that ancient and mysterious primordial dragon. According to Gu Chang'e's selfish personality, he would definitely not let go of such a good thing. Even if she didn't say it, Gu Chang'e would probably be able to refine it. True dragon blood. Hearing this, Gu Chang'e was slightly stunned. He thought about the drop of 5-colored true dragon blood that he had fused with. Could it be the true dragon blood that Yu Mingkong mentioned? However, since it was an additional heavenly treasure chest obtained after killing Longteng, it should be a reward related to Longteng. This reward came from the system. Otherwise, it wouldn't be dropped after killing him after his luck points were reset to 0. In other words, there should be a drop of true dragon blood in Longting's body. To be honest, Gu Chang'e's first reaction was to take back what he had just said. This was a good thing that contained powerful spiritual energy and strong defensive attributes. Naturally, he had to keep it for himself. The more, the better. However, on second thought, he had already fused with 1 drop, and the effect would probably be greatly reduced. Moreover, Gu Chang'e had already sensed Yu Mingkong's resentment. Although he couldn't tell anything from her calm expression through the curtain. How could this be hidden from his thoughts? At that moment, Gu Chang'e couldn't help but laugh. First, you're scheming for Yi Ling's inheritance, and now you're scheming for Long Ting's true dragon blood. Mingkong, what are you thinking about all day? You're really full of evil ideas. These calculations are pretty good. It would have been better if she didn't listen. Once she heard Yu Mingkong, she was secretly annoyed. At that moment, she just wanted to strangle Gu Chang'e. Just now, she was actually a little happy because of Gu Chang'e's praise. What the hell? What did he mean by what she was thinking about all day? She was full of evil ideas. Before saying that, could he think about himself first? Yu Mingkong didn't know where Yi Ling had gone during this period. Presumably, with Gu Chang'e watching, she couldn't have any ideas about Yi Ling's inheritance. Now it seemed. Now that Gu Chang'e said that, she probably didn't even need to think about this drop of true dragon blood. After that, Yu Mingkong didn't say anything. She looked like she didn't want to talk to Gu Chang'e at all. She seemed to be angry. Look at you. It's as if I'm bullying you. Gu Chang'e was still laughing. When he said that, he didn't have any self-awareness at all. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Hearing that, Yu Mingkong suddenly looked up. Her beautiful hair fluttered in the wind. She gritted her teeth on her picturesque face. She looked like she was extremely angry. That look was like an ice blade that wanted to stab him to death. Gu Chang'e, you're really shameless. You only know how to bully me all day. Besides that, what else can you do? She almost jumped out of the carriage. She couldn't bear it anymore. She was so angry at Gu Chang'e's words that she wanted to kill someone. She also felt a little wronged. What did he mean by, like I'm bullying her? Wasn't that obvious? Seeing that, Gu Chang'e also saw the situation and stopped teasing her. He smiled faintly. I can give you Long Ting's body, but before that, you have to call me husband first. What? Yu Mingkong was suddenly stunned. Her bright eyes even widened slightly. She doubted her ears again. Gu Chang'e really intended to give Long Ting's body to her. He didn't covet that drop of true dragon's blood at all. He was so willing. Yu Mingkong suspected that she might have seen a fake Gu Chang'e today. Husband. But soon, afraid that Gu Chang'e would go back on his word, Yu Mingkong immediately shouted coldly. Her face was not red, and her heart was not beating fast. As for this sentence, she was not embarrassed to say it. Ordinary women might be bashful, but she was not. In her previous life, she and Gu Chang'e were already married. In this life, they were also husband and wife. These two words were simply a matter of course. Gu Chang'e smiled. I didn't expect Mingkong to be so obedient. Yu Mingkong suddenly felt that she had been played by him. But after saying that, in Gu Chang'e's storage ring, there was a flash of brilliance, and then the incomparably huge dragon corpse appeared in the void. Long Teng was dead, and his corpse turned into its original form, which looked incomparably huge. But he was not the descendant of the true dragon, but a part of the true dragon's blood flowed in his veins. On the huge corpse, the vitality dissipated, but it still gave people a huge sense of pressure and power. As if it was made of green-black molten iron, the dragon's scales were cold and dazzling, incomparably tough, and filled with a tyrannical aura. Yu Mingkong also stared at this huge dragon corpse. It had only been dead for a while, and its vitality had long dissipated, but Gu Chang'e had not touched it in the slightest. There were no traces of refining. This made her feel relieved. But soon, Yu Mingkong was a little suspicious. Her eyes fell on Gu Chang'e's face and asked, You really don't plan to refine and devour this dragon corpse? Why? After all, Gu Chang'e had the devouring immortal demon technique. He was naturally very lacking in all kinds of physique sources. Would he be so kind as to give Long Teng's true dragon's blood to her? Gu Chang'e didn't covet it. Was he really willing? One question after another appeared in Yu Mingkong's mind. Hearing this, Gu Chang'e couldn't help but smile faintly. Of course I plan to refine and devour Long Teng's source, but since Mingkong wants it, then I'll give it to you. There's no need to ask. Of course, the main reason was that there were more cultivation resources waiting for him in the Black Sky Eagle clan's territory. Gu Chang'e didn't lack such a dragon corpse. Since Yu Mingkong wanted it, then he would give it to her. Hearing that, Yu Mingkong was stunned again. Gu Chang'e's answer suddenly made her a little at a loss. Logically speaking, with Gu Chang'e's previous character, it was impossible for him to agree to such a thing. Otherwise, he wouldn't be looking for cultivation resources everywhere, and even secretly making a move on some young geniuses. Long Teng's source was still very precious, at least many young supremes were far from it. But Gu Chang'e was willing to give it to her. Without any hesitation. This made Yu Mingkong couldn't help but feel moved in her heart, and the anger she had towards Gu Chang'e just now was almost gone. Since the dragon corpse is so important to you, you should keep it for yourself, Yu Mingkong said as if she had been possessed by something. But as soon as the words came out, she was stunned. She didn't expect that she would suddenly say this. It wasn't easy to get something from Gu Chang'e, and now she was giving it back. She was too much of a failure. Words that were said were like water that was spilled. Even if Yu Mingkong regretted it now, she could only endure and not show the slightest abnormality, lest Gu Chang'e laughed at her. Since I said I'll give it to you, then I'll give it to you. When Gu Chang'e heard this, he was a little stunned, and then couldn't help but laugh. Mingkong, you're so considerate of your husband, I'm a little touched. At this time, Yu Mingkong also calmed down, and said naturally on her face, It's not too late for you to realize it now. Her words were full of dissatisfaction and resentment towards Gu Chang'e. Gu Chang'e shook her head and didn't say anything. She sighed and seemed to have something to say. However, he still didn't say anything. Of course, at this time, he was laughing in his heart. To be honest, Gu Chang'e didn't expect Yu Mingkong to suddenly say this, which made him a little surprised. He had already given her the good stuff, but she still had to consider for herself. She was really stupid. Gu Chang'e didn't know what to say to her. However, he was also sure of one thing, even if he didn't do anything. In the end, Yumingkong's strength surpassed his, and even if she was strong enough to kill him, she would still be soft-hearted and unable to do it. At most, she would be like a wronged wife, stomping her feet, throwing the sword on the ground, and turning around to leave. In front of the world, she was clearly the cold-blooded and indifferent future empress. But how could she take revenge like this? However, Gu Chang'e also knew that Yumingkong's change in attitude was the result of his actions during this period of time, so it wasn't surprising. This was completely within reason. Immediately, Gu Chang'e didn't delay, and directly gave the dragon corpse to Yumingkong. Since he had promised something, he wouldn't easily go back on his words. Yumingkong looked at him silently, and didn't know what to say for a while. Just now, she seemed to have caught something from Gu Chang'e's sigh. However, Gu Chang'e's silence made her feel a little annoyed. "I'm leaving." In the end, Gu Chang'e didn't say much. He looked in the direction of the sky, called over his followers, and turned into divine rainbows. Then, he led everyone away from this place. Just now, when he was fighting with Long Teng, if he remembered correctly, there was a wave of cultivation fluctuation. Long Teng had been killed, but there were still some things that needed to be resolved. The immortal ancient remnant race didn't dare to do anything, but they definitely wouldn't accept it. After all, Long Teng was a successor that they had painstakingly nurtured. He died before he could succeed. This was the logic behind Long Teng. Long Teng's corpse is now in Yumingkong's hands, the immortal ancient remnant race might try to snatch it. She can't avoid some trouble, so I'll just take care of it for her. Gu Chang'e muttered to himself. Moreover, in view of today's situation, Gu Chang'e would let Yumingkong fiddle with her own opportunities for the time being. He had already done so much. Next, with Yumingkong's intelligence and her identity as an outer rebirth, she would definitely act according to Gu Chang'e's speculations. Gu Chang'e wasn't worried about this at all. We can put aside the matter of Yi Ling's reincarnation ancient heavenly venerate cave abode for now. According to normal circumstances, it's unlikely for him to find the mysterious cave abode in a short period of time, and it won't be that easy. Along the way, he might have to make a breakthrough in his cultivation or pick up a divine artifact or something. The wedding dress immortal art will also take time to infiltrate the entire Black Sky Eagle race, so it can't be rushed. Gu Chang'e led his many followers and chased after that aura. Many cultivators near the mountain peak had already left by this time. Only a few people stayed behind to greet Gu Chang'e. However, it was obvious that Gu Chang'e didn't care about them at all. Looking in the direction that Gu Chang'e disappeared. In the white jade carriage, Yumingkong had a complicated expression. Then, she rubbed her glabella, feeling very tired. It was mainly because of Gu Chang'e's actions today that made her feel even more puzzled. At that time, Gu Chang'e's fleeting emotions clearly indicated that he had something to say. This was clearly captured by Yumingkong. It was precisely because of this that she felt that perhaps Gu Chang'e had some reason. Whether it was in her previous life or in this life, she had never seen Gu Chang'e like this. According to Gu Chang'e's personality in her previous life, this was too strange. It was as if something had suddenly changed. But no matter what, Gu Chang'e's demonic nature is deeply rooted. Although he doesn't have any ill intentions towards me now, there's no guarantee that it will be the same in the future. In order to prevent the tragedy from repeating, I still have to become stronger. Now, Gu Chang'e's cultivation is even more unfathomable. If his current behavior is actually to confuse me, then it's too scary. Yumingkong was just guessing about the last possibility. After all, it wasn't very likely. Why would Gu Chang'e want to confuse her? She didn't need to think too much about it because there was no need to do so. However, this also strengthened her previous plan. After leaving the immortal ancient continent, she had to investigate everything about Gu Chang'e. Yumingkong didn't want to sit still and wait for death. Since the last time she saw Gu Chang'e at the Gu family, she realized that compared to before, Gu Chang'e had changed a lot. His attitude towards Gu Xian was the same as well. Then, he took a stab and helped Gu Xian. All these seemed to be to make up for the harm he had done to Gu Xian. And today, for the first time, he gave her Long Ting's blood of the real dragon. Yu Mingkong had always thought that Gu Chang'e was an absolutely cold person who put benefits above everything else. It was her misfortune to fall in love with such a person. Not to mention that she loved him so deeply. This was already something that couldn't be described as misfortune. But now, she saw a change in Gu Chang'e. This made Yu Mingkong feel hopeful. Go to the Baiheng mountain range in the east. Then, Yu Mingkong ordered to go to that place to make arrangements. Because according to the memory of her previous life, the Baiheng mountain range was the place where immortal essences were born. Chapter 151. In the depths of immortal ancient continent, in a vast primitive mountain range, there were many towering divine mountains. Endless fog shrouded them, and immortal light lingered. Divine light rushed into the heavens. Many powerful qi and blood fluctuations appeared in the horizon, causing the mountain range to rumble and shake like an earthquake. At this moment, this was a bleak scene. Many clansmen couldn't help but cry out in grief. Young Master Long Teng was killed. No one even retrieved the corpse. A group of dragon clan creatures knelt in front of an ancient palace. Their faces were pale, without a trace of blood. Even their souls were trembling. This was a terrifying matter that shook the entire immortal ancient dragon clan. Long Teng was the hope of this generation. Many clan elders felt that Long Teng had the potential of a true dragon. In the future, he could wield the will of the heavens and sweep through everything. But now, Long Teng was killed. This made the entire immortal ancient dragon clan furious. Many clansmen were frightened, feeling disbelief. Because how could someone as powerful as Long Teng be killed by someone of the same generation? But this was the truth. If the person who killed Long Teng was an ordinary person, it would be fine. But the other party was the young master of a longevity family from the outside world, and also the successor of an imperishable sect. With such a status, the immortal ancient dragon clan could do nothing to the other party. If that bottom line was really crossed. At that time, they would not only be facing one or two orthodoxies, but also many powers from the outside world. The entire immortal ancient continent would probably be turned upside down. We have to bear with this even if we can't. Long Teng's skills were inferior, and he was defeated by someone of the same generation. Our clan has no complaints. Within the palace, a terrifying old man with a dragon horn spoke with a face full of grief, suppressing his voice. But we must retrieve his corpse after he dies. This is already the biggest concession we can make. If they couldn't even retrieve his corpse after he died, it would be a disgrace to the immortal ancient dragon clan's name. After Long Teng died, his spirit in heaven would not be able to rest in peace. Most importantly, the true dragon blood in Long Teng's body could not be lost. When the time came, they could use this to create another successor. Third Elder, what if young Master Gu doesn't agree? In the palace, someone could not help but ask, worried that Gu Chang'e would not return Long Teng's corpse. He will return it. If he doesn't, then I'll use the Dragon Emperor token to unite with the other races and clean up the younger generation in the outside world. The grief on the third elder's face disappeared as he said coldly. He did not believe that when the time came, Gu Chang'e would be able to withstand such pressure. Once the Dragon Emperor token was issued, all the lost tribes in the immortal ancient continent had to obey them. However, in order not to cross that bottom line, all the young creatures in the immortal ancient continent would unite. This way, even if the other orthodoxies were enraged, they would not be able to find a reason to attack. After all, both sides had agreed that the older generation was not allowed to interfere. In his opinion, no matter how powerful Gu Chang'e was, he would have no choice but to retreat when facing the pressure of the immortal ancient clans. Their request was not excessive, they just wanted to return Long Ting's corpse. Boom! At the same time, among the mountains and ruins, streams of flowing light streaked across the sky and into the distance. Upon seeing this, the expressions of many cultivators and beings changed drastically, and they all retreated in various directions. They were afraid that they would accidentally bump into this group of people. Everyone probably knew the young man who was leading the group. Even someone as powerful as Long Teng, the leader of the immortal ancient clans, was killed by him. This incident caused a commotion in the immortal ancient continent, stirring up thousands of storms. To put it bluntly, there were no young creatures or cultivators who did not turn around after seeing Gu Chang'e. This is a real young taboo. His strength is boundlessly powerful. If you see him in the future, stay away from him. On a mountain peak, a young Heaven's Pride was solemnly explaining this to his junior brothers and sisters. Senior brother, what does he know? Didn't he kill the young people of the immortal ancient clans and intimidate the immortal ancient creatures? Why do we have to stay away from him? A more innocent girl looked at the departing figure of the young man who looked like an immortal. She could not help but blush and ask in confusion. Don't think that he's a good person just because he's good-looking. You should know that many young supreme beings have died in his hands. The senior martial brother said with a resentful look on his face. During this period of time, Gu Chang'e's followers could be seen everywhere in the immortal ancient continent where divine light rushed into the clouds. He did not show himself. Just the appearance of the followers made it so that no one dared to make a move to steal from them. Some people did not believe it and still wanted to steal the treasures. In the end, they were killed on the spot. This incident sent chills down the backs of many Heaven's Prides. There were many opportunities in the immortal ancient continent. If they encountered Gu Chang'e, they had no choice but to retreat. Therefore, when they encountered something good, they could only pray that Gu Chang'e would not find it. After all, in terms of strength, Gu Chang'e could really do whatever he wanted. Not to mention the other Heaven's Prides, Gu Chang'e even stole the treasures of the disciples of the Tao Heaven Immortal Palace. Such a robber's behavior made many Heaven's Prides angry, but they did not dare to say anything. And now, Gu Chang'e was chasing after someone. He did not know that he had been targeted by the dragon tribe in the depths of the immortal ancient continent. Of course, if he knew, he would not care. He might even chuckle. What a coincidence. Because he also had his eyes on the immortal ancient continent's remnant tribe. To be honest, the dragon clan was his main target. Because Gu Chang'e knew that when the immortal essence appeared in the future, it would definitely alarm the older generation and even affect many orthodoxies in the outside world. At that time, everyone would be in trouble. The immortal ancient continent's remnant tribe would not be spared. The dragon tribe's remnant tribe was definitely the tribe with the deepest foundation. The person who was spying in the dark back then has not shown himself after being chased by me for so many days. He sure is patient. Gu Chang'e narrowed his eyes. He was the only witness when he handed Long Ting's corpse to Yumingkong. Since Long Ting had the true dragon's blood in his body, his corpse was a hidden danger. Gu Chang'e did not know if the rest of the immortal ancient dragon tribe knew about this. If they knew, they would definitely think of a way to get Long Ting's corpse back. After all, that drop of blood was equivalent to the blood of an ancestor. For the immortal ancient race who valued bloodlines, its value and importance was self-evident. Therefore, it was very likely that he would become the target of the immortal ancient dragon tribe for a period of time. The immortal ancient dragon tribe thought that Long Ting's corpse was in his hands. They did not know that he had already handed the corpse to Yumingkong. The only witness was the person he was currently chasing. Gu Chang'e had already planned to make a fuss about this matter. Naturally, he would not allow this matter to be exposed. Besides, he was the one who killed Long Ting. If the immortal ancient dragon tribe found out that the corpse was not in his hands, they would find trouble with Yumingkong and implicate her. What would that count as? Would that count as him tricking Yumingkong? Gu Chang'e had never considered doing this. Although Yu Mingkong would occasionally trick him and secretly scheme against him, Yu Mingkong truly loved him deeply. Gu Chang'e was not heartless. He could naturally feel this. That was why he doted on Yu Mingkong so much. Gu Chang'e was planning to get rid of this hidden danger to ensure that Yu Mingkong would not be implicated. Of course, I can't do this for free. I have to find a way to let Yu Mingkong know. Gu Chang'e thought of this and could not help but smile. He was not prepared to be a nameless hero. If he did a good deed and did not let others know, then what was the point of doing a good deed? He wanted nothing more than for Yu Mingkong to know that he had taken the initiative to protect his woman. She would definitely be moved to tears. "And, why aren't you running anymore?" Suddenly, Gu Chang'e's thoughts returned. He noticed that the aura in front of him had stopped and did not continue to go deeper. There were mountains nearby, but there was a relatively remote city in the middle. The city was not very big, and could only accommodate a few 100,000 people. However, most of them were creatures of the immortal ancient, and very few were cultivators from the outside world. Gu Chang'e felt that the aura should be hiding in the city. Immediately, he did not hesitate in the slightest and rushed over with the people behind him. "After running for so many days, are you planning to tell me all your cards? Or are you waiting for my arrival in the city in front and secretly setting up a trap? Or are you planning to mix in, hide your aura, and use this to escape?" Gu Chang'e narrowed his eyes. To be able to be chased by him for so long, the strength of the opponent was definitely powerful. It was impossible for him to be of the younger generation. However, he did not care in the slightest. The fact that the dragon corpse was not in his hands could not be exposed during this period of time. "Seal the city in front for me. If anyone suspicious comes out, capture them or kill them." Gu Chang'e ordered the followers behind him. Then, he took the lead and turned into a divine rainbow. "Yes, master." Soon, a group of powerful creatures and cultivators surrounded the ancient city in front of them. Surging divine lights of all colors appeared in all directions, planning to lock down all the skies. At the same time, in the city, a middle-aged woman with golden wings was strolling on the streets, not continuing to run. She was frowning in thought, her expression gloomy. Logically speaking, Long Teng was killed, and the dragon clan was furious. I shouldn't have this kind of vague uneasiness. After all, this has nothing to do with me. Also, who exactly has been chasing me these past few days? She muttered to herself, feeling that her heart was not calm. This was a very terrifying intuition. No one would dare to believe it if she said it out loud. That was why she had been running the entire time, not daring to stop at all. After witnessing the battle between Long Teng and Gu Chang'e, she did not leave, but secretly observed for a while. She felt that Long Teng's matter would not be so simple. Perhaps she could use this to curry favor with the Dragon Clan and improve her status in the clan. In the immortal ancient continent, the Dragon Clan was the absolute overlord and the royal family, ruling over everything. Right, it should be Gu Chang'e. That young taboo from the outside world seemed to have noticed me at that time. If it is him, why is he chasing me? Is it because I saw him give Long Teng's corpse to his fiancée? Asking for fresh flowers, thinking of this, the middle-aged woman with golden wings suddenly had a flash of light in her eyes. What is hidden in Long Teng's corpse? Why is he chasing after me? Or is it because of other reasons? At this time, the uneasiness in her heart grew stronger. The middle-aged woman with golden wings suddenly changed her expression. She felt several powerful auras coming from the horizon, and knew that it was the group of people who had been chasing her. In this city, there were several young members of her clan, so she planned to use this opportunity to inform her clan to come and help. She had never thought that there would be a time when she would be chased by a young junior. However, the other party's strength was so strong that it made her heart beat faster. Even as a divine realm existence, she was afraid and was not confident that she could take him down. Third Ant, why are you here? At this time, in front of a pavilion, several young creatures, both male and female, recognized the middle-aged woman with golden wings, and could not help but shout in surprise. Shwe, why are you all here? The middle-aged woman with golden wings frowned, and hurried to the pavilion. The uneasiness in her heart grew stronger. At the same time, the middle-aged woman with golden wings glanced outside the city. Seeing that no one had landed here, she heaved a sigh of relief. Soon, several young creatures led her to the pavilion. Third Ant, I heard that you went to watch the battle this time. Is Lord Longting really dead? Along the way, several young creatures revealed expressions of grief and disbelief as they questioned the golden-winged middle-aged woman. The leader of the younger generation, Longting, had died in that battle, which was a heavy blow to them, and they were unwilling to accept it. Many people didn't believe it. When she heard this, the middle-aged woman with golden wings frowned and said, Why are you all asking about this? Also, why are there so many people gathered here? She noticed that there were many young creatures in the pavilion, all of them from Immortal Ancient's various clans' younger generation. We are discussing how to get revenge for Lord Longting. Think of a way to kill that great evil named Guchanga. When she heard this, a young woman stood out. Her facial features were pretty, and she was quite pretty. She also had a pair of wings behind her. When Guchanga was mentioned, it was full of hatred and killing intent, as if she really wanted to hack him to pieces. She was one of Longting's admirers. This time, Longting was defeated and killed, his reputation sweeping the floor, triggering a huge commotion among Immortal Ancient's clans. This was especially the case for those who normally admired Longting, so the blow was even greater. In their hearts, Longting was an undefeated legend. Even now, there were still many people who weren't willing to believe this matter. Right now, many people were gathered in the pavilion to discuss this matter. Many of them hadn't even seen Guchanga before, but that didn't affect their hatred for Guchanga. Among the many young supreme beings who came to Immortal Ancient Continent, they only remembered Guchanga. When the middle-aged woman with golden wings heard this, she sighed slightly. Even though she also wanted to take action to capture Guchanga and serve the Dragon Clan. However, at that time, under the gazes of so many people, she didn't dare to do so at all. Moreover, she felt that with her own strength, she might not be able to do so. Don't talk about it anymore. You all should speak less about this matter. Guchanga's strength is too great, not something that can be solved through discussion. She shook her head, directly pouring cold water on this group of youngsters. Impossible. Guchanga definitely used some kind of trick back then. Otherwise, his strength is far inferior to Lord Longting's. It is definitely impossible for him to defeat Lord Longting. Some young creatures didn't believe it, their faces turning red. The human race of the outside world is despicable. In my opinion, that Guchanga is nothing more than a despicable person. I heard that he only succeeded because he launched a sneak attack. If he fought Lord Longting fair and square, he would definitely be the one to die. The woman who spoke just now also said hatefully, not willing to accept it at all. Hearing the words of the middle-aged woman with golden wings, it was like igniting a bomb. All the young creatures in the pavilion began to shout in indignation. They said that Longting was so great and invincible, and that his opponent was a despicable and shameless person who won by using improper means. Hearing these words, the middle-aged woman with golden wings' expression changed slightly, and she felt helpless. She was there, so she naturally knew that these rumors were just words used by the races of Immortal Ancient to smear Guchanga and elevate Longting. At this time, she couldn't pour cold water on them and attack them. This kind of unity to resist the cultivators of the outside world wasn't a bad thing. Moreover, they needed a Guchanga to vent their anger on the younger generation of the various races of Immortal Ancient. That was why when she saw the young creature's resentful expressions, she nodded. She nodded and said, "You're right. I was also there at the time. Lord Longteng indeed died very sullenly. His opponent was very despicable, using all kinds of underhanded moves. Lord Longteng disdained to make a move. As she spoke, the middle-aged woman with golden wings suddenly shivered, as if she was being stared at by some terrifying existence. At the entrance of the pavilion, a young man in moon-white feathered clothes walked in unhurriedly with his hands behind his back. He had a calm smile on his face. "What are you talking about? Since it's so lively, why don't you let me listen as well?" The middle-aged woman with golden wings looked at him, her pupils constricting. A terrifying chill appeared on her back. Her entire body was ice-cold, as if she had fallen into an ice house. 1000. Chapter 152. In the pavilion, the golden-winged middle-aged woman felt cold all over. At this moment, even her divine soul was trembling. She didn't even dare to turn her head, for fear that the young creatures behind her would see her pale face. Gu Chang'e. How did he find her? And when did he walk in? Why was it that none of the immortal ancient creatures outside detected it? The golden-winged middle-aged woman felt cold all over. She was from the Golden Crow clan. Of course, she only had a part of the Golden Crow's blood flowing in her veins. She wasn't a real Golden Crow. Although her strength was only in the divine realm, she could be considered one of the best in the same realm. Facing Gu Chang'e, she only felt fear and trepidation. This young man was so powerful that it made people feel terrified. Especially just now, she even slandered Gu Chang'e behind his back. Gu Chang'e definitely heard those words. At this moment, the golden-winged middle-aged woman felt extremely desperate. "Why didn't you continue? I'm still very curious," Gu Chang'e asked. Then he casually found a place to sit down with a faint smile on his face, as if he had returned to his own home. He didn't feel unnatural or embarrassed at all. The young creatures in the pavilion were still a little confused at this moment. They hadn't realized why a human had suddenly walked in. Most of them had only heard of Gu Chang'e's name, but no one had actually seen his real face. Many people even guessed that Gu Chang'e was a ferocious and ugly person, but they didn't think of this elegant young man in front of them at all. "Who are you? How did you get in?" At this moment, the beautiful woman with wings frowned and asked unhappily. She had never had a good impression of the human race. To them, who had always valued bloodline inheritance, the human race was so despicable that they couldn't be compared to the ancient and honorable ones. But now that the immortal ancient continent had opened, a large number of humans had poured in, which made them feel extremely disgusted. "Of course I walked in. The door is right there, and no one stopped me," Gu Chang'e replied naturally. After all, who could stop him from walking freely in the sun of the void? Unless a saint realm existence sealed the space. But how many saints could there be in such a small city? Here, he could do whatever he wanted. When they heard that no one was stopping Gu Chang'e, quite a few young creatures were still frowning in disbelief. It was impossible to enter this small gathering without an invitation. But why would a human have an invitation? Or was the servant at the door seeing things? Gu. At this time, the golden-winged middle-aged woman reacted with a trembling voice. Just as she was about to speak, she was interrupted by Gu Chang'e with a chuckle. "We've been friends for so many days, so there's no need to say these words." After chasing the golden-winged middle-aged woman for so many days, it wasn't wrong to call her an old friend. Hearing this, she gave Gu Chang'e a smile that was uglier than crying. "Young master, you must be joking." She felt a chill run down her back, as if she was facing an exceptional vicious beast. She couldn't even speak clearly. Gu Chang'e definitely had the power to kill all of them here. At this moment, their lives were in Gu Chang'e's hands. She didn't dare to reveal Gu Chang'e's true identity. She didn't know what Gu Chang'e's purpose was, but she was sure that he didn't have good intentions. "Third aunt, who is he?" a young woman with golden wings asked. She was also very dissatisfied, so she didn't directly ask Gu Chang'e to leave. The middle-aged woman smiled bitterly. She didn't know what to say at this time. Her heart was full of fear. Gu Chang'e acted as if he didn't see these creatures' hateful expressions. He poured himself a cup of wine, raised it to his lips, and took a sip. He couldn't help but smile and praise, "This wine is not bad. It contains many kinds of celestial fruits." Hearing this, someone immediately showed a disdainful expression and said, "This is wine that only exists in the immortal ancient continent. You can't drink it in the outside world. You can't see it even if you want to." Gu Chang'e nodded in agreement, "Yes, but it doesn't matter. I will drink it in the future." No one understood the meaning behind his words. At this moment, they didn't know why, but they felt uncomfortable and uneasy. This young man had an aura that made them tremble. "Who are you? Why did you come to our banquet?" Someone couldn't help but shout. They couldn't see through Gu Chang'e's power, but since he was about the same age as them, he shouldn't be too powerful. After all, the cultivators in the outside world were known to be weaker than them. Even Lord Longteng was a whole realm higher than his opponent. If he hadn't been used despicable means, how could he have been killed? This was a pain in their hearts forever. They didn't have a good impression of this strange man in front of them. They couldn't wait to attack and kill him. Who I am is not important. What's important is that I am very interested in what you said just now. Gu Chang'e smiled casually. He looked at everyone in front of him with interest. This game of cat and mouse was really interesting. At the same time, he glanced at the golden-winged middle-aged woman. There was an indescribable meaning in his eyes. The middle-aged woman understood the meaning, and her face became even paler. "If you dare to say my identity, all of you here will die." This was Gu Chang'e's intention. Her entire body was trembling, unable to suppress the fear. Third Aunt, what's wrong? The woman who spoke just now noticed her abnormality and couldn't help but ask. Hearing this, the middle-aged woman hurriedly shook her head and said, I'm fine." The group of young creatures present were not stupid. They had clearly sensed the abnormality from this place. Why was this expert from the Golden Crow clan so scared when this young man came in? This is the territory of our immortal ancient clans. No matter how arrogant this person is, what does he dare to do? Some people felt disdain, thinking that no matter how terrifying this man was, he wouldn't dare to cause trouble in their territory. What did you say? We were obviously talking about that despicable guy named Gu Chang'e. We will kill him and take revenge for Lord Longteng. Immediately, a beautiful woman with feathers said hatefully. Her voice was full of killing intent and anger. He is the young genius of your human race. In a fair battle, he used despicable methods to kill Lord Longteng. We will remember this grudge. The other creatures also said. At this moment, it seemed that all the hatred was directed at Gu Chang'e. Everyone could not wait to crusade against him. They didn't notice that when the golden-winged middle-aged woman heard this, she was trembling like a sieve. Her face, which was facing away from them, was completely pale. Oh! How despicable and shameless was Gu Chang'e! Hearing this, Gu Chang'e's expression didn't change at all. Instead, he asked with interest. He didn't have the slightest self-awareness of being a great villain. That guy first launched a sneak attack during the battle, then used the creatures of our immortal ancient clans as a threat. He told Lord Longteng not to resist, or he would kill. Lord Longteng didn't resist for the sake of the overall situation. Otherwise, how could a puny Nihility realm cultivator like him hurt Lord Longteng? When they heard this, everyone was filled with righteous indignation. It was as if their anger had been ignited. They were incomparably indignant and murderous. At this moment, the entire pavilion was filled with their anger and hatred. Oh, in that case, Gu Chang'e is really a despicable and shameless villain. Hearing this, Gu Chang'e still raised his glass and took a sip of wine. He nodded with a look of agreement. Hearing him say this, everyone was a little stunned. They thought that as a human, he would try to defend himself. However, they didn't expect him to agree. For a moment, they didn't know what to say. Some people's attitudes even softened. It seems that Gu Chang'e isn't a good person among the human race. I really don't know where the name of the young taboo came from. He doesn't deserve it. However, the feathered woman was still speaking hatefully. Her words showed that she couldn't wait to tear Gu Chang'e into pieces. At this time, the golden-winged middle-aged woman's face was ashen. She felt that Gu Chang'e's aura had already locked onto her. As long as she made the slightest move, she would face Gu Chang'e's thunderous attack. Therefore, she didn't even dare to say a word. However, I think you guys are still wrong about one thing. Gu Chang'e said with a smile. The expression on his face even made them feel like they were bathed in a spring breeze. What's wrong? Someone was stunned and then asked. Gu Chang'e is indeed despicable and shameless, but he loves to kill innocent people the most. For example, especially those who slander him behind his back, he shows no mercy. Gu Chang'e smiled faintly and replied. Right? As he spoke, he asked the golden-winged middle-aged woman behind him. When the middle-aged woman heard this, her entire body trembled. She quickly turned around and squeezed out a smile. Young master, what are you saying? This is all fake, all fake. These rumors are all fake. They were merely slandered maliciously by others. Back then, Longteng had no strength to resist at all. She continued to speak. However, these words immediately made the young creatures widen their eyes. They were all wondering if they heard wrong. Someone was so angry that his face turned red. He shouted, "What nonsense are you spouting? How could Lord Longting be defeated in a direct confrontation? How was this possible? This was simply a fantasy story. This was something impossible. Lord Longtang was born undefeatable, destined to sweep through the world. He is the young leader of immortal ancients' various clans. There is no way he would lose, especially to a human." Many people shouted, feeling like their beliefs were being insulted. These words made the golden-winged middle-aged woman's entire body tremble uncontrollably. She wanted to stop them, but it was too late. "Yeah, what nonsense are you spouting? I, Gu Chang'e, am nothing more than a despicable person. How could I be as strong as you say?" At this time, Gu Chang'e also stared at her, speaking. The smile on his face didn't diminish, becoming even more interested. "What?" These words immediately made the young creatures in front of him stunned, and then they became stupefied. A few people didn't even react. The woman who hated Gu Chang'e so much, the one who was furious, was also stupefied. She pointed at him, momentarily speechless. "You, what did you say?" She was incomparably shocked, simply unable to believe this. Did they hear wrong? This young man in front of them was actually Gu Chang'e. When they reacted, this group of creatures immediately widened their eyes, their bodies becoming ice cold. They froze in place, as if they fell into an ice cellar. Especially just now, they were actually cursing Gu Chang'e in front of Gu Chang'e. Their scalps were going numb, finding this hard to believe. "Didn't you just say you wanted to kill me to get revenge for Longteng? Now, I am right in front of you all." Gu Chang'e said with a playful expression, like a cat playing with a mouse. As soon as he finished speaking, he waved his sleeve, and the entire pavilion rumbled, as if a thick fog was rising. Runes flickered, as if it had been absorbed into a world. No, the winged woman who was cursing him in front of him was struck by a terrifying force in fear, horror, and despair. She exploded into a bloody mist on the spot, her body and soul destroyed. The rest of the people came to their senses, knowing that a battle to the death was unavoidable today. Fight it out with him. Avenge Lord Longteng. Kill. This group of young creatures was furious, but at the same time, they were frightened to find that the world had been sealed. Their only way was to kill Wuxia in front of them, or else they wouldn't be able to escape at all. Boom! All kinds of divine lights appeared on their bodies. They covered all directions, hazy and blurry. Some took out their Dharma artifacts, some tore divine talismans, and some roared loudly, displaying their strongest means to break out. At this moment, they seemed to have become warriors who were ready to die, ready to fight to the death with Wuxia, the great villain. Wuxia, if you have anything to do with me, come at me. Let them go. At this time, they had already shed all pretense of cordiality. The middle-aged woman did not have the slightest hesitation. She stood in front of Wuxia with trembling words. A powerful aura began to rise from her body. Her divine realm cultivation base was undoubtedly displayed. The terrifying and surging divine realm Dharma body was like a galaxy, incomparably vast, as if it was about to rush out of the pavilion and appear outside. Let them go. Who will let me go? Wuxia smiled faintly. Buzz. The divine light was as heavy as billions of stars. As Wuxia's palm fell, the sky and earth turned upside down, and the universe shook as if billions of stars were falling. Puff! The golden-winged middle-aged woman suddenly coughed up blood as if she was struck by lightning. She was slapped to the ground, and her body exploded. Countless bones were broken. How can you be so strong? Her expression was filled with despair and disbelief. After all, she was a divine realm Dharma body. She was usually high and mighty, so powerful that she could easily slaughter an entire city. She knew that she might not be a match for Wuxia, but that should be after Wuxia used many methods. In the end, in front of Wuxia, she could not even withstand a single slap. At this moment, her divine soul was trembling, and she was in extreme despair. It was not an accident that Long Teng was killed by such a young taboo. He was so powerful that it made people despair. Even the older generation might not be a match for him, so who in the younger generation could compete with him? How is this possible? What? Even Third Ant is not a match for him. Third Ant is a divine realm Dharma body. Could it be that Lord Long Teng was really killed by him? Witnessing this scene with their own eyes, all the living beings were in despair. The most powerful existence around them was almost killed by Wuxia's palm. What did they count for? What a pity. I wanted to play with you for a while more. Wuxia's expression was regretful, but there was not much regret in his words at all. Boom! He quickly attacked, too lazy to waste any more time. His large palm crossed the space in front of him, and in an instant, it was as if he had split open the universe. This space had been sealed, so the commotion here would not be leaked out at all. Boom! A terrifying aura appeared, turning into a huge millstone that was enough to crush everything, so powerful that it made people's divine souls tremble. No, I don't want to die. It was accompanied by screams. The bloody mist collapsed one after another. No matter how the young living beings in front of him resisted, it was useless. The difference was too great. Except for one person who survived, the rest of the living beings were all destroyed here. The one who survived was a terrified, pale woman with feathers on her body. She was looking at Wuxia in horror. Don't kill me. She trembled in fear. She never thought that all of them combined could not be compared to Wuxia's casual palm. This person was simply too terrifying. They were completely no match for him. Wuxia looked at her and smiled faintly. No rush. I won't kill you now. Why are you doing this? At the side, the golden-winged middle-aged woman was obviously in despair. She wanted to use her heavenly god celestial artifact, but as Wuxia attacked again, it directly exploded in the void with a bang and turned into ashes. He smashed it with one palm. Her face was pale, completely drained of blood. You saw something you shouldn't have seen. Can you blame me? Gu Chang'e smiled casually. After doing this, it was as easy as killing a group of ants. I can swear on my Tao heart that I won't tell anyone. Please spare my life. The golden-winged middle-aged woman was in despair. She did not expect that because of a trace of thought, she would bring about such a disaster. She could not help but kneel on the ground, wanting to beg for mercy, wanting to live. No one wanted to die. Compared to swearing on one's Tao heart, I still believe in the dead. Gu Chang'e smiled faintly, not prepared to let her go. He had always been meticulous in his actions and would not leave behind any hidden dangers. Then, he attacked and smashed the middle-aged woman to death with a single palm, destroying her body and soul. After doing all this, he did not choose to leave. Instead, he was waiting for the right time. After all, Gu Chang'e did not plan to deal with this scene. Otherwise, how could he let others know that he had done such a good deed? The woman he left alive was obviously scared silly. Previously, she had even said that she wanted to kill Gu Chang'e to avenge her Lord Longteng. But now, she was just short of urinating on the spot. Speaking of which, at this time, someone should have noticed the abnormality here. Gu Chang'e estimated the time and then retracted the array patterns that enveloped the surroundings. Suddenly, a strong smell of blood drifted out. Soon, many of the living beings on the street sensed it. What a strong smell of blood. What's going on? What happened? Why is there such a strong smell of blood? Someone was shocked, hurrying towards the direction of this aura. Damn it! Immediately, a powerful creature noticed the scene in the pavilion. His expression immediately changed, becoming furious as he rushed over. Soon after, they saw the scene there. Within the bloody mist, a young man was currently leisurely slapping a featherman race heaven's pride to death. Sensing their arrival, he seemed to be a bit surprised. Huh? Someone actually noticed me. After speaking, the space in front of the young man became blurry. He turned around and stepped inside. Behind him, a large group of experts from various clans rushed over, but they did not have time to stop him. Their faces were ashen as they roared towards the sky. Damn it! Coming to our territory to kill people. This is simply going too far. They roared angrily, going crazy with hatred, releasing shocking roars. There were even their clansmen here. This grudge had to be avenged. The most important thing was that they did not even see who that young man was, what he looked like. Chapter 153. Buzz. In the void 3,000 miles away from the ancient city. Gu Chang'e's figure walked out of it. He turned around and looked at the chaotic city with a smile on his face. He did not feel guilty at all. Didn't the various clans of Immortal Ancient want to take revenge on him? Then let's see who's faster. Of course, the main reason was that Gu Chang'e wanted to get rid of the hidden danger of exposing the dragon corpse first. When the time came, even if the various clans of Immortal Ancient suspected him, there was nothing they could do. It might even increase the hatred between the various clans of Immortal Ancient and the orthodoxies of the outside world. Gu Chang'e's plan was vicious. Killing two birds with one stone. When the time came, the waters of Immortal Ancient would become even more chaotic, which was a good thing for him. Master, we've gotten rid of all the suspicious people. Soon, Gu Chang'e's followers from all over the place rushed over and reported respectfully. They obeyed Gu Chang'e's orders and stopped the suspicious living beings nearby. Hearing this, Gu Chang'e nodded and said, "Very good. Let's go." In this way, the living beings who saw him coming here were also dealt with. Coincidentally, he controlled the time very well. When he was discovered, he was killing people. Otherwise, it would seem too deliberate, and it would have the opposite effect. Gu Chang'e's plan was to let Yu Mingkong guess that he was protecting her. However, he could not make it too obvious. Otherwise, when the time came, Yu Mingkong would suspect him again. That would not be good. Gu Changge naturally did not like to do a good deed, but still be unknown in the dark. Otherwise, what was the point of doing a good deed? To him, if he spent a bit of effort to do a good deed, he would definitely spend a lot of effort to publicize it. Otherwise, when the time came, how could he make Yu Mingkong so moved? He wanted her to understand that her husband was also very good to her. At the thought of this, Gu Changge also left with his followers. He did not plan to stay any longer. Soon, many of the heaven's prides of immortal ancient clans were ambushed by a young supreme being of the human race during a gathering. This shocked the entire immortal ancient clans. The Featherman race and the Golden Crow race were incomparably furious. This was because many of the geniuses from the two clans had also died. It was during that banquet that their bodies and souls were directly destroyed. Not even a speck of dust was left. Moreover, one of the Golden Crow clan's heavenly deity realm experts was also killed, causing a huge commotion. Because that was no longer something that could be done by the younger generation with their own strength. Or they could rely on external forces, such as artifacts, secret treasures, and so on. Either that, or they had incomparably terrifying strength that could kill heavenly deities. Moreover, the fluctuations at that time were not large, otherwise, it would not have caused such a small commotion that many experts only discovered later. This was a great humiliation for immortal ancients' various clans, making them incomparably furious. They began to search everywhere. In that instant, quite a few immortal ancient clans began to suspect who exactly did this. After all, to be able to silently sneak into the ancient city, avoid everyone, and then silently kill people before safely retreating. Such a method was obviously not something that an ordinary young genius could do. Apart from a few young supreme martial artists who possessed extreme speed, there were probably not many who could do it. And what was the reason for this? Why did he do this? Unfortunately, everyone there died, their bodies and souls directly erased. Even if they wanted to investigate, it would be difficult to find anything. Then, many immortal ancient creatures narrowed down the scope of their guesses, in the end settling on a few heavenly geniuses from the outside world. Among them, Gu Changge was the most suspicious, and also the most likely culprit. Only, no one could prove that this was done by him. Towards this, Gu Changge naturally acted like he didn't know what was going on, putting on a "stop talking, it wasn't me" look. This made many immortal ancient creatures furious. They were already certain that this was done by Gu Changge. However, even though they were certain, they couldn't bring out any proof. In that instant, after Long Ting's death, immortal ancients' clans stirred up great waves again. Many young creatures gathered on their own, planning to suppress Gu Changge. These actions unavoidably harmed other young cultivators. The gap and hatred between the outside world and immortal ancients' clans also continuously grew. During this period of time, one could often see creatures from both sides kill until their eyes turned red. For the sake of a bit of opportunity, they continuously fought, blood flowing in all directions. Meanwhile, immortal ancient dragon clan also released news, having Gu Changge hand over Long Ting's corpse, or else suffer the consequences. In that instant, these words triggered a huge commotion. Towards this, Gu Changge's reply was also extremely domineering. Impossible. It was to the extent where he even said that immortal ancient dragon clan's younger generation had to appear, or else he would kill every single one he saw. These words were naturally not just empty words. After saying this, that very day, Gu Changge then brought his majestic followers, searching everywhere for young creatures related to immortal ancient dragon clan, wantonly killing them. His domineering actions left immortal ancients' clans and the outside world's inheritances endlessly shaken. Immortal ancient continent stirred up a storm of blood. However, immortal ancient dragon clan still didn't dare send their younger generation to contend against Gu Changge. The higher level clansmen's expressions became ugly to the extreme. Several clan elders even more so smashed apart the clan's jade table. 100 horizontal mountain range, within a grand and majestic historical ruin. Yu Mingkong led a group of followers, occupying this place, as if waiting for something. Apart from her, only a few cultivators and creatures were in this area. Just as Gu Chang'e predicted, she naturally also learned of the news from these past few days. It seems like after he disappeared, he went to hunt down the expert that was hiding in the dark. Yu Mingkong stood on top of a mountain peak, her expression calm and profound. Her bare feet were purer than snow, her hair danced in the wind, her dress fluttering in the wind as she gazed at the fog-shrouded historical ruin ahead. Right now, she was muttering to herself, recalling the direction Gu Chang'e left in. Others might not know why Gu Chang'e killed that Golden Crow clan's heavenly deity realm existence, but with her intelligence, she was able to guess. Back then, when Gu Chang'e gave her the dragon corpse, that Golden Crow clan expert seemed to have seen it. So, Gu Chang'e went to hunt him down for this reason. In this way, apart from Gu Chang'e, no one else knew that the dragon corpse was on her. Gu Chang'e was protecting her, taking the blame for her. Chang'e, what on earth are you thinking of doing this? Yu Mingkong's eyes suddenly became a little blurred, and her nose became a little sour. In her previous life, Gu Chang'e would never do this. He would even be eager to spread the news that she had the dragon corpse on her. How could he protect her like this, taking the blame for the dragon corpse on himself and attracting the wrath of the immortal ancient dragon clan? To be honest, at this moment, she was really moved. It seems that when he was silencing her, he was noticed by the other clans in Immortal Ancient. However, in this way, not only did he attract the wrath of the Immortal Ancient Dragon clan, but he also attracted the wrath of the other clans. Yu Mingkong's brows furrowed tightly. She suddenly wanted to move and look for Gu Chang'e. Even someone as strong as Gu Chang'e would not have an easy time if he was targeted by all the clans of Immortal Ancient. It was true that she wanted to take revenge for her last life, but she would not let others hurt Gu Chang'e. This was a private matter between her and Gu Chang'e. She could not see Gu Chang'e in danger and not do anything. However, when the immortal essence appears, many old antiques will come. At that time, the clans of Immortal Ancient will definitely be more restrained. It's best for me to stay here. The Immortal Road is hidden in the 100 horizontal mountain range. When it opens, I can be the first to enter. After thinking seriously, Yu Mingkong felt that it was best to stay here. In her previous life, Gu Chang'e was able to quietly steal the immortal essence from the hands of many old antiques. He definitely had many life-saving methods. She was obviously overthinking. At this time, no matter how much the clans of Immortal Ancient hated Gu Chang'e, they would not dare to send the older generation to take action. Thinking of this, she breathed a sigh of relief. However, she was hesitating whether to reveal the immortal essence to Gu Chang'e in advance. After all, many things had proven that Gu Chang'e was really different, at the same time, in Immortal Ancient Continent. In a remote courtyard in the Black Sky Eagle clan's territory, a young man named He Ming was sitting cross-legged. Wisps of black fog curled around his face like silk threads, floating continuously. It was very strange. Then, he opened his eyes, and there was a flash of excitement. How long has it been? It hasn't even been a month, and I broke through to the Holy Lord realm. I was only in the Transcendent realm before. At this speed, I can break through to the Emperor realm in half a year at most. Then, I will surpass my sister and become the absolute genius of the Black Sky Eagle clan. He Ming said excitedly. If it was a month ago, he definitely would not have dared to think like this. But now, not only did it happen, his cultivation had even broken through 2 major realms, and it was still increasing every day. This level was simply inconceivable. The wedding dress immortal art was too terrifying and heaven-defying. A while ago, his sister He Yenyu had provided part of the wedding dress immortal art to a group of elders, shocking the entire clan and causing a huge commotion. After many elders studied it, they concluded that this was definitely an immortal art that contained the supreme Tao, and could lead directly to the immortal path. This shocked everyone in the Black Sky Eagle clan, and they treated it as a supreme treasure. A group of elders and higher-ups studied it and found that the cultivation that had been stuck for a long time was showing signs of loosening. This made them even more surprised and overjoyed. Everyone thought that this was a good opportunity for the Black Sky Eagle clan to rise up and swallow the other 4 clans, and then dominate the immortal ancient continent. An immortal art. This was something that could be passed down for thousands of years, a supreme treasure that could be passed down as a foundation. He Yenyu's status also rose because she had provided the immortal art, and she was even more famous than before. Of course, she did not forget to mention He Ming, saying that He Ming had obtained it by chance at a stall, and then willingly provided it to the clan to cultivate, making the clan stronger. This kind of heart made the elders sigh, and they all said that He Ming was really a good child. After this, He Ming naturally became one of the younger generation in the clan, and his status was second only to his sister. Moreover, what shocked the elders was that perhaps because he had cultivated that immortal art, He Ming's cultivation was also rising. According to him, he felt that his talent was becoming stronger. This statement shocked the Black Sky Eagle clan elders, and then they were pleasantly surprised, and they focused more on cultivating this immortal art. He Ming looked respectful, but he was sneering in his heart. As long as more people cultivated this immortal art, his talent would become stronger, and the reverse nurturing he would receive would become stronger. At that time, he would even surpass the elders and become the true master of the Black Sky Eagle clan. Apart from this, He Ming also passed this immortal art to the rest of the clan. His ambition was great, and it was not limited to just the Black Sky Eagle clan. When the time came, the other clans would become his resources to strengthen himself. Now, basically all the elders and those with better talent in the clan have cultivated this immortal art. There are even 2 ancestors who have woken up and started cultivating this immortal art. Thinking of this, He Ming became even more excited, and he could not suppress his trembling. Because those 2 ancestors were the most ancient and terrifying existences in the Black Sky Eagle clan, and they had not woken up for nearly 10 million years. Now that they were awakened, it was because of this. Once the 2 ancestors cultivated this immortal art, his talent and strength would definitely increase greatly. If only I could see that supreme existence again. If not for him, I would probably still be a useless person waiting for death. He Ming revered that supreme existence from the bottom of his heart, and he could not wait to see that supreme existence again, and be bestowed with even more powerful techniques and abilities. Little brother, the 2 ancestors want to see you. They have something to ask you. At this time, a voice suddenly came from outside the courtyard. It was He Ming's sister, He Yenyu. She looked to be about 17 or 18 years old, and she was dressed in white, surrounded by clouds, and had exquisite facial features. Her black hair was like clouds, and there was a 9 phoenix hairpin in it. She was wearing a beautiful jade robe, and she was as holy as a divine lotus. At this moment, she was gently saying to He Ming that she had something to discuss with him. Sister, He Ming also stood up and walked over. He knew that the 2 patriarchs wanted to verify the authenticity of his words and asked him some questions. To be honest, at this time, he was still a little nervous. After all, the origin of this technique was very mysterious. Using the excuse of picking it up from a stall might be able to fool them for a while, but he could not fool them forever. There would always be a time when he would be exposed. Now, the 2 ancestors wanted to ask him about this matter. Of course, it was very likely that they would search his soul. After all, people were greedy. After knowing such a heaven-defying immortal art, they were afraid that he would hide other things. Therefore, He Ming was also a little nervous at this time, and his palms were full of cold sweat. At that time, if that supreme existence was noticed by the 2 ancestors, what would happen? He Ming was actually very worried about this. At this moment, he was praying in his heart that the Supreme Existence could hear his words and help him get through this hurdle. At this time, He Ming suddenly felt a slight tremor in his mind, as if a mighty force had suddenly descended. An ancient and terrifying deity appeared in the center. It had 6 heads and 8 arms, and it looked at him indifferently. At this moment, he felt as if there was a hazy fog in his mind. Could it be that the Supreme Existence heard my prayer? He Ming was shocked, and then excited. He Yenyu noticed his abnormality and could not help but ask, "Brother, what's wrong with you?" He Ming hurriedly shook his head, "Nothing, nothing, I'm just very excited to see the ancestors. When the time comes, you just need to calm down, don't be too cautious, the ancestors are very nice people." Hearing this, He Yenyu did not doubt it. After all, those 2 ancestors were the oldest existences in the Black Sky Eagle family, and they were suspected to be quasi-supreme existences or even higher. There was no junior who would not be excited when they saw them. After all, she was no exception at that time, and was very excited and nervous. At the same time, in a ruin 6 million miles away from here, Gu Chang'e had a slight smile on her face, and the brilliant light in her eyes like the golden lines disappeared. The scene that He Ming saw also disappeared from his vision very quickly. During this period of time, He Ming's actions did not disappoint him at all. He had actually almost infiltrated the entire Black Sky Eagle family. His acting skills were indeed not bad. Of course, compared to Yin Mei, it was still incomparable. The 2 ancestors of the Black Sky Eagle family, but I'm a little worried that they will see the abnormality of the wedding dress immortal art. If they are Emperor Realm cultivators, it is very likely that they will fail. When the time comes and the whole Black Sky Eagle family is used as a hostage, I don't know if they will give in. If they are not Supremes, they should not be able to see any problems. This way, I can be at ease. Gu Chang'e stood with his hands behind his back, looking at the vast and majestic group of cities in front of him. He was alone, and did not bring any followers with him. After all, when it came to planning, the less people knew, the better it was for him. Gu Chang'e naturally would not let his demonic arts be exposed. It would be too stupid to make the entire world his enemy. But no matter what, he was now in the most advantageous situation. Even if He Ming's abnormality was discovered by the ancestors, no one would be able to find out that all of this was secretly planned by him. Just like the immortal devouring demonic art, the wedding dress immortal art had appeared in the long river of time. If he happened to meet a group of old antiques who had some understanding of it, it would not be good. This possibility should be very low. Those who understand the wedding dress immortal art should at least be in the Emperor realm. I think I am overthinking. Gu Chang'e narrowed his eyes. After all, he had to calculate all possibilities and not make a single mistake. Once these 2 ancestors are under my control, the entire Black Sky Eagle family will fall into my hands. It will be as easy as blowing off dust. Then, thinking of this, he let out a soft laugh. At the same time, Gu Chang'e planned to increase his strength a little before this. It just so happened that the recent Providence points and Fate points had skyrocketed. He had also obtained a lot of Providence points from the 2 daughters of Providence, Gu Xian, and Yu Mingkong. He opened his current attributes interface. Owner, Gu Chang'e, Destined Villain Weapon, 8 Desolation Demon Halberd Identity, True Disciple of the Tao Heaven Immortal Palace, Young Master of the Longevity Gu Family. Physique Bloodline, Demonic Heart Tao Bone Cultivation, Early Void God Realm Techniques and Abilities, Tao Heavenly Immortal Canon, Myriad Demonic Body, Innate Divine Will, Void Power, Transcendence, Immortal Devouring Demon Technique, Endless Immortal Mantra. Fate Points, 35,000 Providence Points, 12,000 System Store, Unlocked Inventory, Boundary Breaking Talisman X1, Restriction Breaking Talisman X1, Providence Plunder Card X2 Inch in the blink of an eye, I have more than 10,000 Providence points. Even my Fate points are more than 30,000. Looking at his huge sum of money, Gu Chang'e could not help but feel satisfied. System, exchange for 4 transcendence bones. Then, Gu Chang'e ordered. He spent 12,000 providence points. Soon, a familiar mysterious aura came. This time, he exchanged for the transcendence bone at the spine, the palm, leg, and skull bones, a total of 4 bones. In this way, every large part of his body was distributed with a transcendence bone. Chapter 154. The bones at the top of his skull underwent complex changes immediately. They became crystal clear and shrouded in immortal aura. It also seemed to have an immortal aura. Among them, terrifying and dazzling rays of light and qi and blood gushed out like a long dragon. It was like a surging Wang Yang that could shatter the heavens. Gu Chang'e felt that his essence qi was much more condensed and refined than before. Just in terms of power, he had a terrifying feeling that he would not be destroyed even if the myriad worlds collapsed, and that he would not be destroyed even if the universe collapsed. This was the benefit of the transcendence bone. This kind of improvement was comprehensive, but the skull was where the sea of consciousness was, and where the primordial spirit resided. At this moment, even the innate divine will showed signs of metamorphosis. From a god to an immortal, the power of the primordial spirit showed a 9-colored glass-like color. The vertebrae, metacarpals, and leg bones had also undergone mysterious changes because of this. His spine was like a human dragon that ran through his 4 bodies. The drop of 5-colored true dragon blood that merged with him even faintly resonated with it, letting out a dragon roar that shook the sky. These luck points are really worth it. Gu Chang'e opened his eyes and said with some satisfaction. He felt that his strength had at least increased by many times compared to before. This was an intuitive feeling. He could clearly see all kinds of laws and mysteries between heaven and earth. With a stretch of his hand, tens of thousands of divine chains of order fell, even turning into rules and order blades that were extremely powerful. I could kill a quasi-saint in an instant before, but now I should be able to easily kill an ordinary saint. If I break through from the divine king realm to the quasi-saint realm, won't I be able to fight even an absolute saint? Gu Chang'e's words were not without basis. His current control of the use of the rules was far superior to that of many saints. In the various orthodoxies and even the great sects, saints were old monsters and old monsters like the elders of the clan. Peers. What was that? It was impossible to even see a trace of them. With a variable like me, I'm afraid the heavenly axiom will nurture even more powerful children of fate in the future. But that's good. To me, they're all leeks waiting to be harvested. Thinking of this, Gu Chang'e thought of Yi Ling. He had been given more than a month. Logically speaking, he should have found the cave abode that the samsara ancient heavenly venerate had left for him by now. After that, Gu Chang'e sensed the mark that Yi Mei had left for him and rushed towards Yi Ling and the others. Brother Kong, what do you think those Black Sky Eagle clansmen and ancient Flying Serpent clansmen have been doing? It looks like it's searching for something. Do you think it has something to do with Yi Lin and the rest? Logically speaking, Miss Chiliang and the rest have already left for more than a month, but there is no news from them at this time. At the same time, in a mountain range, a group of young cultivators had set up camp here, surrounding the bonfire and discussing some matters. They were the followers of Chiliang and Yi Mei. There were both men and women among them, and they came from the Nine-Tailed Fox clan, the Vermilion Bird clan, and other places in the outside world. The weakest was at the Marquis realm, while the strongest was at the Emperor realm. The person who spoke was also one of Chiliang's followers. In front of him was a handsome man with a gloomy expression. He was Kong Yang of the Peacock clan, Chiliang's admirer and follower at the same time. Hearing that, Kong Yang's expression turned ugly. Yi Lin is up to no good. He clearly knew what was hidden here, but he didn't tell us. He only took Chiliang and Yi Mei with him. Clearly, he has an ulterior motive. Don't you understand this point? Now that a month has passed, other than seeing living beings searching everywhere, who else has seen news of them? The more he spoke, the angrier he became. Although he was more at ease with Qiliang, it was different with Yi Ling by her side. In particular, Yi Ling's origin was unknown, and he hid a lot of his strength. He seemed to know everything here very well. How could he not be suspicious of Yi Ling? Actually, I suspect that Yi Lin has something to do with the inheritor of the forbidden demonic technique that appeared briefly some time ago. At this moment, Kong Yang suddenly spoke. His voice was very gloomy, and it attracted everyone's attention. They all looked over. After all, the inheritor of the demonic technique had caused a huge commotion. Even the young master of the White Tiger clan had lost his life. Until now, the White Tiger clan was still searching everywhere for the inheritor of the demonic technique. Brother Kong Yang, this is not something you can say casually. You have to think carefully. When someone heard that, they immediately spoke with a solemn expression. They were from the Nine-Tailed Fox clan, Yin Mei's clan. The inheritor of the demonic technique was a matter of great importance. If Yi Lin was really the inheritor, then their young mistress was in great danger. Hearing that, Kong Yang's expression darkened. I think you've all seen Yi Lin's methods. He's very mysterious and tricky. It's okay for the weak to defeat the strong. He's not weaker than some of the young paragons. Most importantly, don't you think the name Yi Lin sounds familiar? Yi Lin. Yi Lin. It sounds familiar. Could it be that Yi Ling? Hearing Kong Yang's words, some people were still a little confused. However, after thinking about it carefully, they felt that it made sense. They were stunned. Their eyes widened, and a chill ran down their spines. In the beginning, Yi Ling was indeed unimpressive. However, the methods he displayed later shocked everyone. That was the strength of a young paragon. At that time, they did not think too much about it. However, now that they thought about it, why would a person with the strength of a young paragon become Qi Ling's follower? What was his motive? Furthermore, combined with Kong Yang's words, they suddenly felt a chill run down their spines from head to toe. Yi Ling. Yi Ling. This name, is it really not a coincidence? Their voices were trembling. Naturally, they knew that Bai Lai's brother was called Yi Ling. This was also the name of the inheritor of the demonic technique at the beginning. When Yi Ling first introduced himself, they felt that the name was familiar. It sounded a little like a homophone. However, now that Kong Yang said this, everyone was stunned. This was probably done deliberately by Yi Ling because he did not care about this at all. He was also not afraid that they would know. After all, Yi Ling could easily change his appearance and identity and continue to escape. This was too arrogant. Thinking of this, they could not help but tremble. Miss Qi Ling and Heavenly Maiden Yin Mei actually trusted Yi Ling so much. This is too dangerous. Now that they are with Yi Ling, I'm afraid the odds are against them. Who knows what evil plan Yi Ling has to bring the two of them along. Kong Yang's expression was solemn. He clenched his fists tightly, hating that he realized it too late. It seems that we can only spread the news that Yi Ling has appeared here and let the rest of the cultivators come. Otherwise, the consequences will be unimaginable. Soon, everyone discussed for a while and came up with such a plan. They could only hope that this would make Yi Ling wary and not dare to act rashly against Qi Ling and Yin Mei. Kong Yang nodded slowly. This matter cannot be delayed. If Yi Ling's whereabouts are exposed, Qi Ling and Heavenly Maiden Yin Mei will be safer. After that, everyone took action. They used various communication talismans to spread the news, intending to attract the rest of the cultivators to come and suppress Yi Ling. Inheritors of demonic techniques were killed by everyone. At the same time, just as Kong Yang and the rest spread the news of Yi Ling's whereabouts. On a desolate mountain ridge 15,000 kilometers away, Yi Ling, Qi Ling, and Yin Mei were hurrying toward an ancient town in front of them. The trees on the mountain ridge were very tall and ancient. The vines were like clouds, allowing the three of them to travel without being discovered for a while. Compared to more than a month ago, the three of them were in a sorry state now. Their faces were stained with blood because they had been hunted down by the Black Sky Eagle tribe along the way. In the end, the three of them were still discovered. Due to the slave seal, some of the powerhouses of the Black Sky Eagle tribe could vaguely sense Yi Ling's location and determine his direction. Moreover, there seemed to be a faint fluctuation among the three of them, which made them feel surprised and confused. It seemed that someone was transmitting Yi Ling's exact location to them. It was because of this that Yi Ling and the rest had spent this period of time avoiding being hunted down. However, Yi Ling had a breakthrough in his cultivation by chance. He even found some good things along the way. Qi Ling did not know what to say about his good luck. On the other hand, she and Yin Mei were in danger many times. They were physically and mentally exhausted along the way and were almost seriously injured many times. They were not as lucky as Yi Ling. This time, while accompanying Yi Ling to find his opportunity, they only found a few good spirit herbs. Other than that, they did not find anything. Instead, they suffered many injuries. Qi Ling was a very loyal and trustworthy person. Since she had promised Yi Ling to accompany him, she would not go back on her word easily. However, she could not understand why they were discovered every time. No matter where Yi Ling led them to hide, they would be found. She suspected that Yi Ling had something on him that could allow him to track the three of them. However, Yi Ling did not believe her at all. Qi Ling could not do anything about it. Yi Ling disappointed her. Old Tortoise, I feel that the cave abode is in the ancient town in front of us. At this time, Yi Ling showed a faint excitement as he communicated with Old Tortoise in the pendant. This premonition was very strong. Along the way, he had avoided many dangers by relying on this premonition and even gained some benefits. Now, this premonition made him even more certain. By the way, Old Tortoise, what do you think is the reason? Why is it that no matter where I hide, I am always found by those creatures? Yi Ling then asked. This made him very depressed. Qi Ling had mentioned this to him before. At that time, Yi Ling did not care at all because he had asked Old Tortoise and knew that those creatures could only vaguely sense his location but could not confirm his real location. So, why? Why was he always found by those creatures? Yi Ling even suspected that Qi Ling was deliberately leaking his whereabouts. He also suspected Yin Mei, but along the way, Yin Mei had suffered the most injuries. Now, she looked very tired and pale, so he could not bear to doubt her. Moreover, he did trust Yin Mei very much. This was because her previous actions made him understand that this woman had her own perseverance in her heart. Even in the face of Gu Changa's oppression in the sect, she dared to resist. In addition, Yi Ling believed in Yin Mei's feelings for him. However, he found it hard to accept that he doubted Qi Ling's words. After all, Qi Ling was his old friend and also the one who chose to believe him after hearing that he was the inheritor of demonic arts. At this moment, Old Tortoise's voice also entered Yi Ling's ears, making his head buzz. This situation can only mean that one of the two is definitely suspicious. Yi Ling, you have to be careful and decide according to your own judgment. Old Tortoise's words made Yi Ling fall into silence. In fact, he had vaguely guessed it himself, but he was unwilling to accept this situation. One of the two would actually choose to betray him. Old Tortoise, I want to hear your opinion. Then, Yi Ling asked with a serious expression. My opinion on this matter is only excluding my personal feelings, so it's more subjective. You can listen, but the final decision is still up to you. Hearing this, Old Tortoise in the pendant thought for a while and said slowly. Yi Ling nodded. Old Tortoise, I believe you. Actually, in my opinion, Qi Ling is the most likely. The possibility of Yin Mei is very small. If the one who betrayed you is Yin Mei, then what is her intention? This is actually very difficult to say. After all, you were the one who saved the damsel in distress. Otherwise, you wouldn't have interacted with her. It's even more impossible to bring her to this place. All of this is completely accidental. Old Tortoise soon opened its mouth and analyzed. This was also based on its own subjective opinion, without the slightest hint of emotion. Hearing this, Yi Ling was very silent. In fact, he was also clear about this. What could Yin Mei possibly want from him? To be honest, he was the one who coveted Yin Mei's beauty. If he had not saved the damsel in distress in the beginning, Yin Mei would not have come to this place with him now. All of this was filled with too many coincidences. If Yin Mei had deliberately planned this, then it was too scary. It was very frightening. Most importantly, Yi Ling suspected that the inheritor of the demonic arts was actually Gu Chang'e, and Yin Mei had offended Gu Chang'e. Both of them were in the same situation. Old Tortoise, continue. Yi Ling's expression was heavy. If it's really Crimson Spirit, there are actually a lot of suspicious points. At first, you firmly believed in you, and said that you could find someone to help you clear your suspicion of being the inheritor of the demonic arts. If you say that she helped you willingly, then I have nothing to say. But now, someone is leaking your whereabouts. This is very suspicious. Qi Ling should know that you are the inheritor of the reincarnation heavenly venerable. She followed you all the way. Her motive is actually very obvious. Old Tortoise continued. These were the points that it thought were suspicious. Of course, Qi Ling was very likely to know Gu Chang'e's true identity. Yi Ling had reminded her many times to be careful of Gu Chang'e, but Qi Ling was indifferent. Combining all these points, Qi Ling was actually the most suspicious. After all, it was hard to know what was in a person's heart. Who knew what she was thinking? Yi Ling nodded. These words made his heart heavy. It was obvious that Old Tortoise's words were very reasonable. Yi Ling then turned to look at Yin Mei, who was resting with her eyes closed on a piece of green rock. Her oval face was as white as mutton-fat jade. Her eyebrows were curved, her nose was high, her lips were red, her teeth were sparkling, and her hair was as smooth as silk. But now, she was very pale and weak. Her dress was also stained with blood. On the other hand, Qi Ling had a delicate face. Her eyes were like gems, shining with light. She looked very natural and did not seem to be injured. At this time, he had made a decision in his heart. Thinking of this, Yi Ling stood up. Qi Ling and Yin Mei were recuperating at this time. When they saw Yi Ling suddenly stand up, they looked at him in surprise. The following journey will be very dangerous. How about this, let's split up. I'll go with Yin Mei. Her injuries are very serious. If she goes alone, it will be very dangerous. Qi Ling, you're not that badly injured. We'll meet at the ancient town in front. Yi Ling chose his words carefully. At this time, he did not intend to fall out with Qi Ling. Therefore, these words were very natural and very reasonable. But when the time came to meet, what could Qi Ling do if he did not show up? In his opinion, if Qi Ling coveted his opportunity, she would choose to accept it even if she was unwilling. Hearing this, Yin Mei and Qi Ling were shocked and could not help but widen their eyes. Especially Yin Mei, she could not help but ask anxiously, Yi Ling, what are you talking about? How can we split up at this time? We can take care of each other if we go together. Qi Ling looked at Yi Ling in a daze. At this time, her expression gradually turned cold and unfamiliar. At this time, Yi Ling suddenly suggested splitting up. What did he mean? Could it be that he saw that the opportunity was coming and wanted to take it all for himself? So he planned to let her go separately from him. Qi Ling was stunned for a moment. Then, she could not help but feel a chill. She was not coveting Yi Ling's opportunity. If she had not promised Yi Ling that she would help him, she would not have come to this place. There were so many opportunities in the immortal ancient continent. She had already wasted a lot of time here. But now, Yi Ling's sudden words surprised Crimson Spirit. She had suspected that there was an abnormal relationship between Yi Ling and Yin Mei for a long time. Now that Yi Ling suddenly pointed it out, she could not help but want to laugh. Alright, since Yi Ling said so, then we'll split up. Qi Ling said straightforwardly. Her cold and arrogant face was emotionless. She did not explain anything, nor did she ask anything. From that day onwards, it was time for her and Yi Ling to end their friendship. Found you. At this time, a terrifying pressure suddenly came from the sky. A surging pressure appeared. Rolling black clouds appeared, surging and boundless. Several supreme experts appeared from within, coming from the Black Sky Eagle race, Ancient Flying Snake race, and other races. The weakest among them was in the divine realm. There were even divine kings. In order to capture Yi Ling and the others, these tribes had mobilized their powerful forces. Oh no! Seeing this, Yi Ling's expression changed. Before he could react, he turned into a rainbow and fled into the distance. At the same time, Yin Mei transmitted her voice to him from afar. It's too late. Let's escape on our own and meet in the ancient town. Originally, he had planned to bring Yin Mei with him. But things happened so suddenly that it was too late. The other party's target was him. He might be able to lure them away. It might also lighten Yin Mei's burden. Yi Ling suspected that Crimson Spirit had suddenly lured these experts over. Otherwise, how could the other party have discovered their tracks so quickly? But now was not the time to settle the score with Qi Ling. Are you still in a daze? Why aren't you escaping? Seeing that Yin Mei was in a daze, Qi Ling frowned. Then, she fled quickly. At the same time, she crushed a Strider talisman and was ready to leave this place. Yi Ling had disappointed her. She had already decided to draw a line between them. As for Yi Ling's opportunity, she did not care at all. Soon, Yi Ling and Qi Ling disappeared. They quickly left the mountain range. Yin Mei, who was sitting on the green rock, had the worried expression on her face disappear. She became very calm. She even looked a little relieved and reluctant. Master, the mission you gave me has finally been completed, Yin Mei said softly. During this period, she had not forgotten the mission Gu Chang'e had arranged for her. She was to sow discord between Qi Ling and Yi Ling. Today, she had finally succeeded. However, she had attracted so many experts along the way. She was indeed seriously injured. She was not as lucky as Yi Ling and Qi Ling. After all, the enemy was a group of heavenly gods. There were even many divine kings. Her cultivation level had only broken through to the mid-stage regal emperor realm. The gap was too big. Being able to survive so many times already had to do with the luck of the nine-tailed fox clan. To put it bluntly, she was able to successfully complete Gu Chang'e's order to sow discord between Yi Ling and Qi Ling because she had sacrificed her life. Now that she was seriously injured, she could not escape far even if she wanted to. Yin Mei also calmly accepted it. However, she was a little regretful that she could not see Gu Chang'e before she died. However, she also had some indescribable emotions. After all, she was just a chess piece in his hands. She was the kind that would be thrown away after her value was used. He would not even take a second look at her. Haha, this guy is not running anymore. Is he waiting for death? After running for so long, he seems to have accepted his fate. Looking closely, he is a beautiful girl. There were still two experts in the sky. One was a heavenly god, and the other was a divine king. Their auras were terrifying and overbearing. Their surging blood energy made the surrounding mountains silent. The one who spoke was the divine king. He had a snake tail and was from the ancient flying serpent clan. He stared at Yin Mei with a lustful gaze. He was a little tempted. How about this? If you are willing to submit to me, I will spare your life, he said. Looking at the expressions of the two experts, Yin Mei was very calm. She said indifferently, "Stop dreaming. I will not let you get away with it even if I self-destruct." She did not want to die, but she would not live in such humiliation. In the end, it all depended on the person. She could submit to Guchanga and take him as her master, but it did not mean that she would submit to others. At this time, Yin Mei would rather die. Humph, you are still so stubborn when you are about to die. Yin Mei's words made the divine king in the sky angry. He did not expect this girl to be so reckless. Boom! At that moment, he directly made his move. A tyrannical aura descended from the sky, transforming into a giant hand that was about to grab Yin Mei. Yin Mei was very cold. She was not afraid and was about to self-destruct. Buzz! Suddenly, an even more terrifying aura appeared in front of her. It turned into a dazzling and peerless sword chi. With clanging sounds, it cut the divine king in half. Who is it? The other divine king reacted. He was very angry and looked in the direction where the sword chi came from. He was full of killing intent. Master, Yin Mei was stunned. Her beautiful eyes widened in disbelief. She looked at the young man who walked out of the void in front of her. She suddenly jumped into Guchanga's arms. Master, I thought you didn't want me anymore. Chapter 155. Yin Mei could not believe it. Just a moment ago, she thought she was going to die. After all, she was facing a divine king and a divine god. Especially when she was severely injured and had almost used up all her life-saving treasures. She would choose to be humiliated, but what else could she do but wait for death? And she was just a chess piece in Guchanga's hands. Now that her value was depleted, there was no need for her to exist. No one would care about her, and no one would care about her life or death. But, the moment she saw the sword light descend, she was completely stunned. Her head buzzed, and she could not believe her eyes. To be honest, she did not expect the cold and emotionless Guchanga to appear and save her. She could not believe it. When she saw the scene in front of her, her first reaction was to think that she was hallucinating. But hallucinations could not be so real. She was all too familiar with Guchanga's aura. So Yin Mei could not suppress her joy, and she jumped into Guchanga's arms. Her eyes were filled with tears. She was really touched. This kind of situation, from despair to new life, from life to death, could only be understood after experiencing it. Moreover, Guchanga was very powerful. She believed that even a divine king could not do anything to him. As long as he appeared, it meant that all the dangers would be gone. This made Yin Mei feel very relieved. What are you thinking? How could I not want you? Guchanga patted her head. He had a faint smile on his face, and he allowed her to jump into his arms. At the same time, he raised his hand, and a thick sword energy slashed out. It was mixed with the terrifying dark golden metal laws, and its sharpness was shocking. Chi! The sword energy was blinding, and it made clanging sounds as if it was breaking out of the scabbard. It broke through space and landed in front of the divine king, who was still in a daze and in disbelief. How is this possible? His face suddenly turned pale. His eyes widened in shock and horror. He wanted to dodge, but he realized that space seemed to have stopped. The sword energy slashed toward him lightly, but it seemed to have split the universe. At this moment, he still had a terrified expression on his face, as if he had seen a ghost. What kind of monster was this? He was a dignified divine king powerhouse, and he was renowned in the various races in the vicinity. It was hard to find a match for him. He screamed madly in his heart. Who was this young man who had suddenly appeared in front of him? How could he be so terrifying, casually using the power of rules? Even Air 603 was under his control. His entire body was filled with cold air. There was no time to react. He felt a chill on his neck, and the world in front of him instantly turned dark. Puff! In the next moment, blood splattered in all directions as the sword beheaded him. Together with his primordial spirit, both his body and soul were destroyed. Gu Chang'e didn't even look up. After dealing with these two people, Gu Chang'e looked at Yin Mei, who was still sobbing softly. He shook his head and took a step forward. The void vanished as he brought her away from this area. Now that there were many powerhouses chasing after Yi Ling, the commotion here would soon attract other people. At that time, it would be detrimental to his plan. Moreover, he did not understand why Yin Mei felt that he would abandon her and treat her as a chess piece. How could he let Yin Mei die in such a place? As the heavenly lady of the nine-tailed fox clan, Yin Mei controlled a lot of resources. No matter how one looked at it, she was the most useful to him alive. Even if Gu Chang'e had been using her and threatening her with his life, he was not an extremely cold person. Yin Mei was wholeheartedly working for him and had almost lost her life. How could he not see it? How could he remain indifferent? In the end, it was Yin Mei who thought too badly of him. Although I am a little black-hearted, I am not that bad. Gu Chang'e felt that he should treat her a little better in the future, so that she would not look like she was going to die in such a situation. Soon, Gu Chang'e left the mountain range with Yin Mei. Along the way, he killed a few ancient serpent clan powerhouses who had sensed the blood and chased after them. Finally, at the entrance of a relatively remote and quiet underground cave, there was rich spiritual energy and the sound of water dripping could be heard. He and Yin Mei stopped here. Master, Yin Mei had also calmed down at this time. She left Gu Chang'e's arms and her face was dizzy. She was a little embarrassed to look up at Gu Chang'e. To be honest, she had crossed the line today. Without Gu Chang'e's permission, she had directly pounced on him. However, Gu Chang'e did not blame her for this matter. During this period of time, I have made you suffer. Gu Chang'e smiled and took the lead to walk into the cave, intending to find a place to stay first. For Master's mission, this is nothing. Hearing this, Yin Mei shook her head and suddenly felt a little sour in her nose. With this sentence, the grievances and injuries she had suffered during this period of time suddenly did not matter. Although at first, her life was in Gu Chang'e's hands and she was threatened by him. But later on, she slowly accepted her fate and realized that there was nothing wrong with following him. Once this emotion appeared, it was like a rolling snowball that was difficult to reverse. Then she realized that she was falling deeper and deeper. Gu Chang'e's mind was vicious, his methods were cruel, his personality was cold and heartless, he had all kinds of bad qualities. But this kind of Gu Chang'e made it difficult for her to express her feelings, and she was willing to do things for him. Now that she heard Gu Chang'e actually ask her with concern, this kind of unprecedented thing made Yin Mei tremble. Although this was very likely just a casual question from Gu Chang'e. It could also be that he casually expressed his attitude and did not mean it from the bottom of his heart. But it also made Yin Mei very happy. The injuries she had suffered for so many days were worth it. Being cared for, being praised, let her know that she was still useful to Gu Chang'e now. Yin Mei's emotions. Gu Chang'e could actually still sense it. He had always been meticulous in his actions and naturally knew how to comfort Yin Mei at this time. Roar, at this time, in the depths of the karst cave, a ferocious scarlet eye appeared, like a small lantern. A ferocious beast that looked like a dragon turtle roared and pounced over, ready to eat these two uninvited guests who had intruded on its territory. Gu Chang'e glanced at it, then shook his hand, and the void suddenly distorted. The void in front of him was like a mirror, and layers of ripples appeared. The ferocious beast was suddenly stuck there in fear. Then, with a bang, it was crushed into ashes by the power of the void and dissipated. Seeing this scene, although Yin Mei was a little shocked, she did not think much of it. Because Gu Chang'e's strength was indeed far beyond what she could imagine. Perhaps other than Gu Chang'e himself, no one would know how strong he was. Rest here, Gu Chang'e said and casually cleaned up the karst cave. Yin Mei's injuries were indeed quite serious. She needed to recuperate well. Next, she would need to suffer a little more. Yin Mei was an irreplaceable step in the plan against Yi Ling. Thinking of this, Gu Chang'e took out a lot of divine pills and elixirs. The purple pole token of the purple pole elixir sect was in his hands. Therefore, he did not lack pills and elixirs at all. He had as many as he wanted. He took out a lot of them at once. Dense pill qi and a strong fragrance lingered here. There were many effects, such as nourishing the primordial spirit, stabilizing the body's limbs and bones, stabilizing the spirit. See, don't think about other things. Heal your injuries first, Gu Chang'e said. Yes, I know, master. Yin Mei did not argue and took some of the elixirs that were quite effective for her. During this period, she had indeed used up a lot of the elixirs on her. Otherwise, her injuries would not have dragged on for so long. Soon, Yin Mei, who had swallowed the elixirs, began to sit cross-legged. Her charming face was very calm, and her usual charm was gone. She looked clean and pale. Buzz. Hazy runes appeared on her body, and her 9 fluffy, snow-white fox tails swayed with the wind. Her injuries were indeed healing. Gu Chang'e glanced at her and nodded slightly. Then, he moved and left the cave. Simple words were useless. At this time, it was time to rely on real actions. At this time, she noticed that Gu Chang'e's aura had disappeared. Yin Mei, who was sitting cross-legged with her eyes closed, suddenly opened her eyes. She looked at the empty cave, and her expression was a little disappointed, reluctant and sad. But soon, she shook her head and discarded these emotions. What was she thinking? She was just a chess piece in Gu Chang'e's hands. It was enough that he came to save her. What was she still hoping for? Of course, although Yin Mei comforted herself, she was still a little sad. Especially now that she was injured, she could not help but feel a little remorseful. In the blink of an eye, the sky outside darkened. Yin Mei also withdrew from the state of recuperation. Needless to say, Gu Chang'e's elixir was very effective. She looked at the gradually darkening night outside. Her expression was a little regretful, as if she was expecting something. But in the end, this expectation disappeared. After Gu Chang'e saved her, he left. Thinking of this, Yin Mei lit a bonfire. But she could not feel much heat. Her ruby-like eyes quietly looked at the bonfire, as if dancing with loneliness. At this time, Yin Mei's ears twitched slightly. She suddenly heard footsteps coming from outside the cave. She turned her head to look. She saw that Gu Chang'e had returned with some clean fruits. At the same time, he used a green lotus leaf to hold water. The faint light of the fire fell on his familiar face, and Yin Mei could not help but be pleasantly surprised. It turned out that Gu Chang'e did not leave. Master. Gu Chang'e's face revealed a smile. How are your injuries? A bonfire was dancing. Yin Mei was holding her head, tilting her head to look at the bonfire. Her chin was on her knees, and the light of the fire was reflected in her beautiful eyes. She looked at him with some astonishment, and her eyes slowly overflowed with surprise. Gu Chang'e walked over and handed her the fruits and water. Are you hungry? I went to solve some problems while I was at it. Gu Chang'e said casually. As if to explain to Yin Mei why he suddenly left. Of course, what problems he solved was not important. What was important was that he did not intend to leave. This was enough for Yin Mei. Gu Chang'e grasped this point very well. He knew the best way to comfort her now that she was injured. Hearing this, Yin Mei took the fruits that Gu Chang'e specially washed for her. Her heart was even more moved. The previous guesses disappeared like smoke in thin air. No matter what, when she was injured, Gu Chang'e did not choose to leave. Instead, he stayed here to take care of her. Obviously, she had thought too much before. Gu Chang'e was not as cold and heartless as she thought. Seeing that he had achieved his goal, Gu Chang'e could not help but smile in his heart. However, his expression did not change at all. Speaking of which, Yin Mei had helped him a lot. He controlled Yin Mei's life. Yin Mei worked for him, and he let Yin Mei live. This was an equal trade. Even if Gu Chang'e did not do anything, Yin Mei would not be disloyal to him. However, in this way, many things would be less interesting. Master, a rift has formed between Qi Ling and Yi Ling. If my guess is correct, Qi Ling should have left this place now. Then, Yin Mei said as she ate the spirit fruit. Gu Chang'e nodded and smiled. It was rare for him to tell her his purpose. That's good. However, Yi Ling can't die yet. When Yi Ling and Qi Ling's relationship broke apart, he heard the system's notification sound. No matter what, Qi Ling, who had the Vermilion Bird tribe behind her, was considered a core friend of Yi Ling's. Although the breaking of this relationship did not mean much to Gu Chang'e, it was still a considerable amount of luck points. I know. Master, you still need Yi Ling to live and continue to take the blame for you. Yin Mei nodded and said. This was not a lie. No matter what, Yi Ling was still a Heavenly Lord's successor. The power behind him was not small. A Heavenly Lord was an existence close to or even beyond immortals during the immortal era. He did not leave behind his tribe or orthodoxy. Instead, he left all his inheritances to his successor. This was a great opportunity. Even those supreme orthodoxies and imperishable sects would be tempted. Yin Mei had been carefully observing Yi Ling during this period. Naturally, she had noticed his abnormality. He did not dare to expose his inheritance. Therefore, he could only swallow his pride and take the blame for Gu Chang'e. To be honest, Gu Chang'e's plan was vicious and flawless. It was difficult to find a flaw in such a short time. Moreover, Yi Ling could hide his origin and avoid being hunted down. Even if he was hunted down by all the cultivators in the world, he would be like a rat crossing the street. He would be able to escape unscathed. To be honest, until now, no one was as suitable as Yi Ling to take the blame for Gu Chang'e. Yi Ling is more useful alive than dead. I'm still waiting for him to help me find the reincarnation ancient Heavenly Lord's cave abode. Gu Chang'e smiled casually. His words showed that he did not care about Yi Ling's life. With his current strength, it was actually very easy to kill Yi Ling. However, what was the point of the so-called Son of Providence if he did not squeeze all his value out of him step by step? Don't worry, Master. As long as you still need me, Yin Mei will definitely do everything to help you. Yin Mei said with a serious expression. Her eyes were like blood-colored gems as she looked at Gu Chang'e. I'm relieved to hear that. Gu Chang'e smiled and reached out to pull her into his arms. However, I'll still have to trouble you for a while. He was still thinking about how to ask Yin Mei to continue hiding by Yi Ling's side for a while. Now that she had spoken first, Gu Chang'e did not have to think of other excuses. It's not a problem to work for Master. Yin Mei said seriously. Her words were from the bottom of her heart. There was not a trace of falsehood in them. What a pitiful person. Gu Chang'e looked at her and sighed softly. Hearing that, Yin Mei looked at him with some anticipation and some shyness. At this time, Gu Chang'e naturally knew what to do. It was a sleepless night. Chapter 156. The next day, Yin Mei's injuries were almost healed. Gu Chang'e parted ways with her. Yin Mei went alone to the ancient town where she had agreed to meet Yi Ling. She was prepared to follow Yi Ling to the cave abode left by the Samsara ancient lord. There was no need to explain how precious this thing was. It was not an exaggeration to call it an immortal's cave abode. It could be a small world that could be carried around. Yi Ling had been searching for it for so long. Naturally, he was not willing to give up. In order to help Gu Chang'e determine the location of the cave abode, Yin Mei had to find Yi Ling first. He watched as Yin Mei's figure gradually disappeared into the mountains. Gu Changa's expression could not help but reveal some thought-provoking. At this moment, Yi Ling might still feel guilty that he did not have time to take Yin Mei away yesterday. Now that he saw Yin Mei rushing over, he would not be suspicious. There was a knife above the word lust. This saying was not wrong. Now, he only needed to wait for a good show. When the time was right, he would harvest the ripe fruit. He had to keep Yi Ling alive for the time being. Now, some of the troubles in the immortal ancient continent were waiting for him to shoulder. My guess is right. Once Qi Ling and Yi Ling break off their relationship, she will be the first to leave this place. At this time, Qi Ling's followers and Yin Mei's followers will be the first to suspect Yi Ling's identity. Even if Qi Ling's explanation is nostalgic, I'm afraid no one will believe it. When the news that Yi Ling is here spread, it will attract a large number of cultivators to suppress the inheritor of the demonic arts. Combined with the fact that Yi Ling is being hunted down by the Black Sky Eagle clan, the matter in the ancestral tomb will be exposed. Everything is wonderful. Yi Ling, I'm afraid you won't be able to clear your name with such coincidences. Gu Changa stood on the mountain peak with his hands behind his back. He looked at the outline of the city ruins in the distance and could not help but laugh. He then left this place and planned to summon his followers. He would also be a righteous person who suppressed the inheritor of the demonic arts. At the same time, amidst the ancient trees, a petite figure with a delicate face moved swiftly through the mountains, evading the pursuit of a heavenly god behind her. It was Crimson Spirit who had separated from Yi Ling. Now, she looked a little tired and pale, but more than that, her heart was cold. While escaping, she ran into Yi Ling again. However, Yi Ling did not care about her at all. He turned around and ran. He even attracted the attention of the heavenly gods who were chasing after him. Diverting the water of calamity. He turned around and ran. Yi Ling's actions left Crimson Spirit speechless. He only thought that he was really blind. His previous good intentions had been eaten by a dog. Fortunately, her strength was not weak. Among the young supreme beings, she was considered to be in the upper middle level. She had many magic tools and spiritual herbs. Along the way, although the situation seemed to be very dangerous, it was actually not a big deal. Now, she felt that Yin Mei, who had been severely injured before, was in danger. Yi Ling had been thinking about her all this time. However, in the face of danger, he had taken to his heels and run. He did not care about Yin Mei at all. She had seen through his character. It seems that Brother Changa is still the most reliable. Should I tell him about this matter? At this time, Crimson Spirit was considering this problem. Since Gu Changa had said that he wanted to uphold justice in the world and eliminate the inheritor of demonic arts for the sake of all living beings, he would naturally pay attention to Yi Ling. After all, Gu Changa had said that he had also suspected Yi Ling. Now that she and Yi Ling had broken off their relationship, Crimson Spirit was actually thinking about whether to tell Gu Changa everything. When the time came, whether Gu Changa would choose to continue helping Yi Ling clear his name or not to interfere in Yi Ling's affairs would be up to him. Soon, Crimson Spirit once again crushed a divine travel talisman. Every divine travel talisman counted. If it was not necessary, she did not intend to use it. Buzz. After crushing the divine travel talisman, a hazy brilliance rose from Crimson Spirit's body. Her entire body seemed to spread a pair of vermilion bird wings. It was dazzling and colorful, and she quickly disappeared. Damn it, she escaped again. The heavenly god behind her cursed fiercely, but there was nothing he could do. As a young supremacy, who did not have some life-saving items on them? And soon, Crimson Spirit found them in a valley through the connection between her and her followers. There were now many young supremacies gathered here. What surprised her was that among them was the young figure of the longevity Wang family, Wang Wushuang, that extremely mysterious existence. In addition, the young supremacy of the immortal lake was also here. There was also Yi Langtian of the primordial immortal tribe, the inheritor of demonic arts that she suspected the most. Crimson Spirit did not expect so many people to have gathered here to suppress Yi Ling. Miss, are you all right? Many young supremacies in the valley were the first to notice when they saw Crimson Spirit, who looked a little tired and was stained with blood. Her followers also hurried over, especially Kong Yang of the Peacock tribe, who looked the most excited. It could be said that it was all thanks to him that news of Yi Ling had spread and attracted so many young supremacies. The rest of Crimson Spirit's followers also heaved a sigh of relief. They were most afraid that something had happened to Crimson Spirit during the month that she had disappeared. But now, it seemed that Crimson Spirit was fine. Miss Crimson Spirit, did you see our miss? At this time, many of the nine-tailed fox tribe's young clansmen's expressions changed slightly. Their miss, Yin Mei, was among the people who had been with Yi Ling at that time. Now, Crimson Spirit had escaped from the clutches of the demons safe and sound. Where was Yin Mei? Crimson Spirit's expression changed slightly when she heard this question. She deliberated over her words and then said, Yin Mei may still be with Yi Ling now, but they may not be together. Before she finished her words, it caused a huge uproar. What? The young clansmen of the nine-tailed fox tribe were instantly shocked. Now, everyone knew that the inheritor of demonic arts, Yi Ling, was here. So, it was absolutely needless to say how dangerous Yin Mei's situation was. At this time, the Longevity Wang family's young supremacy, Wang Wuxia, the successor of the Undying Lake, Yi Langtian, and the others also heard the commotion and came over with serious expressions. Crimson Spirit, are you sure about this? Wang Wuxia asked. There seemed to be a golden divine fire burning in his golden eyes. Yi Ling dared to appear here and kidnap the heavenly maiden Yin Mei. This is going to be tricky. Yi Langtian frowned. As the successor of the ancient Yi clan, if this matter was not handled properly, he would not only face the wrath of the White Tiger tribe but also the wrath of the Nine-tailed Fox tribe. The consequences were very serious. So, when he heard that Yi Ling was here, he quickly rushed over. Crimson Spirit frowned and organized her words. Then, she explained the cause and effect of the matter. She was not clear about Yin Mei's current situation. She only explained the situation that she might be in. Moreover, Yin Mei knew that Yi Ling was not an inheritor of demonic arts. However, no one would believe her now. So, she did not say much. Instead, she told them about how the three of them were hunted down by the black sky eagle, the ancient snake, and the crocodile god. After hearing this, the crowd was instantly filled with murderous intent. Their eyes were cold. Inheritors of demonic arts should be killed by everyone. They did not expect Yi Ling to be so arrogant. After killing Bai Lai, he actually targeted Yin Mei. Damn it! What did Yi Ling do? How did he cause the great tribes to be so angry? Did he capture the younger generation of those tribes to cultivate his demonic arts? Many young sky prides were filled with murderous intent as they asked. They came from various orthodoxies and knew more about inheritors of demonic arts than others. They knew how terrifying this demonic art was. Once it was fully developed, it would definitely be a disaster for the world in the future. Crimson Spirit, do you know what Yi Ling's goal is? Now that he's here, it's an opportunity for us. Wang Wuxia, Yi Langtian, and the others asked solemnly. In their opinion, this great battle against inheritors of demonic arts would definitely affect the rest of the young living beings in the immortal ancient continent. Perhaps some of the older generation powerhouses would be drawn out. Crimson Spirit shook her head and said, he told us that he was going to meet us in a small town. We were separated then. I'm not sure what he's going to do now. She did not want to interfere in Yi Ling's affairs anymore. However, when she said this, she stared at Yi Langtian and observed his expression. However, she did not see anything unusual on his face. Crimson Spirit had been suspicious of Yi Langtian. However, after breaking off relations with Yi Ling, she felt that Yi Ling might be the inheritor. After all, he could even hide his origin. The reason why he was certain that Yi Ling was not an inheritor of demonic arts was because the power that Yi Ling displayed during the trial involved the mystery of time. According to the strangeness of demonic arts, Yi Ling might be able to hide his origin. When she thought of this, Crimson Spirit felt that this was quite possible. It seems that this matter still needs to be discussed. I heard that Brother Gu heard the news and is on his way here. At this moment, Yi Langtian shook his head slightly and said, if the younger generation had Gu Chang'e, they would have a much higher chance of winning against the inheritor of demonic arts. Needless to say, Gu Chang'e's strength was widely recognized as powerful. Many people were pleasantly surprised when they heard this. Is that so? That's great. Even Wang Wushuang agreed. Indeed. I heard that Brother Gu is on his way here for this matter. If he's here, we'll have a better chance of defeating the inheritor of demonic arts. That's great. Young Master Chang'e is here too. With him here, even the young powerhouses of the immortal ancient continent will be afraid. Everyone has the right to kill the inheritor of demonic arts. Young Master Chang'e will definitely be on our side at this time. Asking for fresh flowers, for a moment, many of the younger generation heaved a sigh of relief. The inheritor of demonic arts would not be weak. Otherwise, he would not have been able to survive the pursuit of so many clans. They were not confident in facing Yi Ling either. However, if Gu Chang'e was here, things would be different. Now, there were rumors of him all over the immortal ancient continent. He was so strong that it was a mess when he faced all the major immortal ancient continent clans. When many of the immortal ancient creatures heard his name, they immediately fled. In this regard, they were also fascinated and full of admiration. Although there were some negative comments, such as stealing the opportunities of his peers. But that didn't matter anymore. In the cultivation world, the strong preyed on the weak. It was normal. Is that so? That's great. If Brother Chang'e is here, things will be much smoother. Crimson Spirit's cold and arrogant face was full of joy. She had many things to tell Gu Chang'e. During this period of time, she had naturally heard the news about Gu Chang'e. She admired Gu Chang'e very much. At this time, a huge commotion suddenly came from the east. It was incomparably vast. Many divine rainbows rushed over. The young man in the lead was Gu Chang'e. After separating from Yin Mei, he had gathered all his followers, intending to be a righteous warrior, for once. He wore a moon-white feather robe with wide sleeves. It seemed to be embroidered with the sun, moon, mountains, and rivers. It contained the universe and intertwined with the brilliance of stars. It was extremely exquisite and gorgeous. His entire person came from the sky, exuding an indescribable air of nobility. Greetings, young Master Chang'e. Greetings, Brother Chang'e. At this moment, everyone in the valley saw this scene and bowed. 0. Including Wang Wushuang, Crimson Spirit, Yi Langtian, and the others were no exception. Gu Chang'e's arrival boosted everyone's morale. This time, they were much more confident in their crusade. It was simply inspiring. Brother Wang, Brother Yi, Miss Crimson Spirit. Gu Chang'e landed with his hands behind his back. With a warm and natural smile on his face, he greeted them. To be honest, he was not surprised to see Crimson Spirit here. Then, everyone exchanged pleasantries. Yi Langtian was the first to speak. He went straight to the point and said, Brother Gu, what are your plans for this crusade? Gu Chang'e pondered for a while and said, actually, I still have some doubts about this matter. I'll ask Miss Crimson Spirit later. In addition, Yi Ling appeared and took Junior Yin Mei away. As the successor of the Tao Heavenly Immortal Palace and her senior brother, I can't just sit back and watch. These words were spoken in a righteous manner without any change in expression. The group of young elites could not help but sigh in admiration. As expected of young Master Chang'e. He's so righteous. They knew that the heavenly maiden Yin Mei of the Nine-Tailed Fox clan had offended Gu Chang'e in public. However, at this time, he would rather consider the big picture. Young Master Chang'e is really a man of integrity. Many young Nine-Tailed Fox clan members said gratefully. They were worried that because Yin Mei had offended Gu Chang'e, he would be unwilling to interfere because of this. However, now it seemed that they were completely overthinking it. There are some things that I will discuss with Brother Chang'e in detail later. Crimson Spirit nodded. She was convinced by Gu Chang'e's words. Indeed, he was the same as the Gu Chang'e that she had known before. He was not like Yi Ling at all. Along the way, she had also asked Yin Mei about Gu Chang'e's opinion. The answer she got was that Gu Chang'e was a bully and no one dared to offend him. It was because of this that she felt that with the relationship between Yin Mei and Gu Chang'e, it was unlikely that Gu Chang'e would interfere. When she thought of this, Crimson Spirit admired Gu Chang'e even more. Compared to Yi Ling's behavior, she felt that there were more doubts about Yi Ling. Although Gu Chang'e had a bad reputation, his character was far better than Yi Ling's. That's good. Why don't we let Brother Chang'e host this crusade? We are determined to eliminate the inheritor of the demonic arts and return peace to the world. We will return a stable cultivation world to all living beings. Soon, the group of young prodigies, including Yi Langtian and Wang Wushuang, discussed for a while. Many people looked at Gu Chang'e with fanatical eyes and said, hoping that he would host this event. Hearing these words, Gu Chang'e's expression did not change, but he was laughing in his heart. Let me lead a crusade against myself. Oh, no, to crusade against Yi Ling, who took the blame for me. He was simply duty-bound to do such a crazy thing. Ah, no, how could he do it? I am really ashamed that everyone trusts me so much. I am afraid that I am not up to the task. Therefore, Gu Chang'e still had a righteous and thoughtful expression on her face. Then, she slowly opened her mouth and said, but since everyone has said so, how can I refuse at this time? Don't worry, I will definitely help everyone find the inheritor of the demonic arts and return peace to the cultivation world. Chapter 157. As expected of Taoist Brother Chang'e. In the face of this matter, you only hesitated for a moment before agreeing. I really admire your consideration of the world. Qi Ling couldn't help but stand up in awe. Her words came from the bottom of her heart, without any other factors. Yi Langtian also said in admiration, Brother Gu's actions are no different from drawing Yi Ling's anger to himself. Sigh, as the young master of the Yi clan, I dare not stand up. This is far inferior to Brother Chang'e. It's not without reason that Brother Gu can become the young taboo. The young master of the undead lake, who was hidden in a cloud of black fog, also sighed deeply. That's great, the young miss is saved. With young Master Chang'e's help, she will definitely be safe. The young clansmen of the Nine-Tailed Fox clan were also excited. Their strength was really too weak. Gu Chang'e's words made the young heavenly pride sigh in relief. They couldn't help but look happy and excited. Whoever took on such a heavy responsibility would very likely face the revenge of the inheritor of the demonic arts. Even a young supreme being like the young master of the White Tiger clan was killed. Although they were shouting loudly at this time, when faced with the inheritor of the demonic arts, they might run away faster than anyone else. Now, Gu Chang'e stood up and was in charge of this crusade. This courage made them feel that they were far inferior. Actually, regarding the matter of Yi Ling being hunted down by the various clans of Immortal Ancient, I have an uncertain guess. At this time, Yi Langtian suddenly opened his mouth and decided to voice his doubts. Oh, Brother Yi, please go ahead. Gu Chang'e smiled slightly. Hearing those words, everyone turned to look at Zhang Xian. I think Yi Ling must have touched something of these clans. Think about it, as the inheritor of the demonic arts, why would he go near the gathering place of these clans? Yi Langtian asked. This was also after serious consideration. His words made Kong Yang, Wang Wushuang, the inheritor of the undead lake, and the others' expressions changed slightly. Gu Chang'e also looked like he was thinking. Then, he frowned and said, Brother Yi, you mean? Yi Langtian glanced at him and nodded. Yi Ling's goal is most likely to be to search for lone prodigies from these tribes or to look for tombs, hiss. There was a series of gasps. Actually, when Yi Langtian reminded them just now, a lot of people had already guessed it. It was just that some people hadn't reacted yet. Gu Chang'e glanced at Yi Langtian and praised him in his heart. He didn't call him Brother Yi in vain. At this time, it was still somewhat useful. In this way, it saved Gu Chang'e some effort in guiding them. Yi Ling would probably have to bear the blame until he died. Searching for a tomb, Yi Langtian's words were like a clap of thunder in the ears of the others, causing them to tremble. He was completely shocked, and his entire body was covered in cold air. If Yi Ling had really done that, his current strength would be unimaginable. According to the terrifying nature of demonic techniques, Yi Ling's current cultivation level was simply unfathomable. Yi Ling was not too far away from us at that time, but this is very likely his next plan. Qi Ling had some doubts about Yi Langtian's words. After all, she had been with Yi Ling previously and knew what he had done. Brother Ye's words are very reasonable, but let's leave it at that for now. Tomorrow, we will start searching for Yi Ling nearby. Don't miss any ancient town. If we encounter the immortal ancient remnant tribe, try to reason with them. This matter is really important. At this time, Gu Chang'e also spoke, looking like he was having a headache. It was as if he was also troubled by Yi Ling's sudden increase in cultivation level. Hearing this, everyone understood that this matter might become even more complicated. Yi Ling had secretly sneaked into the immortal ancient continent. The ancient tombs here were the best breeding grounds for Yi Ling. Then, everyone discussed again and dispersed, preparing to conserve energy and take action the next day. On the other hand, Qi Ling took the initiative to stay and talk to Gu Chang'e. Most importantly, Qi Ling told Gu Chang'e about her falling out with Yi Ling and raised her suspicions about Yi Ling. Gu Chang'e nodded to express his understanding. Then, Gu Chang'e still pretended to be concerned about her and expressed his deep regret about this matter. No matter what, Yi Ling's title as the inheritor of demonic techniques cannot be removed. It's useless no matter how much you and I trust him, Gu Chang'e said with a sigh. There are many suspicious points about Yi Ling now. It's not necessarily true that he has nothing to do with the inheritor of demonic techniques, Qi Ling said. Gu Chang'e nodded to express his agreement. Then, Qi Ling relaxed. It was rare for her to joke with him. She said, during this time, I've heard a lot about Brother Gu. You suppressed all the creatures of the immortal ancient remnant and even stole the opportunities of your peers. You've caused a bad reputation. Of course, she did not mean to blame Gu Chang'e. She just could not find a topic to talk about and was purely joking. In her eyes, Gu Chang'e definitely had his reasons for doing things. Moreover, in a world where the strong preyed on the weak, stealing opportunities was not a big deal. Gu Chang'e was also aware of this. He smiled and said, "You're blaming me wrongly. Once those opportunities are in their hands, they can't keep them. In the end, they'll be snatched away by the immortal ancient remnant race. They might even lose their lives. So, instead of that, it's better for me to snatch them. They can still live." Of course, he was just making this up. When snatching opportunities, why would he care about such things? If anyone dared to stop him, he would still slap them to death. However, when these words fell into Qi Ling's ears, her eyes widened. She could not help but say in shock, "So Brother Gu really did consider such things." Gu Chang'e glanced at her and did not say anything. Her imagination was too terrifying. How could she believe such words? At this time, he suspected that Qi Ling's brain might be missing a cord. Led by Gu Chang'e, the other supreme orthodoxies, imperishable sect's young supreme beings, and many other young sky prides participated in the crusade against the inheritors of demonic arts. For a time, it caused a huge commotion in the immortal ancient continent. The appearance of the inheritors of demonic arts was already shocking enough. However, no one expected that at this time, Gu Chang'e would be willing to stand up and lead everyone to fight against the inheritors of demonic arts. For the cultivation world, this was absolutely significant. Once they succeeded, it could even be said to be a great achievement. For a time, young sky prides from all over the world rushed to join the crusade to eliminate the threat to the cultivation world and kill the inheritors of demonic arts. This matter even attracted the attention of the immortal ancient remnant races. Even the immortal ancient dragon race, who said that they wanted Gu Chang'e to return Longting's corpse, immediately went to find out if this matter was true or not. In the end, the immortal ancient clans came to the conclusion that this time, Gu Chang'e was serious. This made them feel that they could take advantage of this opportunity. Many young immortal ancient beings also spontaneously gathered to fight against Gu Chang'e. In the immortal ancient dragon race's ancestral land, an elder directly used the true dragon order to command the rest of the clans to send out their outstanding younger generation to participate in the crusade against Gu Chang'e. During this period of time, the situation in the immortal ancient continent had become chaotic due to the battles between the living beings and cultivators on both sides. Many of the younger generation of the orthodoxies in the outside world had also died. Many people even had a premonition that a great war would break out in the immortal ancient continent soon. This was especially because Gu Chang'e had stirred up the situation, causing the living beings on both sides to suffer heavy casualties. Some of the disciples of some orthodoxies even died here because of this. 100 Horizontal mountain range. Ancient trees were lush, vast and boundless, and vines were like clouds. A large area of ancient and dilapidated ruins was hidden in the middle. Yumingkong's figure appeared here. At this moment, she was leading her people to set up here. Many formation patterns and dharma artifacts were engraved everywhere by her. The spiritual qi was rich, and essence stones were scattered everywhere. Mysterious scriptures were engraved in every space. Each of the ancient characters emitted a faint golden glow, bobbing up and down in the void. When the immortal light soared into the sky, it could conceal the heavenly secrets here and by her some time. Otherwise, it would attract a large number of cultivators and living beings, which would be bad for her. At this moment, she also received news that Gu Chang'e was going to crusade against Yi Ling. This Yi Ling is really unlucky to have offended Gu Chang'e. Not only did he take the blame for Gu Chang'e, but now he is being attacked by Gu Chang'e and his people. I wonder if Yi Ling will be so angry that he will vomit blood. Now, everyone is kept in the dark by Gu Chang'e. No one knows that he is the real inheritor of the demonic technique. He is completely playing with everyone in the world in the palm of his hand. Yumingkong naturally had no sympathy for Yi Ling. At this moment, she was guessing what Gu Chang'e's motive was. Stealing Yi Ling's opportunity was one of them. As for the other, to be honest, she could not guess what it was. I have already seen the immortal gate. Before anyone realizes it, it should belong to me. In fact, Yumingkong had already found a stone gate here. It was very simple and sat in the depths of the mountain range. There were many things carved on the stone gate. The mountains were boundless and as tall as the sky. Divine vines and immortal trees grew, overflowing with immortal aura. She wanted to see the path outside the immortal gate through the gap of the gate, but there was a layer of fog covering it. At that moment, large patches of light rain bloomed from behind the immortal gate, sprinkling down from the sky with immortal Tao runes. These immortal Tao runes entered her body, as if to refine her immortal body. This kind of power was very sacred, far surpassing ordinary great Tao runes, containing powerful energy. Yumingkong knew that she had already determined the location of the immortal gate. However, she could not open the immortal gate with her current strength. Now, there were only two choices. Either wait for the immortal gate to open on its own and reveal the opportunity to become an immortal. Or tell this to Wuxia. He might have a solution. Yu Mingkong was also in a dilemma. This kind of opportunity was right in front of her, but she could not eat it. She even had the impulse to slash the gate in front of her with her sword. However, she was also worried that Wuxia would leave her aside and find a way to enter by himself. Then, she would have worked for nothing again. Damn it, this Wuxia is really vicious. He is clearly the inheritor of the demonic arts, but he framed me and even brought people to suppress me. At the same time, in a courtyard in a remote ancient town, Yi Ling's expression was full of hatred. He could not wait to cut Wuxia into pieces. Beside him was Yin Mei, who had come to meet him in the ancient town. According to Wuxia's instructions, Yin Mei's actions did not arouse any suspicion in Yi Ling. Instead, he regretted abandoning Yin Mei and escaping first. He was afraid that Yin Mei would hold a grudge against him. Fortunately, Yin Mei had said that she still had many life-saving treasures at that time, so she was able to escape with her life. She was fine, so she could understand his actions. This made Yi Ling even more moved. At this moment, he was grabbing a young prodigy who was searching for his whereabouts and asking about these things. His expression was very gloomy. What happened outside made him extremely angry. It was simply overflowing with hatred. Wuxia's actions were even more deranged than a thief crying thief. Qi Ling must have exposed my whereabouts. Otherwise, how could Wuxia know that I am hiding in this ancient town? Damn it. I should have known that Qi Ling and Wuxia were in cahoots. To think that I trusted her so much. At this moment, Yi Ling's expression was extremely gloomy. Over the past few days, he could see cultivators flying through the sky, searching for him in various areas. This was simply more hateful than the immortal ancient remnant tribe. Fortunately, they don't know that the cave residence that the reincarnation ancient heavenly lord left for me is actually hidden in this ancient town. Thinking of this, Yi Ling could not help but smile disdainfully. Then, he killed the young prodigy in front of him. Old Tortoise, are you sure that the entrance is in this ancient town? Yi Ling asked the old tortoise in the pendant again. He had a hunch that it would be here. However, without the old tortoise's guidance, he actually did not know the exact location. It's here. The entrance is a dry well. However, there are many formation patterns left behind by the heavenly lord. Even a saint will die if they enter by mistake. You have to be careful and find a way out. The old tortoise's words rang out in the pendant, making Yi Ling's expression turn solemn. Then, he said to Yin Mei behind him, Yin Mei, remember to follow closely behind me. Don't take a wrong step. Seeing how serious Yi Ling was, Yin Mei also had a worried expression on her face. Then, she nodded and said, I know. Don't worry. Yi Ling was relieved when he heard that. He did not notice the flash of mockery in Yin Mei's eyes. Soon, Yi Ling wandered around the nearby courtyard. This ancient town was actually very old. It was very old and seemed to have experienced many vicissitudes. However, there were no living creatures living in it. It was already deserted. It should be this well. In the end, Yi Ling brought Yin Mei to a stop in an ancient temple. There were no traces of living beings in this place. In front of them, there was a dried-up ancient well covered by withered leaves. Yi Ling felt a familiar aura. It was indeed the aura of reincarnation. It's here. There shouldn't be a mistake. He could not help but show joy and excitement on his face. At this time, the sound of divine rainbows came from all over the sky. Several cultivators descended on this ancient town to search for him. Sensing this aura, Yi Ling's expression changed. He said to Yin Mei behind him, 2. Follow me. If they did not escape at this time, they would probably be caught red-handed. Therefore, Yi Ling took the lead and rushed to the ancient well in front. He stepped in first. With a splash, the withered leaves drifted away. The space below began to break apart inch by inch. It was a blur as if another world had appeared. It was as Yi Ling had expected. The bottom of the withered well was not the ground but a spatial node. Seeing this scene, Yin Mei's face did not show any hesitation as she followed after him. However, the moment she went down, she left an aura mark here. There seems to be someone's aura here just now. Why did it disappear in the blink of an eye? The cultivators searching in the ancient town were also confused. Their divine senses covered thousands of kilometers but could not find any trace of Yi Ling. Forget it. Let's go back and report to young Master Chang'e first. Yi Ling is not here. With that, the few of them left the ancient town. At this time, in another direction, on a mountain peak, Gu Chang'e, who was sitting cross-legged, his robes fluttering in the wind, suddenly sensed something. He smiled with interest. A strange aura appeared on his body, oppressing the void in front of him and making it blurry. Men! Gu Chang'e ordered calmly. Master! A large group of cultivators and living beings appeared from all around the mountain peak and knelt on the ground. We've received news that the inheritor of the demonic arts has appeared. He's now in a ruin 40,000 kilometers to the east. Spread the news. Gu Chang'e smiled meaningfully. Naturally, there was nothing in that ruin now. If there was anything, it should be a tomb that he had dug. Yes, Master. Soon, the followers behind him received the order and disappeared. Yi Ling, oh Yi Ling, what value do you have now? Gu Chang'e got up as he spoke. The void in front of him blurred. He stepped straight into it and disappeared in an instant. Chapter 158. Buzz. Gu Chang'e left the place and stepped into the void. The direction he was heading in was naturally the small town where Yi Ling was. He had just sensed the information that Yin Mei had triggered for him using a secret technique. In other words, Yi Ling had found the reincarnation cave abode. This was naturally a good thing for Gu Chang'e. At this time, he should also pluck Yi Ling's ripe fruit. Pluck was a little harsh, but without Yi Ling, it would have been difficult for him to find the remains of the ancient heavenly lord of reincarnation. Now, everyone should have gone to the ruins to find Yi Ling. Anyway, no one will be able to find traces of him. On the contrary, the many exposed tombs there will prove that my words are true. At this time, Gu Chang'e naturally did not forget to fasten the title of inheritor of demonic arts on Yi Ling's head even tighter. For a group of cultivators, they would not let go of the news of Yi Ling and would definitely swarm him like bees in a cocoon. At that time, the tombs would be exposed to the public. The ancient corpses whose essence had dissipated were the best evidence. This was Gu Chang'e's first plan. At that time, it would be impossible for Yi Ling to wash away even if he wanted to. Not to mention that Yi Ling had already gone to the ancient heavenly lord of reincarnation's cave abode and knew nothing about this. Gu Chang'e did not intend to let him come back alive. When Gu Chang'e received news of Yi Ling's appearance, many of the younger generation also heard the news. Yi Ling's figure has been found in the ruins in the east. Qi Ling, who was leading people to search for Yi Ling in an ancient town, had a slight change in expression. In fact, when she was with Yi Ling previously, Yi Ling did not show any abnormalities. He did not go near those ruins either. However, Yi Lingtian's words earlier made her suspicious. Yi Ling might have had such thoughts at that time, but it was difficult for him to leave because she was by his side. That was why it was difficult for him to make a move. Now that she heard the news, she was even more certain of her guess. I only hope that when the time comes, I won't find Yi Ling in the tombs. Otherwise, he's really too scary. He hid from me for so long. Qi Ling's eyes were cold. At this moment, a murderous aura surged out from her body. She hated it when people lied to her, especially when they were friends. Now, Yi Ling was even more suspicious than Yi Langtian. Crimson Spirit, when you meet Yi Ling, I hope you won't forget about our past relationship. I don't think we need to say more about the dangers of the inheritors of demonic arts. Kong Yang and the others, who were dressed in 21 colorful feather robes and had handsome faces, also tried to persuade him. Their hatred for Yi Ling was deeper than anyone else's. Especially when they recalled the time when they had rushed to this place with Yi Ling, they could not help but feel a chill run down their backs. Such a terrifying person. Fortunately, there were many of them at that time and they were not alone. Otherwise, they would definitely have been killed by Yi Ling. Now, they were all praying that the heavenly maiden Yi Mei of the Nine-Tailed Fox clan would be able to escape the clutches of the demons. Hearing this, Qiling's arrogant face was filled with killing intent. I will make a real break with him, she said coldly. At this time, in other mountains, valleys, and plains, Wang Wushuang, Yi Langtian, the successor of the Undying Lake, and the others also received the news. The inheritors of demonic arts have appeared in a relic in the east. Be careful, don't let him escape. A young supreme martial artist said to the group of junior brothers and sisters behind him. He was very serious and was extremely cautious about this matter. Yi Ling actually dared to appear. I'm afraid he will escape this time. Yi Langtian frowned. Divine halos intertwined around his body, and even his hair was extremely bright. He knew Yi Ling quite well. He knew that this guy looked honest but was secretly very sinister and cunning. Now that so many people were hunting him down, he actually dared to appear. Clearly, he was confident and had the ability to back it up. Forget it. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. We must not miss it. Yi Langtian immediately summoned his followers and charged toward the relic. Now, the White Tiger clan was pressuring them step by step, forcing them to take out Yi Ling. In addition, there were other orthodoxies using this as an excuse. As the successor, he was under a lot of pressure. At this time, Yi Langtian wanted nothing more than to kill Yi Ling with his own hands and capture him to appease the public anger. Wang Wushuang and the other young supreme martial artists did not stop either. They charged toward Yi Ling's location. In an instant, there was an astonishing commotion in the nearby mountain range. War chariots crushed the horizon. Divine rainbows shook the world as they charged toward the relic. Even the creatures of Immortal Ancient were shocked. They raised their heads to look. Especially the black sky eagles, Ancient Snake, Divine Crocodile, and other tribes nearby. What happened? Why are so many people suddenly rushing toward that place? Could it be that some immortal treasure has appeared? When many creatures thought of this, their eyes lit up. They originally planned to work together to suppress Gu Changa. But now, they all turned into divine rainbows and rushed over. Within the Black Sky Eagle clan's territory, a young girl was currently standing on a cliff surrounded by clouds. She looked to be no more than 17 or 18 years old. She was dressed in white and clouds surged around her. Her facial features were exquisite. Her black hair was like clouds, with a 9-phoenix hairpin in it. She wore beautiful jade clothes, looking as pure and holy as a divine lotus. Her beauty was unparalleled. Immortal Ancient Dragon Clan has issued a true dragon order. The younger generation of Immortal Ancient's various clans must participate in the suppression of that Gu Changa. The young girl softly muttered to herself. Her black gem-like eyes sparkled. Now that Long Teng is dead, the younger generation of Immortal Ancient's various clans is without a leader. This is a good opportunity for me. She was He Ming's older sister, He Yenyu. On the surface, she could be considered one of the best of Immortal Ancient's various clans' younger generation. She was even more so a rarely seen genius in the Black Sky Eagle clan. A while ago, when Long Teng was looking for heavenly geniuses from various clans, because of their outstanding appearances, Long Teng took a fancy to them, intending to bring them into his harem. Towards this matter, black-colored Jade originally refused. She kept a low profile, biding her time. However, this didn't mean that her strength was weak. She was willing to serve Longtang and follow him for the rest of her life. This was especially the case when black-colored Jade was an extremely ambitious person herself. She planned to lead the Black Sky Eagle clan to rebuild their ancestors' glory, to rule over Immortal Ancient's various clans. She originally planned to find a chance to challenge Longtang and explain her position. However, she never expected Longtang to fall under Gu Changa's hands. Black-colored Jade had heard of Gu Changa before, knowing that this person was extremely strong. The rumors of Immortal Ancient's various clans were hard to believe, so she only felt resentment, smearing his name. Gu Changa's true strength was already at the heavenly deity level at the very least. Black-colored Jade specially investigated the results of that battle. A youth's taboo. These heavy words weren't empty words. However, this time, the various clans were working together, preparing to suppress Gu Changa. In her opinion, this might be an opportunity for herself. No matter how powerful Gu Changa was, there was no way he could face all of Immortal Ancient's clans alone. Men, come with me. Let's go after Gu Changa. Soon after, following black-colored Jade's words, several powerful figures rushed out from the great mountain behind her. Chi chi chi, air-shattering sounds continuously sounded, rushing out from the depths of various cliffs, appearing at black-colored Jade's side. A golden-haired young lady with a pair of wings, an old flood dragon, a robust man whose arms were covered in scales, a giant with ox horns on his head. These creatures' auras were all powerful, the weakest at the Void God realm, existences that black-colored Jade subdued herself in various great mountains and rivers. After black-colored Jade disappeared, a young man with a pale face walked out from the cliff behind her. The youth had a pair of black wings on his back, precisely He Ming. Right now, his eyes were currently suffused with a strange radiance, staring in the direction black-colored Jade left in. Even the two old ancestors cultivated the wedding dress portion of the technique. Now that older sister has left the clan, it is precisely the time for me to rise up powerfully, seize all authority. He Ming muttered to himself, the flames of ambition burning fiercely in his eyes. Even he did not notice that there were silvery white lines appearing in his eyes, like a spider web, and then disappearing quickly. When Yi Ling led Yin Mei into the dry well, the world was spinning. In a trance, there were many spaces that were being destroyed and overlapped. In the end, the two of them seemed to have passed through a ripple-like ripple and landed on the ground. There was a strange look in Yin Mei's eyes, then she said with a shocked expression, "Where is this? Have we come to another world?" "That's right, this is already another world. In fact, it can be considered a small world, but it was left to me by my master." Hearing that, Yi Ling, who was walking in front of her, nodded, suppressing the excitement in his heart. Usually, he would call him the Reincarnation Ancient Heavenly Lord. However, at this time, in the cave that the Reincarnation Ancient Heavenly Lord had left for him, it was better to call him Master. If the Reincarnation Ancient Heavenly Lord still had a wisp of remnant soul here and heard his disrespectful words, he would be expelled from the sect. That would be too much of a loss. Therefore, although Yi Ling usually did not look very smart, he actually had a lot of ideas in his mind. The Reincarnation Ancient Heavenly Lord, could it be, at this time, in order to match Yi Ling's words, Yin Mei could not help but show a shocked expression. She looked like she was stunned. In fact, Gu Changa had already said those words for her, so she was not surprised at all. Yes, you guessed right. At this time, Yi Ling was also a little proud. His identity as the successor of the Reincarnation Ancient Heavenly Lord made him feel very proud. However, he did not dare to reveal it because he was afraid that others would target his opportunity. Now that he revealed this in front of Yin Mei, he could not help but smile, enjoying Yin Mei's shocked and respectful gaze. The Reincarnation Ancient Heavenly Lord is a figure close to immortality. I didn't expect you to have such a background, Yi Ling. This is too shocking, Yin Mei could not help but say in admiration. Yi Ling shook his head and said, that's why the rumors saying that I am the successor of some forbidden demonic technique are not true at all. The real successor of the forbidden demonic technique is actually the successor of the Palace of Heavenly Immortals, Gu Chang'e. It's all his fault for framing me. Gu Chang'e is such a despicable and shameless person. Sooner or later, I will tear off his sanctimonious face and let the world know who the real villain is. At the mention of Gu Chang'e, a deep-seated hatred and murderous intent appeared in his eyes. In this world, there had never been anyone like Gu Chang'e, whom he hated to the core. Even Yi Langtian could not compare to him. The two of them had clearly never met before, and had not even spoken to each other before. However, Gu Chang'e had framed him and made him a scapegoat. He had become a street rat that everyone wanted to beat up. He was not far from becoming the enemy of the entire world. You don't have to say all this. I've always believed in you, Yi Ling. At that moment, Yin Mei frowned slightly and spoke, interrupting Yi Ling's cursing of Gu Chang'e. Yin Mei is still the best. Hearing that, Yi Ling nodded, a little touched. He also realized that now was not the time to talk about this. Immediately, he led the way in front, leading Yin Mei forward. Yin Mei's traces are here. At that moment, Gu Chang'e's figure walked out of the void and arrived at the abandoned ancient temple. He stared at the dried-up well in front of him, deep in thought. Yi Ling should have already slipped in by now. It looks like this might be a space tunnel, just like my inner world. Gu Chang'e's divine consciousness probed into the dried-up well. Being proficient in the power of the void, he quickly sensed a faint fluctuation in space. Clearly, this was a passage to another world, and there was a hidden mystery. Someone should be on their way to the ruins by now. Now, other than me, no one knows Yi Ling's whereabouts. Gu Chang'e smiled faintly, then stepped into the well. This was not the first time he had plucked a ripe fruit. He was already familiar with the process. Yi Ling had helped him get rid of all kinds of dangers in front of him, and he had come along the way. Naturally, he was happy and relaxed. This time, Gu Chang'e did not plan to let Yi Ling leave this place alive. Lastly, where did the inheritor of demonic arts, Yi Ling, go? Naturally, he had used all his strength and escaped from him. When the time came, Gu Chang'e and Yin Mei would cooperate and say that Yi Ling had escaped because of his serious injuries. He would then pretend that he was also seriously injured. This plan was flawless in Gu Chang'e's opinion. In the end, no one would know where Yi Ling was. They would only know that he was hiding everywhere as the inheritor of demonic arts. All the forces and orthodoxies would be looking for Yi Ling, but how could they find a dead person? Yi Ling had all kinds of disguises and techniques to hide his origin. Therefore, no one would know that Yi Ling was dead. Instead, they would think that Yi Ling had escaped Yao Yao and was hiding in the dark. As long as no one noticed what Gu Chang'e did, everyone would naturally think that it was the dead Yi Ling's doing. Who would suspect him? Yi Ling and Yin Mei had been rushing for a long time. This place looked like an underground crack that connected directly to the depths. There was even a scorching aura coming from it. There were some formation patterns in the void around 603. If one did not understand the power of reincarnation, even a saint would find it difficult to move around here. Yi Ling, you have to be careful. This is the Heavenly Venerable One's final test. You have to be careful of the formation patterns and mechanisms in front. Old Tortoise's voice came from the pendant. This made Yi Ling's heart tremble. He did not dare to let his guard down. Boom! 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 Soon, he saw a light in front of him. Hot lava flowed under his feet. A single plank bridge stretched across the lava and connected to the other side. There are fire elemental creatures in the lava. Be careful. Old Tortoise reminded. Yi Ling nodded. Waves of terrifying heat like a sea of fire came from below and kept hitting him. However, it was destroyed by the power of reincarnation on his body and could not hurt him at all. Not only was this wave scorching hot, it was also mixed with a terrifying gravitational force. An ordinary void god cultivator would probably explode in an instant. Even a true god would be shocked. It had to be said that the test set by the reincarnation Heavenly Venerable was very suitable for the current Yiling. It would not make him feel that his life was in danger, but it was not too dangerous either. In Gu Changa's opinion, this was the so-called superfluous action. Roar, many creatures wrapped in flames jumped out of the lava in front of him and attacked Yiling. This made him fall into a fight for a while. Meanwhile, Yi Mei was hiding in the back, watching all of this and secretly leaving traces behind. Yiling did not notice Yi Mei's actions at all. Now, in his eyes, the end of the road ahead hid endless opportunities. Nothing was more important than this. Soon, Yiling led Yi Mei and broke through all obstacles. After solving many of the tests set by the reincarnation Heavenly Venerable and destroying a series of array patterns and killing traps, they finally reached the depths. A cave abode was located there, and divine light was gushing out from it. 3 bronze pillars supported a bronze and white jade palace that floated in the void. Wisps of black and white reincarnation power surged in it. It was extremely bright and reflected the surrounding darkness clearly. In the palace, there was a silver lake that was as calm as the Milky Way, rising and falling with silver mist. There was a small silver tree with silver and black stripes that contained the mysteries of reincarnation. It was showing off inside. Seeing all this, Yiling, who was standing outside the cave abode, was pleasantly surprised and excited. Even Yi Mei was stunned at this time. What she saw in front of her was too shocking. The reincarnation lake left by the Heavenly Venerable can be used to forge a reincarnation body. The reincarnation root is an immortal item rooted in the reincarnation lake. It can condense the origin of reincarnation and even be used as a weapon to kill all things. And the portable cave abode that the Heavenly Venerable refined with the World Stone. It contains all the remains of the Heavenly Venerable and even a few terrifying puppets that he refined back then. Old Tortoise's excited voice also rang in Yiling's ears. All this effort was not in vain. Yiling was also very excited. Looking at all the opportunities, his entire body trembled slightly. All of this is mine. The heavens are on my side. Gu Changa, just you wait. His voice was filled with excitement and trembling slightly. Chapter 159. I'm indeed the one destined to be. Yiling couldn't help but laugh out loud and quickly walked toward the cave abode. At this moment, after going through dangers and obstacles, he finally arrived in front of the cave abode. He was so excited that he was trembling. He could even see the light of treasures coming from within. All kinds of powerful and mysterious weapons were emitting a dense light that gushed out of the cave abode. All this hard work has not been in vain. The old tortoise in his pendant could not help but sigh emotionally. Although the journey was difficult, there were no dangers. Now, Yiling only needed to enter the cave abode and refine the core of the cave abode. Yiling could have everything here. With the cave abode by his side, even if he was hunted down, he could hide in it. Who would be able to find him? At this moment, Yiling was extremely excited. He had already thought it through. Now, he could finally reveal his identity openly. The successor of the ancient heavenly lord of Samsara. Not the inheritor of demonic arts. With this cave abode, even if someone coveted his inheritance, he could escape safely. Yiling was not afraid at all. After today, it's my chance to turn things around. I'll reveal my identity to the public and let the world know who the true inheritor of demonic arts is, Yiling said to himself. He had always believed that he could defy the heavens and change his fate. Even though the current situation was very bad and everyone wanted to beat him up, there was not much hope for survival. However, he also believed that he could turn the situation around. That was because in the past, situations like this were all too common. Even in more dangerous situations, he could still turn the situation around. In Yi Ling's opinion, Gu Chang'e was just a stepping stone on his path to greatness, a whetstone for him. But now, this stepping stone, this whetstone, would finally be crushed by him. At the thought of this, Yi Ling was excited. Yi Ling was so excited that he could not stop trembling. The hand that he used to push open the cave was also trembling. It was as if there was a peerless immortal secret that could allow him to ascend instantly and become an immortal. Yin Mei, wait for me outside. At the same time, Yi Ling tried to calm himself down and said to Yin Mei behind him. Yi Ling, won't you let me go in and take a look? However, at this moment, Yin Mei suddenly spoke. The usual gentleness and charm on her face disappeared. She looked very calm and cold. Yi Ling was slightly taken aback by his words. Yin Mei also wants to go in and take a look. He suddenly hesitated. After all, this was an opportunity that belonged to him. It was left for him by the reincarnation heavenly sovereign. He would give some things to Yin Mei, but he would have to wait for him to finish refining it. At this time, he did not notice the change in Yin Mei's expression. Something's not right with Yi Ling. Old Tortoise's expression suddenly changed as he spoke. Forget it. It's fine if you don't want to. Yin Mei interrupted Yi Ling's silence and shook her head. Her expression was calm, giving Yi Ling a sense of unfamiliarity. Yin Mei, what do you mean? At this moment, Yi Ling's eyes widened in disbelief. His mind suddenly buzzed and went blank. From Yin Mei's eyes, he could see a hint of mockery. This was completely different from the Yin Mei he was familiar with. Yi Ling's heart skipped a beat. He was not stupid. At this time, he also sensed that something was not right. You're not even willing to give me an opportunity. Yi Ling, are you sincere to me? Yin Mei asked calmly. Yi Ling looked at this unfamiliar woman. It was still that familiar oval face, as fair as mutton-fat jade. Her eyebrows were curved, her nose was high, her lips were red, her teeth were sparkling, and her hair was as smooth as silk. She was such a beautiful woman. Why did she suddenly say such frosty words? How is that possible, Yin Mei? Yi Ling's eyes were filled with regret and disbelief. He did not expect that Yin Mei had been lying to him all along. The plot was laid bare. It turned out that Yin Mei was also after his opportunity. Now, she had finally fallen out with him. Yi Ling only felt his heart ache. All this time, he had taken care of Yin Mei and told her many things. But now, Yin Mei actually shed all pretense of cordiality with him because of the matter of the Immortal's Cave and the opportunity. That Qi Ling. Suddenly, Yi Ling realized that something was wrong. Previously, he and Old Tortoise had suspected that Qi Ling had revealed his whereabouts. You've wronged her. I did it. Yin Mei's answer was very calm. There was no unnaturalness in it. Good, good, good. You bitch, how dare you scheme against me? Yi Ling's face suddenly turned pale. He suddenly regretted it. Qi Ling's cold eyes appeared in his mind. It turned out that this was all part of Yin Mei's scheme. The gap between Brother Bai Lai and me, and even the fact that I went to save you, was actually all part of your scheme, right? You're so cruel, Yin Mei. Yi Ling stared coldly at Yin Mei. He felt a chill down his spine. Who would have thought that this peerlessly beautiful woman would actually have such a vicious heart? This made him hate and angry. He was really blind to have trusted her so much and was so infatuated with her. But in the end, not only did he not gain anything, he even got himself into trouble. If you didn't have a problem, I wouldn't have done all this. You don't trust others enough. Are you blaming me? Hearing this, Yin Mei could not help but show a faint mocking expression. She had wanted to lay her cards on the table with Yi Ling for a long time. Now that she had the rare opportunity, she naturally would not waste it. Yi Ling was the kind of person who only allowed others to betray him, but not others. It was natural for others to treat him well. If others did not treat him well, he could not wait to kill their entire family. He would not consider other people's feelings at all. To be honest, such a double standard disgusted Yin Mei to the extreme. If it were not for Gu Changa's mission, she would not have endured until now. "Shut up, you bitch. This is all because of you." Yi Ling was furious. Yin Mei's words stabbed him in the heart. He would not allow her to talk about him like that. If it were not for her instigation, he would not have been separated by her. How could he be alienated, and how could he part ways with Qi Ling? Do you think that saying these things will work? This is a world where strength speaks the loudest. Any schemes and tricks are useless in the face of absolute strength. Even if you lay your cards on the table with me, so what? Yin Mei, you overestimate yourself. Today will be the day of your death. Yi Ling could not help but laugh. Then, he stared coldly at Yin Mei with an expression that said, "You are dead meat." He was confident that he had a trump card that could kill Yin Mei. Even if a great sage appeared, he had a way to kill or defeat him with his trump card. Just a mere Yin Mei, what kind of storm could she stir up? You think too highly of yourself. Yin Mei looked at him coldly. There was no fear in her ruby-like eyes at all. She was calm and collected. "You are asking for death. Die, I will fulfill your wish now." Yi Ling shouted coldly. His gaze was very cold. He wanted to kill Yin Mei. Victory was in his hands. He was very confident. At this moment, he fully unleashed his early-stage emperor-ranked power. After breaking through during this period, he had already caught up with many young paragons. If anyone saw this breakthrough speed, it would definitely cause a huge commotion and cause a huge commotion. Boom! A huge golden figure appeared behind him. It was like a young divine king. His entire body was burning, and his hair was shining. He slapped his palm toward Yin Mei. It was like a raging sea that flooded the sky. This was Yi Ling's emperor-ranked Dharma body. Do you still not understand at this time? Yin Mei still had that calm and mocking expression. She did not care about Yi Ling's sudden attack at all. Since she dared to be honest with Yi Ling, she was naturally confident. At this moment, every inch of the void in this space suddenly quietened down. A terrifying divine power descended from the sky. What? Oh no! Even the old tortoise in the pendant raised its head in bewilderment. Buzz! A golden palm that covered the sky descended from the void in front of Yin Mei. The palm print was clear and shrouded in mist. There were even traces of chaotic aura floating in it. It was like the hand of an immortal emperor. It shook the heavens. Who? Yi Ling's heart suddenly skipped a beat. His expression changed drastically. He never expected that there was actually a hidden expert behind Yin Mei. This was something he did not expect. Boom! This palm descended. It was as if billions of layers of void were crushing down. It was abnormally terrifying. Poof! So powerful. Yi Ling could not believe it. He suddenly coughed out a large mouthful of blood as if he had been struck by lightning. The huge golden Dharma body was directly destroyed. He hurriedly activated an ancient talisman. A layer of black and white light appeared on his body to avoid being killed by this palm. Then, he hurriedly moved to the side in a sorry state. However, half of his body was still grazed, and his arm was broken. He spat out blood. His entire body was in intense pain. He felt that his organs were broken, and many of his bones were broken. Boom! However, this palm did not show any signs of stopping. It continued to press down. Break! Yi Ling gritted his teeth. His entire body shone brightly. Pitch-black sacred suns appeared behind him. Black divine light flowed. They contained the power of time and illuminated the surroundings. The killing intent was terrifying. A phenomenon. Black sun illuminating the sky. Wisps of black divine light erupted and covered the area. Its power was unparalleled. It was enough to seriously injure an ordinary true god. Rumble. At this moment it was as if several stars had exploded. Terrifying energy was wildly released. If not for the support of several bronze pillars and the array patterns laid out here. If not for the strange power protecting it, it would have been destroyed long ago. Crack. The black sacred suns directly exploded and turned into ashes. Even so, Yi Ling still spat out blood. He flew backward like a broken sack and smashed into the stone wall. He was instantly seriously injured. Rumble. This palm finally landed. A terrifying large crack appeared on the ground. It caused the nearby palace and cave to tremble. Who is it? Yi Ling stared in the direction of Yin Mei. His entire body was split open and covered in blood. He no longer had the confidence he had just now. Master. At this moment, Yin Mei also respectfully and obediently called out, Master. As expected of the successor of the reincarnation heavenly sovereign. You can be proud of yourself and leave your name in the world after taking one of my palms. Accompanied by a faint chuckle, Gu Changa's figure finally appeared in the void. He stood with his hands behind his back. He looked down at Yi Ling, whose face was pale with shock and disbelief. Of course, this was just a casual palm. It was not his real strength. Otherwise, Yi Ling would not have been seriously injured. If he did not have a life-saving item, he would have been smashed into a bloody mist on the spot. His body and soul would have been destroyed. Gu Changa followed the mark left by Yin Mei and naturally found his way here. Of course, it was all thanks to Yi Ling that he could do so easily. Gu Changa. Yi Ling was about to spit fire. He stared at Gu Changa, who had appeared here. He gritted his teeth and said those 3 words. At this moment, he reacted. His whole body was ice cold. It was as if the top of his head had been opened and ice water poured down. Gu Changa was standing behind Yin Mei. This was something that he did not even dare to think about before. However, what he saw today really frightened him. His whole body was cold. If he had not seen it with his own eyes, no one would have believed that Yin Mei was Gu Changa's subordinate. This move was really hidden too deeply. He reckoned that from the beginning, Gu Changa had schemed against everyone, so that Bai Lai might have been killed by them. After that, he put the blame for Bai Lai's death on his head. When he thought of this and connected it to Yin Mei's calmness, Yi Ling's heart kept beating and the blood drained from his face. Things had gone beyond his expectations. This was the first time he had confronted Gu Changa head-on. However, even with his full strength, he was still no match for Gu Changa's casual palm. Gu Changa's strength was as rumored. It was simply unfathomable. He even felt that the palm just now was just Gu Changa playing tricks on him. However, this made it difficult for him to resist. At this moment, Yi Ling's heart sank to the bottom. I'm afraid I'm doomed today. This Gu Changa's scheme is too terrifying. It really makes one shudder. How can there be such a terrifying person in this world? The expression of Old Tortoise in the pendant was also extremely solemn and dignified. It had seen too many heaven's prides. Whether it was talent or talent, they all dominated an era. However, it had never seen someone like Gu Changa. A young man who played everyone in the world in the palm of his hand. Demon. This was a person more terrifying than a demon. Old Tortoise, what should I do now? Yi Ling's back was full of cold sweat. His previous confidence and excitement had turned into coldness and regret at this moment. Gu Changa was definitely lured here by Yin Mei. And he just so happened to get rid of all obstacles for Gu Chang'e, so that he could go on without hindrance. Compared to Yin Mei, Gu Chang'e was definitely the most terrifying person. He had never shown himself in the dark, but he schemed against the world. No one knew about all this. His own strength was also unbelievably powerful. We can only pray that Gu Chang'e doesn't know what trump cards you have, or that the Heavenly Lord had a premonition that this day would come and left a backup plan, Old Tortoise said solemnly, not daring to relax at all. Today was definitely a matter of life and death. Gu Chang'e, what's your purpose? Yi Ling forced himself to calm down at this time. He wiped away the bloodstains and asked, looking at Gu Chang'e intently. Gu Chang'e sized up the Heavenly Lord's cave residence behind him and the reincarnation lake in the palace. He replied casually, I don't have a purpose. It's just to kill you. Yi Ling indeed did not disappoint him. This was indeed what the ancient Heavenly Lord of Samsara had left for him. The surging power of Samsara had become so dense that it was beautiful. However, it had nothing to do with Yi Ling now. Gu Chang'e, if you kill me, who will take the blame for your demonic technique? Hearing this, Yi Ling's breathing stopped, but he calmed down and planned to negotiate with Gu Chang'e. He did have a trump card in his hand, but since Gu Chang'e dared to appear, he probably had a great deal of confidence. At this time, no matter how reluctant Yi Ling was, he had to give up everything in order to survive. Gu Chang'e stared at the series of fate points above his head and could not help but laugh faintly. It's fine. You don't have to worry about this. Even if you die, you can take the blame for me. Chapter 160. Gu Chang'e's eyes were filled with interest. Now that he had severed ties with Qi Ling, Yi Ling still had more than 5,000 luck points. To be honest, Gu Chang'e was a little surprised. However, when he killed Long Ting previously, he had already used the luck steal card and succeeded. Therefore, he planned to use it this time. Although Gu Chang'e still had many ways to attack Yi Ling and lose his luck points, there was no need for that. It would be too complicated. Killing the son of destiny, Yi Ling, will give you 3,000 luck points and 15,000 destiny points. Additional rewards will be calculated separately. Gu Chang'e looked at the system mission. In addition to the reincarnation Heavenly Venerates reward, he would also receive a large amount of luck points. Yes, he was already calculating the rewards after killing Yi Ling. Gu Chang'e did not think that Yi Ling would have a chance to escape. Gu Chang'e, you've gone too far. I'll fight you to the death. At that moment, after hearing Gu Chang'e's reply, Yi Ling was also stunned. He did not expect Gu Chang'e to say that. Then, he shouted angrily. You want me to take the blame after I die? A thick chill ran down his spine. Then, boundless anger and hatred followed. This Gu Chang'e is really vicious. He deserves to die. Even if I cut him into pieces, I won't be able to vent my hatred. Even if I die, you won't let me go. At that moment, a monstrous black divine light spread out from Yi Ling's body. It rose out of thin air and turned into a lifelike black dragon. The dragon's might spread, its scales were dense, and divine runes intertwined. It actually had a spiritual intent. At the same time, white divine light intertwined and turned into a white true phoenix that spread its wings and was about to fly. It opened its mouth and let out a sharp cry. Roar! The black dragon also stood with its head held high and let out an earth-shattering roar. It was like a huge bell that shook the surroundings. That was the evolution of the power of reincarnation. The two colors of black and white represented life and death in reincarnation. The alternation contained terrifying power. Even a heavenly god would have to be careful and not touch it lightly. Why do you always like to say this line? What do you mean by I'm going too far? Gu Chang'e's expression didn't change. He smiled indifferently. Do you think I won't bully you after you shout? With a wave of his sleeve, he stood in the air. Whine! He raised his palm and pressed it down. A gigantic palm suddenly came crashing down. Mist coiled within it as symbols floated up and down. It was extremely heavy, as if it was the palm of the heavens, causing space to distort as if it was about to shatter. The terrifying pressure caused Yi Ling's heart to palpitate, and his expression changed drastically. It was formed from a sea of divine talismans. The one who used this technique definitely had an extremely deep understanding of all kinds of divine abilities and magical arts. There was even the mighty power of heaven and earth contained within this technique. Most importantly, it involved the power of rules. Puff. No matter how strong the power of reincarnation was, in the face of different levels of laws, it was instantly destroyed. The true phoenix and black dragon let out a miserable shriek as they were instantly crushed by Gu Changa's palm. I have no enmity with you. Why are you doing this to me? Yi Ling's face turned pale. He wanted to escape the range of this palm, but he found that the space had been frozen as if he had fallen into a quagmire. He felt a chill run down his back. Boom! At the critical moment, Yi Ling crushed a rune. Immediately, the pressure of the Saint Realm appeared. The order of rules intertwined and erupted, sweeping toward Gu Changa. Boring. At this time, Gu Changa also stopped smiling. His eyes became cold. Whine. Accompanied by a terrifying and vast demonic aura, the Octaterra demonic halberd appeared in his hand like a peerless demon that had broken out of a cage. It conveyed a kind of joy and excitement to him. Gu Changa looked coldly at Yi Ling. The halberd swept across. Demonic light surged, and the halberd light was terrifying. Strands of black divine chains of rules were entwined around it. It was as if it could destroy the heavens and split open the universe. This is, the old tortoise in the pendant suddenly looked terrified. It trembled a little as it recognized this peerless weapon. It did not expect that it would fall into Gu Changa's hands in the end. Poof! In just an instant, the space in front of Yi Ling exploded. He let out a miserable cry. The rune that he used was directly annihilated. His entire skeleton was crushed by this terrifying aura, and clouds of blood burst out. It's beyond the power of an ordinary saint. The old tortoise's voice trembled. Yi Ling, don't hesitate. Use that. Otherwise, you'll die here today. Its voice was unprecedentedly terrified. Gu Changa was not surprised that the halberd did not kill Yi Ling. The son of destiny definitely had many life-saving tricks. But, no one could stop him from killing Yi Ling today. Chi. Let's see how many times you can resist. Gu Changa's demonic aura surged to the sky, and his eyes turned dark. The surging power was like the rise and fall of a terrifying Wang Yang. It could make the stars in the heavens tremble. He slashed down again, and the void in front of him was like a piece of paper, easily torn apart. How is this possible? At this moment, Yi Ling was covered in blood. He was terrified and desperate. His entire body was struck by this halberd light, and the seven-colored divine armor he was wearing instantly exploded. One had to know that the armor could withstand a blow from a saint. In other words, Gu Changa's attack just now had reached the level of a saint. Thinking of this, Yi Ling was scared out of his wits. He almost lost the will to resist. Gu Changa was just a young person, but he had such terrifying power. Was this the terror of a forbidden demonic technique? It was too unbelievable. It made one's hair stand on end. Yi Ling's body was cold. He could not believe it. But he still heard the old tortoise's words. Yi Ling did not want to die. Master, save me. He roared and used all his strength to activate an ancient golden rune. He even burned his blood essence. At the top of his skull, his divine soul was resplendent, becoming transparent. This was the strongest life-saving method left by the ancient heavenly lord of Samsara for him. But now, Yi Ling could not care less. If he did not use it, he would definitely be killed by Gu Chang'e here today. Buzz. The golden rune was ignited by Yi Ling. It spewed out a terrifying brilliance, as if something was awakening from it. At this moment, even the cave abodes and palaces not far away were trembling, making strange sounds. As the golden rune was ignited, the void was distorted. Terrifying black divine light spread out in all directions, as if a black sun was rising in this space. A tall blurry figure appeared, as if he had walked over from ancient times. His gaze was terrifying, as if it contained the black sun and the white moon, as if an ancient god had descended. The ancient heavenly lord of Samsara appeared. His gaze was deep. Although it was a wisp of a phantom that had been separated by an unknown amount of time. But his aura continued to rise, causing the void to become blurry as if it was about to collapse. A terrifying pressure descended. Gu Chang'e estimated that this ancient heavenly lord of Samsara was probably an ancient existence that had stepped into another world. The immortal realm. Just a wisp of a phantom was already extremely powerful, enough to sweep away a supreme sage existence. Master, save me. The moment he saw this tall figure, Yi Ling could not help but be overjoyed, as if he had been saved from a hopeless situation, and shouted excitedly. He felt that he had hope of surviving. Master. The old turtle in the pendant was also very excited, shouting at the figure. The ancient heavenly lord of Samsara. Yin Mei's expression changed slightly, and she glanced at Gu Chang'e a little worriedly. After all, this was an existence from the immortal ancient era, and his fame was too ancient. It was even said that he controlled the reincarnation of all living beings, comprehended the mysteries of reincarnation, and was immortal and indestructible. However, Gu Chang'e's expression did not change in the slightest, which made her sigh in relief. Coward. The ancient heavenly lord of Samsara snorted coldly. The moment his figure appeared, the first thing he saw was Yi Ling, and there was undisguised disappointment in his eyes. Although it was just a phantom that had been separated by an unknown amount of time. But he also quickly understood the current situation. As the successor of the ancient heavenly lord of Samsara, he actually used this last resort for a young man of the same generation. To be honest, he was very disappointed. He did not expect his successor to be so useless and cowardly. Little turtle, you disappoint me too much. He looked at the old turtle in the pendant and said, not putting Gu Chang'e in his eyes at all. He was a heavenly lord of a generation. Even if it was just a phantom, it was not a true Dharma body. But it was still easy for him to destroy a junior. Master. The old turtle said guiltily, knowing why the heavenly lord said this. However, this matter was too complicated to explain. Gu Chang'e's strength was really not something that could be explained in a short time. The most important thing was that the heavenly lord still did not realize the true identity of Gu Chang'e in front of him. Master. Yi Ling was also very embarrassed. But at this moment, he also had confidence. No matter how strong Gu Chang'e was, could he fight against a legendary figure from the immortal ancient era? In fact, he did not know that the ancient heavenly lord of Samsara had left such a phantom in the golden rune. If he had known, he would not have been in such a sorry state and in despair at the beginning. He was afraid that the situation would have to be changed. It was Gu Chang'e's turn to be in despair. However, what Yi Ling found hard to believe was that at this moment, Gu Chang'e's expression did not change at all. He was not worried. He was not afraid. Was he pretending to be calm, or did he have confidence in himself? Heavenly Lord, it's a pity that it's just a phantom. At this moment, Gu Chang'e spoke. He looked at the phantom in front of him and looked a little regretful. Junior, you dare to look down on me? Hearing this, the heavenly lord of Samsara's eyes immediately became deep and cold as he stared at Gu Chang'e. A majestic and terrifying pressure swept down, enough to crush all living creatures. If it was in the outside world, it would definitely be able to destroy heaven and earth. In this space, he was like the absolute master. Gu Changa's attitude was still indifferent. He smiled and said, "Look down on you. No, Heavenly Lord, you think too highly of yourself." Before he acted, he naturally considered everything. He had expected that the Heavenly Lord of Samsara would leave such a move for Yiling. Therefore, Gu Changa was not anxious at all. Everything was still under his control. Junior, the Heavenly Lord of Samsara's face was slightly sullen. He had never been looked down upon like this before. Moreover, it was a junior. Although he was once high and mighty, what he manifested now was just a phantom that contained emotions. He was about to raise his hand to destroy Gu Changa when he saw the 8 Desolation demonic halberd in Gu Changa's hand. His pupils suddenly shrank. The more powerful this ominous object was, the more one would understand. His origin was so great that it shocked the heavens. He did not notice it earlier, but now he could not help but be stunned for a moment. Buzz! At this moment, the void in front of him blurred, and every time the space was filled with the power of the rules. The ancient Heavenly Lord of Samsara was stunned. He realized that at this moment, he was actually imprisoned. Although it was only for a moment, it shocked him. "Watch carefully, Heavenly Lord." Gu Changa smiled faintly and disappeared from the spot. The next moment, his figure took a step forward and appeared in front of Yiling. The 8 Desolation demonic halberd fell from the sky, containing an unstoppable sharpness. The torrential demonic chi on it was about to drown every inch of the void. What? Yiling's face, which had originally heaved a sigh of relief, suddenly turned pale. His eyes widened in horror. At this moment, his soul was about to be frozen. Yiling shouted, his face ferocious and desperate. "Master, save me. I don't want to die, I can't accept this." I haven't stood at the peak and looked down. However, Gu Changa did not give him a chance to react. The next moment, the 8 Desolation demonic halberd shattered the void. With a splurt, Yiling, whose expression was full of despair and unwillingness, suddenly turned into a bloody mist. His body and soul were destroyed. "Your successor can't even withstand a single blow." Gu Changa looked at the Heavenly Lord of Samsara with a faint smile. "Junior, how dare you? You're courting death." The Heavenly Lord of Samsara, who had come to his senses, was furious to the extreme. Killing his successor in front of him, this kind of courage was simply unparalleled. This junior was simply courting death. Even if he was the current owner of this ominous weapon, it would not do. The turbulent and vast chi was like a part of the blue sky falling, wanting to crush Gu Changa to death. "Don't be anxious, Heavenly Lord. I'll send you down to accompany your successor." Gu Changa was still smiling faintly. A palm-sized black treasure bottle appeared in his sleeve. Buzz! At the same time, with a thought in his mind. Pitch-black runes suddenly flashed in the void, as if they were branded, firmly sealing the void where the Heavenly Lord of Samsara was. These black runes contained a strange power, like chains, permeating every inch of the void. Black mist was constantly rising from this place. "This is the immortal devouring demonic skill. You are." At this moment, the Heavenly Lord of Samsara's expression changed drastically, as if he had been tricked. In particular, when he saw the black Great Tao treasure bottle that Gu Changa had taken out, he was in disbelief. He did not dare to underestimate Gu Changa anymore. He was actually the successor of the immortal devouring demonic skill. Is this guy still human? He even dares to scheme against a Heavenly Lord. This is too terrifying. The old tortoise in the pendant was not dead. When it saw this scene, it could not help but tremble to the extreme. Buzz! Soon, the void in front of it was densely packed with black runes. Black fog rose, turning into a pitch-black color, and shrouded the surroundings. With the Great Tao treasure bottle in hand, Gu Changa stepped into it. There was a faint sound of anger, unwillingness, and disbelief, which made the old tortoise's heart tremble. That was the Heavenly Lord of Samsara, its once invincible master. Even a wisp of his shadow was incomparably powerful and terrifying, able to destroy a galaxy with a thought. Now, a terrifying figure that was basically unseen in the world was being schemed against by a junior, and it was letting out an indignant roar. It was too shocking, and it was extremely frightened. If this news spread, it would definitely cause a huge sensation. Soon, the fluctuations there disappeared, and the black fog that shrouded the surroundings disappeared. The great Tao runes disappeared one by one. Gu Chang'e walked out with a calm expression. Under his sleeve, the great Tao treasure bottle flashed and disappeared, and there was no abnormality. As for the heavenly lord of Samsara's shadow, it had already disappeared. Chapter 161. Bam! The 8 desolation demonic halberd swept through the space, followed by the last wisp of dust that drifted down from the sky. The fog dissipated, and the scene before him became clear. Gu Chang'e walked out of it and unhurriedly collected the many great Tao runes in the nearby void. His robes were new, and he did not look like he had just gone through a battle. The Heavenly Lord's apparition is just so. Gu Chang'e shook his head and looked up at the cave abode in front of him that was gushing with silver light. And the palace that was supported by 3 white jade pillars. But these good things are all mine. He could not help but reveal a faint smile on his face. All in all, everything was within his expectations. Buzz. No matter how reluctant the 8 desolation demonic halberd was, it was mercilessly collected into the weapon space. This was not the time to expose it. Ding! The luck skimming card was successfully used. Obtained 5,000 luck points and 25,000 destiny points. Ding! The mission to kill the son of fate, Yi Ling, is completed. Obtained 3,000 luck points and 15,000 destiny points. Ding! The son of fate's luck points clearing to 0 has been triggered. Obtained an additional heavenly Tao treasure chest. Calculating all rewards, at the same time, a series of system notifications rang in his mind. 40,000 destiny points and 8,000 destiny points. Yi Ling really did not disappoint me. Gu Chang'e revealed a satisfied expression. The moment he used the power of space to hold back the reincarnation Heavenly Lord's apparition, he used the luck skimming card. The effect was very successful when Yi Ling was in despair. He obtained 5,000 luck points. Then, he completed the clearing of his luck points and triggered the drop rules. An additional Great Tao treasure chest related to Yi Ling was dropped. Open. Gu Chang'e opened the Great Tao treasure chest. A familiar light flashed before his eyes. Soon, a ball of flickering black and white brilliance of yin and yang appeared in his palm. It looked like a ball of flowing celestial light, as bright as the Milky Way. But there were all kinds of mysterious meanings emerging from it. Life and death, reincarnation, the birth and destruction of worlds, the collapse of the heavens and the earth. In a trance, Gu Chang'e saw many miraculous scenes. In the depths of the universe, the world tree propped up the eternal heavens. At the bottom of the tree was a dazzling silver ocean that accepted the souls of all living beings in the universe. TSK, this is indeed a good item. It involves the true essence of the sea of reincarnation. This is the supreme power that maintains the operation of the universe. Gu Chang'e was very satisfied. After scheming against Yi Ling for so long, he had gained quite a lot. In addition, the reincarnation Heavenly Sovereign's illusory figure could also provide Gu Chang'e with a lot of benefits. He had prepared for the worst from the very beginning. Providence was an illusory thing. Despite Yi Ling's circumstances, he still had so many providence points. This meant that his trump card was not that weak. Therefore, Gu Chang'e guessed that the ancient Heavenly Lord of Samsara had left the strongest life-saving talisman for Yi Ling. It might even be a wisp of his Tao Law Dharma body. Unfortunately, in the end, it was only a wisp of an illusory figure. This made Gu Chang'e feel a little regretful. According to his arrangement, even a wisp of Tao Law Dharma body could deal with it. In the end, it was an illusory figure that did not even have 1% of the power of the Tao Law Dharma body. To be honest, he had overestimated Yi Ling's trump card. But then again, Gu Chang'e felt that he had thought too far ahead. It was a foolproof plan, but he was still worried that there would be accidents. To this extent, he had made a few more arrangements. He thought that Yi Ling was on the 10th level, but in the end, Yi Ling was only on the 1st level. One had to know that the Great Tao treasure bottle that Gu Chang'e had used just now was not constructed from condensed runes. This was the real Great Tao treasure bottle. It was said that when it was refined back then, many terrifying blood-colored smoke pierced through the sky and enveloped the various stars. Endless blood essence rushed out from the corpses of the various supreme powerhouses. One after another, they were extremely thick and bright red. They pierced through the sky and disappeared into the depths of the universe. Of course, this was also one of Gu Chang'e's trump cards. If he had not been worried that the ancient heavenly venerate of Samsara's methods would be too tyrannical, he would not have used this great Tao treasure bottle so easily. This was because its aura could easily attract the attention of certain existences. It was precisely because of this that Gu Chang'e sealed the void to prevent the aura of the great Tao treasure bottle from leaking out. Did the ancient heavenly venerate of Samsara think that this was set up by Gu Chang'e specifically to deal with him? No, that was purely Samsara ancient heavenly sovereign thinking too much. Reincarnation Immortal Light X1 contains the profound meaning of reincarnation. It is the power of time and involves the origin of time, the Tao of time. Then, Gu Chang'e checked the explanation of this immortal light. It seemed similar to the 5-colored true dragon blood and the void marrow that he had encountered previously. They were both supreme talents and the like. However, the reincarnation immortal light and the void marrow were of the same level. The reincarnation immortal light involved the supreme power of time. The void marrow involved the supreme power of space. Gu Chang'e began to fuse with this reincarnation immortal light. A warm feeling enveloped his entire body as if he was wandering in endless mysterious runes. In the end, Gu Chang'e chose to fuse it into his eyes. One left and one right, life and death. Fuse. Soon, this familiar clear aura brushed past his eyes. At this moment, there seemed to be endless mysteries gathering in his eyes, and the sky was filled with divine light. The immortal light was restrained, but there were reincarnation runes appearing in it, which could transform into the terrifying power of time. Life and death with a single thought. At this moment, if someone looked directly into Gu Chang'e's eyes, they would definitely be unable to help but palpitate, and even their divine soul would collapse. This kind of aura could even allow people to witness the evolution of the universe, the birth of heaven and earth, and all kinds of scenes that happened in the blink of an eye. Deep, mysterious, vast, unknown, Gu Chang'e tried it, and immortal light flashed in his eyes. The void in front of him suddenly became blurry. Black and white colors circulated, and everything was covered by the power of time. A strange power emerged from it. This power could even instantly take away one's life and lead one to the end of death. The power of time is indeed a supreme law. With this kind of power, I'm afraid it will be much easier for me to face the Supreme Saint. Gu Chang'e said in satisfaction. The strange phenomena in his eyes quickly disappeared, and no abnormalities could be seen. Even Yin Mei, who was not far away, did not notice Gu Chang'e's abnormality just now. Is this plunder? Only the old turtle's divine soul in the pendant witnessed everything with its own eyes and couldn't help but tremble. It saw the power that Gu Chang'e had just displayed. Wasn't the black and white colors the power of the reincarnation heavenly venerable? The time and years involved. This made it extremely frightened. Yi Ling was dead, and even his last trump card was crushed in Gu Chang'e's hands. This young man was so terrifying that it was terrified. Since the immortal ancient era, it had seen too many young geniuses. It had never felt the way it did today. Hiding in the dark. scheming against all living beings in the world, and even the reincarnation heavenly venerable fell for it. As for his strength, it was unbelievably powerful. The inheritor of this generation's immortal devouring demonic technique is so powerful that it makes people despair. In the near future, this world will welcome the most terrifying existence. The old turtle trembled. It also knew that Gu Chang'e would definitely not let it go, so it was already in despair. Congratulations, Master. At this time, seeing that Gu Chang'e had dealt with the phantoms of Yi Ling and the reincarnation heavenly venerable, Yin Mei heaved a sigh of relief and couldn't help but smile. It's been hard on you, Gu Chang'e said with a smile, and a seven-colored pill appeared in his hand. This is the antidote for the demonic Gu. After today, you will no longer suffer the pain of the demonic Gu's backlash. It's not hard. Thank you, Master. Yin Mei said gratefully, took the pill, and swallowed it in front of Gu Chang'e, not doubting the authenticity of the pill at all. Gu Chang'e nodded. The demonic Gu's existence was actually only planted in the beginning to restrict Yin Mei. He was afraid that she would not focus on doing things for him, so it was just in case. But now, the demonic Gu was no longer necessary. With the control of the demonic bottle and Yin Mei's sincere submission to him, Gu Chang'e felt that he could remove the demonic Gu for her, which could be considered as one of the rewards for this mission. Yin Mei also understood this. Removing the demonic Gu was the first step for Gu Chang'e to truly trust her. She did not expect a person like Gu Chang'e to completely trust someone. She was already very satisfied with the level of trust she had today. Pick whatever you like in the cave abode. Then, Gu Chang'e waved his sleeve, grabbed Yin Mei's slender waist, and led her to the cave abode in front of them. Thank you, Master, Yin Mei said with a sweet smile. Yi Ling had previously said that he loved her, but in front of the cave abode and the many divine objects, he hesitated and asked her to wait outside. Yin Mei could not help but sneer at this. Yi Ling wanted her to care about such a person. How was that possible? Although Gu Chang'e used her as a chess piece, he let her choose freely at this time. Comparing the two, the difference was obvious. Everyone knew who was worth following. Yin Mei could not help but ask. How did a person like Yi Ling get to where he was today? Soon, Gu Chang'e put away Yi Ling's pendant, which hid the remnant soul of the old turtle. He planned to deal with it when he had time. Then, the two came to the cave abode. There was a distance between them, and the cave entrance was spewing out all kinds of divine light treasures. The cave abode was very simple. Many weapons with flashing runes hung on the stone walls like a divine treasure. Divine light was faintly discernible. Axes, battle axes, knives, forks, seals, cauldrons, furnaces, swords, asking for fresh flowers, every weapon contained spirit aura Dao marks and had astonishing divine might. In the center of the cave abode, there was a futon woven with black and white branches and leaves. There was a strong aura of the precepts surging, and there seemed to be a figure sitting on it. At the same time, there was a grand chanting sound near the figure. It was like there was a big bell with two colors of yin and yang rumbling, and the profound meaning of life and death filled the air. Endless runes flashed. This could make one comprehend the Tao. Enlightenment futon. Gu Chang'e recognized this futon. To other cultivators, this was definitely the most precious thing. But to him, it was a pity to throw away something that was tasteless. It was even worse than the weapons nearby. Suddenly, Yin Mei was pleasantly surprised. She pointed at a crystal-clear ancient mirror in the corner and said, "Master, I want this." There were strands of divine light intertwined on it. The runes were flashing, and there was extraordinary divine power. You can pick whatever you want. You deserve it. Gu Chang'e smiled and walked to the center of the cave abode. There were stars that seemed to have shrunk countless times. He knew that this was the core control of the cave abode. Only by refining this thing could he be considered to be in control of this cave abode. Buzz. Soon, Gu Chang's mind sank into it. He began the refinement process with his current primordial spirit. Refining the core of the cave abode was not difficult. Hearing Gu Chang's words, Yin Mei smiled even more happily. Her 9 fluffy and snow-white fox tails swayed behind her as she searched everywhere for small things that she liked. It had to be said that the reincarnation ancient heavenly lord had a lot of resources. In addition to the divine weapon array, there were many divine pills and ancient medicines sealed in jade jars. As Gu Chang'e broke them open, he found many rare immortal ancient pills. In Gu Chang'e's opinion, the most important thing was the 5 puppets in the cave abode. These were living beings in the state of the living dead, and they all looked different. There were 3 absolute saint puppets and 2 great saint puppets. It seems that the Samsara heavenly sovereign is protective of Yi Ling by assigning him such a puppet when he's at such a high realm. This is a huge cheat for Yi Ling, but I'll gladly accept these puppets. No matter how well prepared he was for his successor, in the end, it was just a wedding dress for his disciple. When Gu Chang'e was refining the core of the cave abode, he was also refining the 5 puppets at the same time. The auras of these puppets were very strange. They were clearly dead people. Even if they stood in front of people, they would not be discovered. They would subconsciously treat the puppets as dead objects. However, they had terrifying power that was enough to crush many saint existences. Most importantly, these puppets were not afraid of death or pain. As long as they were not completely destroyed, they could slowly be repaired in the cave abode. For Gu Chang'e, who was now short of manpower, this kind of good thing could be regarded as a timely rain. Now that part of the reincarnation ancient heavenly lord's inheritance is in my hands, I can use this identity. Gu Chang'e suddenly narrowed his eyes. He was not like Yi Ling who had no power and influence. He did not dare to reveal that he had the inheritance of the reincarnation ancient heavenly lord for fear of being coveted. When the time came, even if he made it public and let all the cultivators in the world know that he was the successor of the reincarnation ancient heavenly lord, no one would dare to say anything. Who would dare to have any ideas about him? Gu Chang'e was the successor of the Dao Heavenly Palace and the young master of the Longevity Gu clan. In the entire upper realm, other than the son of the ancient emperor or the reincarnation of a true immortal, who could compare to him? However, Gu Chang'e thought further. Yi Ling's death could not be hidden forever. He needed someone else to take the blame. At this time, his identity as the successor of the reincarnation ancient heavenly lord could be used as a cover. As expected, it recorded that the reincarnation ancient heavenly lord had planted slave seals on the black sky eagle, ancient snake, divine crocodile, and other immortal ancient tribes. Unfortunately, this slave seal was a resource left for Yi Ling. Then, Gu Chang'e flipped through a jade slip. It recorded the words that the reincarnation ancient heavenly lord had left for Yi Ling. At the same time, it also recorded the slave seal. It had to be said that the reincarnation ancient heavenly lord had put in a lot of effort to make him his successor. He was just short of establishing a force for Yi Ling. The slave seal needs to be triggered by the reincarnation ancient heavenly lord's inheritance. Now that part of the inheritance has been obtained by Yi Ling, it will disappear with his death. Gu Chang'e felt that it was a pity. However, he soon did not care. After all, he had already planned for the Black Sky Eagle tribe in advance. Even if he could not enslave those tribes through the slave seal, it was the same with the wedding dress immortal technique. Moreover, the wedding dress immortal technique could directly determine life and death, unlike the slave seal, which could only suppress. The wedding dress immortal technique was far more terrifying than the slave seal. 1000. Chapter 162. Soon, Gu Chang'e refined the portable cave abode and put it into his inner world. At the same time, he used his destiny points to open up a separate space in the divine weapon scroll. The golden light was magnificent and filled with many boundless intents. All kinds of divine weapons floated up and down. Sabers, spears, swords, halberds, cauldrons, seals, and drums. Their brilliance was dazzling and shocking, as if they could break the sky. This was the expansion of spatial power. In the divine weapon Taoist canon, all the divine weapons were real and not constructed by runes. This meant that when Gu Chang'e opened the divine weapon scroll, it was equivalent to opening a treasure trove of divine weapons. Under unexpected circumstances, he might be able to directly smash the enemy to death. As for why Gu Chang'e did this, it was purely because he was rich. He had suddenly obtained so many divine weapons. Other than using them like this, he really couldn't find any other use. Yin Mei picked a few divine weapons that were useful to her and didn't choose anything else. The entire cave abode contained hundreds of divine weapons. None of the things that the ancient heavenly lord of Samsara had taken a fancy to and left behind were ordinary. In this regard, Gu Chang'e couldn't find anything else to say except to be polite to the ancient heavenly lord of Samsara. If Yi Ling was a treasure-seeking mouse, then the ancient heavenly lord of Samsara would be a child of fortune. After that, Gu Chang'e went to another palace and collected the small silver reincarnation lake. He also put the reincarnation root that had taken root in it into his inner world. The reincarnation root could not only be used as a weapon, but it could also nurture reincarnation fruits. However, until now, Gu Chang'e hadn't reached the point where he needed to use the reincarnation root as a weapon. He planned to leave this place. When we return to the outside world, say that Yi Ling escaped with serious injuries. Before that, Gu Chang'e still instructed Yin Mei. I understand, Master. Yi Ling is not dead now. At the critical moment, he unleashed a powerful trump card and escaped from Master's hands. Yin Mei nodded. She was very smart and understood at once. Yi Ling was dead. However, he couldn't let the world know that he was dead yet. Otherwise, there would be no one to take the blame for Gu Chang'e's identity as the inheritor of demonic arts. At this time, she needed to put on a show with Gu Chang'e to deceive the world. No, at the critical moment. Yi Ling used his demonic arts to severely injure me. He was also severely injured and took the opportunity to escape. Gu Chang'e shook his head and corrected Yin Mei. Yin Mei was right, but it was not perfect. Pretending to be severely injured by the immortal devouring demonic art was a simple task for him. Even if someone were to examine his injuries, he could leave behind a trace that the immortal devouring demonic art had damaged his quintessence. This way, no one would think too much about it. On the contrary, more people would be wary of Yi Ling because of this incident. After all, even someone as powerful as Gu Chang'e had been injured by Yi Ling. If they were to face Yi Ling, what would they do? At this time, they would leave the world with the impression that Yi Ling was very powerful. This would also pave the way for Gu Chang'e's actions in the future. I understand. Master's plan is flawless. Yin Mei came to a sudden realization. While she admired Gu Chang'e even more, she was also a little happy. After all, Gu Chang'e had never explained anything to her before when he instructed her to do things. She had to guess the reason for everything on her own. In that case, it was because Gu Chang'e trusted her more and more. Yin Mei was very meticulous and quickly understood this point. Let's go, Gu Chang'e said. The two of them then retraced their original path. On the way back, Gu Chang'e suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. His face was much paler and he looked very weak. From the looks of it, it did seem like he had injured his source. The timing of the injury had to be controlled well and not leave any flaws. Of course, this appearance was only a facade. Gu Chang'e would not do anything to harm himself. It was when Gu Chang'e rescued Yin Mei from Yi Ling's demonic claws. 8,000 miles away from this ancient town, in a ruin. Large numbers of cultivators and living beings rushed here. The sky was filled with divine rainbows and warships. The momentum was extremely shocking. The brilliance of Dharma artifacts shot into the sky and filled the air everywhere. Every nook and cranny was being searched. Large groups of people appeared on the various mountains of the ruins. Their divine senses covered the entire area. They were here to suppress the inheritor of demonic techniques. This time, thousands of young prodigies were alarmed. Among them, there were as many as 6 or 7 young supreme venerables. The successor of the longevity Wang family, Wang Wuxia, the young master of the primordial Yi clan, Yi Langtian, the successor of the Vermilion Bird clan, Qi Ling, they had all rushed here after receiving the news. They did not stop at all along the way, afraid that Yi Ling would escape. However, after searching the entire ruin, they could not even find a shadow of a living being, let alone Yi Ling. They wanted nothing more than to dig 3 feet into the ground and find Yi Ling. Did Yi Ling really escape? Qi Ling frowned. They had rushed here after receiving the news, but in the end, they found nothing. She suspected that Yi Ling was no longer here. Qi Ling, we found a mausoleum here. Just as we guessed, the ancient corpses inside have all their origins refined. Boom. At that moment, a divine light landed from the sky and turned into a tall and handsome man. He was like a young god. It was Yi Langtian. He spoke in a deep voice with a solemn expression. Just as I thought. Qi Ling sighed. Her expression was also very solemn. She had guessed that a mausoleum would appear here, so she was cautious. She did not expect that she guessed correctly. Moreover, the essence and origins of many ancient corpses in the mausoleum had been devoured by Yi Ling. The thing that they were most worried about had happened. What a pity. We were still one step too late. In another direction, a figure shrouded in fog walked over. It was Wang Wuxia. He said with a sigh. He did not expect that all their efforts would be in vain. By the way, why don't I see Brother Gu? Wasn't he the one who told us this news? At that moment, Wang Wuxia suddenly said in a daze. He realized that Gu Chang'e was not here. He could not help but feel puzzled. Logically speaking, it was impossible for Gu Chang'e to be absent at such a time as he was the one who told them the news. However, Gu Chang'e was nowhere to be seen. Even his followers were not seen. Yes, why isn't Brother Gu here? I also got this news from his followers. Yi Langtian was also puzzled. They rushed over as soon as they received the news. However, why was Gu Chang'e not here? Could it be that the news was wrong? Perhaps fellow Taoist Chang'e has already guessed that we will return empty-handed, so he didn't come. Qi Ling guessed. Perhaps Brother Chang'e already knew that Yi Ling would escape. After all, so many people came to suppress Yi Ling. If he was not stupid, he would choose to escape. We will most likely end up with nothing. Since Brother Chang'e dared to inform us, it means that he is confident that he can find Yi Ling. Perhaps this is his plan to force Yi Ling to appear in this area. Qi Ling's face was full of thought as she analyzed. She was analyzing and thinking according to her understanding of Gu Chang'e. Hearing this, Yi Langtian's eyes lit up. He could not help but nod and praise. Qi Ling's analysis makes sense. With Brother Gu's character, he would not make a mistake in this kind of thing. He definitely knew that Yi Ling would escape, so the purpose of informing us was to force Yi Ling to appear. Hearing this, Wang Wuxia was silent for a moment. Although he was unwilling, there was nothing he could do. It seems that we are all being used as tools by Brother Gu, he said. If it was an ordinary person who used them like this, they would have been angry. However, facing Gu Chang'e, they did not dare to do so. A young taboo and a young paragon were not on the same level. Not to mention that Gu Chang'e's actions were for the sake of all living beings in the world and all races. At this time, what else could they say? At this time, perhaps Brother Chang'e has already encountered Yi Ling. Qi Ling said. Qi Ling, I didn't expect you to know so much about Brother Chang'e. I really didn't expect this. At this time, Yi Langtian could not help but speak and smile a little mischievously. Brother Yi, please be careful with your words. Hearing this, Qi Ling was slightly stunned and could not help but shake her head. She smiled bitterly in her heart. This must not be heard by the future empress. She could still clearly remember that palm strike high up in the air that day, directly slapping a true god realm fierce beast to death. Yu Mingkong was so protective of her food that she did not dare to provoke her easily. She felt that Yu Mingkong's strength was definitely above Yi Langtian and Wang Wushuang, but she had never really shown it. Crimson Spirit clearly remembered the cold and warning look Yu Mingkong gave her that day. If she really dared to get too close to Gu Chang'e might not care. However, Yu Mingkong might really kill her. At this time, a stream of light suddenly flew over from afar. A young cultivator rushed over with a shocked and disbelieving expression. It seemed that he had something important to report. "Oh no!" he shouted with a shocked expression. This scene made Qi Ling, Wang Wushuang, Yi Langtian, and the other young paragons look over and frown. "What's the matter? Why are you in such a hurry?" A young supreme paragon shouted. This person was his follower. Young Master Chang'e was injured in a fight with the inheritor of the demonic arts. The young man's voice trembled, and his face was pale. He almost trembled as he said these words. This news made him tremble. It was simply unbelievable. Even young Master Chang'e, who was invincible among his peers, was injured when facing the inheritor of the demonic arts. To them, this was like the sky had collapsed. What? The moment they heard this, everyone was stunned. They even wondered if they had heard wrongly. Gu Chang'e encountered the inheritor of the demonic arts and was injured in a fight? The content of this news was simply too shocking. For a moment, the cultivators who heard this widened their eyes in shock and stood rooted to the ground. They could not believe it. Qi Ling was the first to react. Her cold and arrogant face could not help but reveal a worried expression. She asked, "Is this true? Is Brother Chang'e all right?" "This news is only what I heard from young Master Chang'e's follower. Young Master Chang'e seems to be seriously injured, but other than that, he's fine. Moreover, the heavenly maiden Yin Mei of the Nine-Tailed Fox clan has been rescued by young Master Chang'e from the clutches of the inheritor of the demonic arts." At this time, the young man also calmed down. He took a deep breath and said to everyone. After all, this news was too shocking and unbelievable. All of them were still searching for the inheritor of the demonic arts. In the end, Gu Chang'e fought with him. It's good that he's fine. Qi Ling immediately heaved a sigh of relief when she heard this. She was most worried that Gu Chang'e, who was so powerful, would have an accident. Fortunately, he was only injured. It seemed that his hidden cards were really shocking. It was no wonder that he was not afraid when facing a group of heavenly gods and godly kings. Qi Ling's expression turned colder when she thought of this. However, she could not help but worry. Even Gu Chang'e was injured by Yi Ling. What if they encountered Yi Ling? It would be a dead end. It seems that we were right. Brother Chang'e really did use this news to force Yi Ling to show himself. However, he underestimated Yi Ling's strength. Yi Langtian sighed. In his opinion, Yi Ling had many trump cards. It was normal for someone as powerful as Gu Chang'e to be injured. What about Yi Ling? Wang Wushuang asked. It was said that after Yi Ling used his powerful trump card, he was severely injured by young Master Chang'e and escaped. No one knows where he is now. The young man who spoke earlier replied. Escaped, this is really a disaster. Even Gu Chang'e could not kill him. Wang Wushuang shook his head. However, at this time, they could not say anything about Gu Chang'e. In order to take down the inheritor of the demonic arts, he had come up with a plan and was now injured. This could only be blamed on the inheritor of the demonic arts. He was too cunning and had many tricks up his sleeve. He was not destined to die. It is said that the heavenly maiden Yin-mei of the Nine-Tailed Fox clan had a conflict with young Master Chang'e. Who would have thought that the one who saved her from the demonic arts inheritor was young Master Chang'e? Although young Master Chang'e has a bad reputation, the heavenly maiden Yin-mei is still his junior sister. He can't just leave her in the lurch. Young Master Chang'e's magnanimity is really admirable. At this time, the other young Supreme Venerables in the ruins also spoke up. Their words expressed their views on this matter and their admiration for Gu Chang'e. Saving a junior sister who had a conflict with him from the hands of the inheritor of the demonic arts. To be honest, they did not feel anything about Gu Chang'e before. However, the recent series of events made them feel ashamed of their inferiority and even admired him. As a young taboo, it was not without reason. That's right. I always thought that young Master Chang'e was a strong and domineering person. I didn't expect him to have such a gentle side. I guess at this time, the heavenly maiden Yin-mei will be very touched. After all, this is a hero saving a beauty. I am a little envious of the heavenly maiden Yin-mei. I wonder if young Master Chang'e will come to save me if I fall into the demonic arts inheritor's clutches. Many proud girls also spoke up, their eyes full of admiration and splendor. To put it simply, they were attracted to Gu Chang'e's actions. He stood up against the inheritor of the demonic arts when a group of young people were afraid of him and attracted the other party's hatred. This kind of righteousness made them admire him. Where is Brother Chang'e now? It seems that we still need to find him and ask him the truth of this matter. After that, Yi Langtian and the others discussed and decided to find Gu Chang'e to ask about the details of this matter. If they encountered Yi Ling in the future, they could be prepared. Boom! Streaks of divine rainbows left this place and headed to the gathering place in the valley. Soon, the news of Gu Chang'e encountering the inheritor of the demonic arts spread like wildfire across the immortal ancient continent, causing a commotion. Many young Supreme Venerables who did not participate in this matter were stunned and shocked at the first moment. Chapter 163. When Qi Ling and the others left, in the distance of the ruins. Boom! Black clouds surged, and the auras of many ferocious beasts were vast. It was like a large dark cloud that was about to drown the world. Many young beings with terrifying auras stood there, as if they were standing at the edge of the sky. They had all kinds of strange features, such as an ox-headed man, a dragon-scaled young man, a phoenix-tailed woman. They were all shrouded in divine light and had horns on their heads. This group of young beings was looking at the ruins in front of them. They did not know much about the actions of the prodigies in the outside world. So many people had come to surround and kill one person. Was that necessary? At this moment, a beautiful girl in white stood on the cliff and watched everything. She said softly, "The prodigies in the outside world are actually giving us a chance. The inheritor of the demonic arts is more dangerous to them, but our target is Gu Chang'e. He hasn't shown himself yet." The person who spoke was He Yenyu of the Black Sky Eagle clan. There were many young beings beside her, and their auras were as terrifying as furnaces. There was a young man who looked like a golden rhinoceros. He had a single horn, and his body was covered with ancient green words. There was also a white divine elephant, a golden divine crocodile, and a black flying serpent. Cold light flashed in their eyes. Hearing this, a beautiful woman with golden wings on her back frowned and said coldly, "No matter what, the cultivators in the outside world are our enemies. Isn't it the same whether we kill Gu Chang'e or them?" She was from the winged human clan, and she did not have a good impression of Gu Chang'e and the cultivators in the outside world. This was because some time ago, their clan was massacred in an ancient city. In the end, they did not even know who the culprit was. They believed that it was done by Gu Chang'e, but they did not have any evidence. Because of this, they had a lot of conflicts with the cultivators in the outside world. It's different. If we start killing the cultivators in the outside world, it will definitely anger and dissatisfaction those forces in the outside world. However, if we attack Wuxia, it won't cause such a big reaction. Another creature spoke. Fine black snake scales covered his body, and his eyes were long and narrow, full of gloominess. He was a prodigy from the ancient Flying Serpent clan, and his status was comparable to He Yenyu's. He was more meticulous about this matter and was analyzing the pros and cons. He's just a coward. Since this Wuxia doesn't want to show himself, then I'll go find him. Didn't I hear that he was injured in the battle with the inheritor of the demonic arts? If you don't cherish such a good opportunity, don't tell me you want to be like Lord Longtang and walk his old path. The female from the Featherman race was called Yu Jing. Her gaze was cold, and she was determined to find Wuxia for revenge. In her opinion, now that Wuxia was seriously injured, it was the best opportunity for them to suppress Wuxia. But the rest of the people were afraid of the slightest thing and had no courage. This made her very disappointed. Forget it. If you want revenge, then go ahead. We won't stop you. At this moment, Black Jade opened her mouth. Her voice was gentle, but it contained an irresistible authority. Humph. Let's go. Yu Jing was somewhat fearful of black-colored Jade. Previously, when the two of them exchanged blows, she was at a disadvantage in the first exchange of blows. In the immortal ancient continent, strength was everything. Since black-colored Jade was stronger than her, she had more authority than her. After saying this, Yu Jing led the Featherman race and left in the direction where Qi Ling, Yi Langtian and the rest had left. I'll let you test Wuxia's current strength. What a fool. Black-colored Jade's gaze was indifferent, but a strange light flashed in her eyes as she thought to herself. Before she figured out Wuxia's strength, she would not show herself easily. Black-colored Jade would not do anything that she was not confident in. In her opinion, Wuxia's strength was terrifying. Even if he was injured, he was not someone that an ordinary person could deal with. Yet, Yu Jing wanted to test him. This was exactly what she wanted. Black-colored Jade, you've been smart since you were young. This time, our race has sent many experts to kill a young man. Do you know why? At this moment, the supreme talent of the ancient serpent race spoke. His name was Siyu, and he was currently at the Middle Empty God realm. He was very powerful. At that time, he was not in the race. After returning, everyone in the family was unwilling to talk about this matter. He was very puzzled about this and wanted to know the truth. The successor of the reincarnation heavenly sovereign has appeared. Black-colored Jade looked at Siyu and said faintly. This matter was not a secret in the Black Sky Eagle race. Moreover, she was one of the few people who knew about the slave seal. Black-colored Jade's intention to kill the successor of the reincarnation heavenly sovereign was more intense than dealing with Wuxia. She planned to lead the Black Sky Eagle race to glory. However, at this moment, the successor of the reincarnation heavenly sovereign suddenly appeared and could enslave their race through the slave seal. How could she accept this? However, she was not sure who the successor of the reincarnation heavenly sovereign was. She only knew that he was a young man who had been hunted for some time. He had only disappeared recently. I can take this opportunity to investigate this matter and find out Wuxia's strength. Black-colored Jade's eyes were shining brightly. Cough cough cough, thank you for your concern, fellow Taoists. These injuries aren't a big deal. I'll be fine soon. Many of the younger generation gathered in the valley. Wang Wushuang, Yi Langtian, Crimson Spirit, and other young supreme beings also came here to visit Wuxia. Even many young supreme beings who heard the news, such as the great golden-winged Peng race's heavenly pride Golden Peng, came here. At the center of a pavilion, Wuxia was dressed in a black robe. His robe was wide and embroidered with mountains, rivers, sun, moon, and stars. It was extremely gorgeous. He sat here, currently raising his hand to raise the wine cup, bringing the wine to his mouth. Then, he smiled slightly at the people in front of him. Only, his handsome and elegant face was a bit pale, his complexion much worse than usual. Those who were familiar with him could see that he was currently weak. Many proud daughters of heaven couldn't help but feel a bit of heartache when they saw this scene. Back then, when Gu family's young master killed the leader of immortal ancients' young generation, Long Teng, how high-spirited and powerful was he. But now, he looked like he had just recovered from a serious illness. It was as if the wind could blow him away if it was just a little stronger. This made them feel very conflicted, and they couldn't help but tighten their grip on the corners of their skirts. Young Master Chang'e is like this because he is the inheritor of demonic arts. His injuries are for the sake of the world. When they thought of this, their sympathy and admiration were about to overflow. Dao, Brother Chang'e's injuries have probably injured his foundation. I'm afraid he won't be able to recover in a short period of time. In the pavilion, Wang Wushuang couldn't help but sigh after examining Gu Chang'e's injuries. There was no problem. But the injuries were indeed not light. The most important thing was that his foundation was injured. The strength of the inheritor of demonic arts couldn't be underestimated. Even Gu Chang'e suffered such a great loss. He couldn't help but shake his head in his heart. His vigilance towards Yi Ling increased by several levels. As for suspecting Gu Chang'e, he didn't think about it at all, nor could he find any reason to suspect him. Dao, Brother Chang'e, rest well for a while. If the various clans of Immortal Ancient want to cause trouble for you, we won't shirk our duty. Peng Fei of the golden-winged Great Peng clan, whose body was surging with golden light, also spoke at this time. He had an unruly temperament, but this time, he was truly convinced by Gu Chang'e. A few days ago, because of an opportunity, he couldn't get away and participate in the matter of suppressing the inheritor of demonic arts, Yi Ling. Today, seeing Gu Chang'e in such a state made him admire him. Everyone had the right to kill the inheritor of demonic arts. There was no problem. But who could do what Gu Chang'e did? Yes, if the various clans of Immortal Ancient dare to cause trouble for Brother Gu during this period of time, then we will not shirk our duty. When the time comes, we will go all out and directly destroy the entire Immortal Ancient clan. Hearing this, a hot-tempered young supreme martial artist slapped his thigh and said so. The news of Gu Chang'e offending the various clans of Immortal Ancient had spread throughout this period of time. Now that he was seriously injured, it was very likely that he would be attacked by the various clans of Immortal Ancient. Brother Chang'e, just rest in peace and recuperate. Your injuries, sigh. At this time, Qi Ling also said with a look of pity. Don't worry, Brother Gu. You don't have to worry about anything during this period of time, Yi Langtian said. Damage to one source of origin was too fatal for an ordinary cultivator. It could even destroy the lower half of the body. Of course, for a genius like Gu Chang'e, it might not be a big problem. But during this period of training in Immortal Ancient Continent, it was impossible to say that he was not affected. It's all my fault. If I didn't trust Yi Ling so easily, Brother Gu wouldn't be injured. At that time, Yi Ling used my life to threaten Brother Gu, he didn't need to be injured like this. At this time, Yin Mei, who had been looking guilty, also spoke. As she spoke, the rims of her eyes turned red. This expression of sincerity made everyone sigh with emotion. At the crucial moment, one's true nature was revealed. In order to save junior sister, Gu Chang'e's actions were enough to make them praise and admire him for a long time. Thank you for your concern, fellow Taoists. Chang'e feels guilty. Also, junior sister Yin, you don't need to feel guilty. Although there are conflicts between you and me, when facing an inheritor of demonic arts, everyone has the right to kill him. If it were someone else, I would have done the same. You don't need to worry about this. This small injury will not affect me, cough, cough, cough. Hearing Yin Mei's words, Gu Chang'e, who had been wearing a faint smile, could not help but speak. But as he spoke, he coughed again. Seeing this, the female follower beside him hurriedly handed over a plain white handkerchief. Gu Changa covered the corner of his mouth. There was a dazzling dark red spreading out. Hearing this, everyone's expression was complicated. They admired him even more. This kind of words, coming from Gu Changa's mouth, was so natural that no one doubted its authenticity. Then, after a series of greetings and condolences, everyone took their leave. They did not want to disturb Gu Changa's rest. For a time, the vicinity of the valley also became empty and deserted. Brother Changa, take care of yourself. Remember to rest more. Qi Ling will also take her leave. Qi Ling also left. In the end, Gu Changa waved his hand to let the followers leave. Soon, only he and Yin Mei were left in this place. Master. The guilty and sobbing look on Yin Mei's face had disappeared. Instead, it was a funny expression. Now, everyone is in the palm of your hand. Hearing this, Gu Changa casually waved the plain white handkerchief in his hand into powder. The sense of weakness in his body was swept away. He smiled faintly. It's just a group of idiots. What can they see? Unless it was a real ancient existence with extraordinary cultivation, who could find out what was wrong with his body? Master, your acting is too good. No one can tell the truth. Your plan is flawless. It's hard to find a flaw. Yin Mei smiled. Next, it's time for me to make a move on the immortal ancient clans. Gu Changa smiled noncommittally. Then, he narrowed his eyes. He could put down the matter of the inheritor of the demonic arts for now. For a very long time, no one would associate him with this matter. The period when Yi Ling disappeared was the best time for him to make a move. The appearance of the inheritor of the demonic arts quickly caused unrest in the immortal ancient continent. Even some of the immortal ancient clans found out that their ancestral tombs had been dug up at some unknown point in time. The ancestors they had buried had long since turned into a pile of ashes. There was an old saying, the ashes of the ancestors were scattered. This matter made many immortal ancient clans extremely angry. They were so angry that they almost stomped their feet. They also threatened to kill the inheritor of the demonic arts. Their ancestral tombs were excavated, and even their ancestors' corpses were not preserved. This was not something that could be described as a great humiliation. This was a blatant slap to the face. At first, they were still gloating when the cultivators of the outside world encountered the inheritor of the demonic arts. However, when such a thing happened to their own family, no one could remain calm and sit still. Even the Black Sky Eagle, Ancient Snake, Divine Crocodile, and other large clans were so angry that they vomited blood. Many of their ancestral tombs were also excavated. Even the heaven's chosen tombs were ransacked. In an instant, all the clans felt a sense of crisis. They all sent their clans to guard their tombs to prevent the inheritor of the demonic arts from sneaking in. Not only did they excavate their ancestral tombs, but they also scattered their ancestors' ashes. For the immortal ancient clans who valued bloodline inheritance, this kind of immoral act was worse than killing them. The older generation was so angry that their faces turned ashen. During this time, the inheritor of the demonic arts also seemed to have gone into hiding. There was not the slightest movement. However, it was precisely because of this that people felt uneasy. Because no one knew where the inheritor of the demonic arts was hiding. In the 100 horizontal mountain range, Yu Mingkong, who was worrying about the immortal gate, naturally knew about this matter. Her phoenix-like eyes immediately overflowed with coldness. With a clap of her hands, many nearby mountains trembled with rumbling sounds as if they were about to collapse. Gu Changa could deceive everyone in the world, but how could he deceive her? Injured? Gu Changa being injured was simply the biggest joke in the world. It was impossible. This was definitely an act. What a fox. This time, you finally gave yourself away in front of me. Yu Mingkong thought of another matter. After connecting the dots, everything made sense. Regardless of whether it was Yi Ling or Bai Lai, they could not avoid a woman by their side. The heavenly daughter of the nine-tailed fox clan, Yin Mei. In the beginning, Yu Mingkong did not think that she would be related to Gu Chang'e. It was more likely that there was a conflict between the two of them. However, combined with the current situation, Gu Chang'e saving the damsel in distress. Saving Yin Mei from Yi Ling. This was simply a lie. In the beginning, Yin Mei was Gu Chang'e's woman. For some reason, she was subdued by Gu Chang'e and used by him. That was why so many things happened later. The fox she smelled on Gu Chang'e back then was really a fox. This made Yu Mingkong's phoenix-like eyes overflow with coldness. Her jade-like hand smashed the mountain in front of her into powder. No living creature dared to approach within a radius of 1,000 miles. Even her followers were terrified. They thought that Yu Mingkong had heard that Gu Chang'e was injured and was furious because of it. It seems that Yi Ling has been killed by Gu Chang'e. The ancient heavenly lord of Samsara's belongings should have fallen into Gu Chang'e's hands. Soon, Yu Mingkong also calmed down. She knew that the immortal sect was more important. She would settle the score with Yin Mei sooner or later about the fox. And it was Yu Mingkong's turn to be furious. Hundreds of thousands of miles away. On a cliff surrounded by clouds and mist, Gu Xian heard the news. Her cold and proud little face was conflicted. Chapter 164. At the peak of the mountain, white clouds surged, as if the air of immortals was pervading the air. As far as the eye could see, it was a magnificent sight with undulating mountain ranges. However, Gu Xian was not in the mood to appreciate all this. At this moment, she was standing there with her delicate and flawless face as white as porcelain. Her brows were tightly knitted together. This expression clearly showed that she had encountered something very difficult, which made her unable to make a decision at the moment. Big Red, you said that Gu Chang'e fought with the inheritor of the demonic arts and was seriously injured. Is it true or not? If it's true, do you think I should go and see him? Gu Xian hugged her legs and propped her head on them. She asked the big red bird on her shoulder in a low, muffled voice. The big red bird rolled its eyes. It had a look that said, "Why are you asking me about this?" Gu Xian also knew that there was no way she would ask a bird about this kind of thing. However, because she had no idea, she could not make up her mind. She had also heard the news about Gu Chang'e searching for the inheritor of demonic arts and fighting with him. In the beginning, she did not believe it. She knew very well how terrifying Gu Chang'e's strength was. Apart from her, who else in the younger generation could go against Gu Chang'e? Of course, this referred to her in the future. At least, in Gu Xian's opinion, no one in the younger generation could be Gu Chang'e's match. However, the person who fought with Gu Chang'e this time was the legendary inheritor of demonic arts who had lost all humanity and whose strength was unfathomable. She had never seen how terrifying the inheritor of demonic arts was, but she had heard a lot about it. Under the pursuit of all the major orthodoxies and forces, he was able to escape unscathed. In the end, he even disappeared without a trace. No one knew the exact strength of such a powerful existence. It was not impossible for Gu Chang'e to be injured by the inheritor of demonic arts. She thought too highly of Gu Chang'e. Sometimes, Gu Chang'e was like any other person. He could be injured or even killed. That was why she was a little worried. It was rumored that Gu Chang'e had been severely injured, to the extent that his origin had been damaged. It looked like it would be blown away if the wind got a little stronger. At that time, Gu Xian was stunned. Her first reaction was to laugh. Gu Chang'e didn't show any reaction or weakness after being stabbed by her. How could he have suffered such heavy injuries when facing an inheritor of demonic arts? However, the more she thought about it, the more she felt that something was amiss. With Gu Changa's character and ability, if he could really kill the inheritor of the demonic arts, would he let him escape? Therefore, the only possibility was that Gu Changa, like the inheritor of the demonic arts, had already lost his ability to fight. Only then did the two of them give up. Gu Changa's injury would not be light. Thinking of this, Gu Xian no longer had the mood to look for opportunities. During this period of time, her breakthrough could be said to be by leaps and bounds. Not only did she go back and pluck the 8 Saint Banana, but she also encountered a Nirvana fruit. She fought against the various geniuses of Immortal Ancient. Her cultivation level successfully broke through to the late stage of the Marquis realm. Compared to when she entered the Immortal Ancient continent, she was several times stronger. She was completely confident that if she met Gu Changa again, she would definitely be able to survive one palm strike from him. I'm not worried about his injury. I'm worried that if he dies like this, who will I look for to take revenge in the future? At this time, Gu Xian finally convinced herself. She thought of a reason for herself. She didn't want Gu Changa to disdain her and refuse to accept her visit. Of course, this way, she would have an excuse to save face when the time came. She could also go and see how Gu Changa's injury was. Was the inheritor of demonic arts really as terrifying as the rumors said? Just a few days ago, I obtained a divine healing medicine. Consider it a gift to Gu Changa to thank him for saving me. I haven't settled the score with him for bullying me. This is already the result of my magnanimity. As she muttered to herself, Gu Xian turned into a divine rainbow. She rode on her Dharma artifact and soared into the sky. She quickly left this place. While the various clans of Immortal Ancient Continent and the cultivators of the outside world were in an uproar over the inheritor of demonic arts, Gu Changa led a group of followers and randomly found a historical site. He said that he was resting and recuperating. But secretly, he was still using various methods to drive the hatred between the cultivators of the outside world and the various clans of Immortal Ancient. When this hatred reached its peak, it would be the best time for the big shots of both orthodoxies to step in. Gu Changa didn't mind stirring up this pool of water thoroughly. During this time, he gradually faded out of everyone's sight. Only a few immortal ancient beings who wanted to inquire about him approached this area and then disappeared without a trace. During this time, Gu Changa took advantage of this time to fiddle with many good things from the system store. Just the Transcendence bones alone, he got 3 pieces. This included the bones of his other hand, the bones of his feet, and a finger bone of his right hand. In this finger bone, Gu Changa cultivated the law of aged metal and the offensive sword Dao law of the endless immortal mantra. When these 2 extreme attributes of the law of attack were stacked together, they naturally had a greater effect. Therefore, this finger bone was finally refined into a supreme sword bone by Gu Changa. Gu Changa's idea was very simple. Being handsome was enough. When facing an enemy, with a light flick of his sword finger, the peerless sword ray would fall and instantly cut the enemy's head in half. Apart from that, he also raised the cultivation level of the heavenly immortal scripture to the next level. On the surface, it was already at the mid-stage of the void god realm. In secret, he was even more unscrupulous. He used the immortal devouring demonic art to hunt down powerhouses who were alone. In an instant, the traces of the inheritor of demonic arts reappeared, causing panic everywhere. Many living beings and cultivators felt that they were in imminent danger. Of course, Gu Changa only wanted to say that they were thinking too much. Even if this group of young living beings appeared in front of him and took the initiative to offer up their origins, he might not necessarily think highly of them. Now, only those who were at the heavenly immortal realm or the divine king realm and above were useful to Gu Changa's cultivation level. The higher the level, the greater the amount of origins essence needed. Unless they had a very strong constitution or bloodline. During this period of time, Gu Changa was also thinking about how to reel in the net. It was time to reel in the net that he had specially set up for the Black Sky Eagle tribe with the wedding dress immortal mantra. In his perception, the entire Black Sky Eagle tribe had become a spider web. With a thought, he could annihilate the true spirits of all living beings that formed this spider web. This was much more terrifying than the slave mark. In the blink of an eye, time passed. A few days later. So it's just an old tortoise. After all this time, I still thought it was the black tortoise. In a majestic ancient palace, Gu Changa's expression was natural, but he said with some disdain. He held a white jade pendant in his hand, which glowed with a dense brilliance and revealed the appearance of an old tortoise. The old tortoise was pure white like jade, sparkling and translucent, and even exuded a strange fragrance. No one else could smell this fragrance. However, as the successor of the immortal devouring demonic art, Gu Changa could sense it, because this aura was the fragrance of a spirit. This old tortoise's spirit might not be a tortoise, but some kind of special immortal medicine. Gu Changa, don't even think about humiliating me. Kill me or torture me as you wish. If I say the word scared, I'll shatter my own true spirit. The old tortoise floating on the pendant was unyielding. It had witnessed Gu Changa's secret with its own eyes. Given Gu Changa's temperament, there was no way he would let it go. At this time, he was most likely going to force it to reveal some secrets about the reincarnation ancient heavenly sovereign through threats and other means. Then, he would use all kinds of methods to force it to submit. The old tortoise had thought through all of this very thoroughly. It had seen many things, so how could it not know Gu Changa's methods? Therefore, the old tortoise was very unyielding. Its pair of bean-like eyes were full of righteousness and an unyielding expression. Although Yi Ling had many flaws in his character, he was a kind person after all. How could it submit to an evil person like Gu Changa, whose demonic aura was monstrous? When the time came, it would help the tyrant and make the world unjust. This would contradict its principles. If it only wanted to drag out a feeble existence in the face of a great demon like Gu Changa, then who would protect the righteousness of the world? What do you mean by humiliating you? Am I humiliating you by calling you an old tortoise? Hearing this, Gu Changa smiled faintly, but his expression was that of looking at an idiot. Or have you lived for so long that you've forgotten what you are? Gu Changa thought that his ability to attract hatred was already maxed out. How could an old tortoise pretend to be arrogant in front of him? Gu Changa, you've gone too far. As expected, Gu Changa's words directly made the old tortoise's face turn green, and it couldn't help but shout in rebuttal. Although it was called an old tortoise, it didn't mean that it was really a tortoise. It was just a name that the reincarnation ancient heavenly sovereign gave it. Tortoise? This was completely its sore point. When Yi Ling was alive, he didn't dare to say this to it. But now, it was mercilessly exposed by Gu Changa. If not for the fact that it couldn't resist, it would have fought Gu Changa to the death at this time. You've gone too far. Can't you use a new word? Gu Changa shook his head and said casually. There seemed to be black and white flowing in his eyes, and there were faint traces of time appearing in the void. Reincarnation rules. The old tortoise couldn't help but be aghast. Its soul became more and more blurred, as if it was about to turn into green smoke under this gaze. It didn't expect that in just a few days, Gu Changa's reincarnation power had far surpassed Yi Ling's. This guy was simply too terrifying. No, the word terrifying could no longer describe how it felt about Gu Changa. Tell me where you came from. If I'm interested, I might let you live. Then, Gu Changa opened his mouth and said. During this period of time, he had some free time, so he had time to deal with the old tortoise. As an existence like Yi Ling's grandfather, it was just that its role was not as great as that of a grandfather. At most, it could only be regarded as the guide of the son of destiny. Don't even think about it. Gu Changa, this old man will not submit to you and help the tyrant. Hearing Gu Changa's words, the old tortoise suddenly had a look of understanding and sneered. It had already guessed that Gu Changa had other plans for keeping it. After all, it was a creature that had followed the ancient heavenly lord of Samsara and knew many secrets of the immortal ancient. If Gu Changa was not stupid, he would know that keeping it alive was more useful than killing it. I actually don't want to say this a second time. You think too highly of yourself. Hearing this, Gu Changa sneered. Did this old tortoise really think too highly of himself? Did it really think that he would play by the rules? Buzz. As he raised his hand, black Great Tao runes appeared and turned into a Great Tao treasure bottle. There was a loud boom. In the void, wisps of black light fell and directly enveloped the old tortoise. Ah, at this moment, it let out a miserable cry. The strange thing about the Great Tao treasure bottle was that it went deep into the soul and was difficult to resist. Gu Changa was not interested in knowing the many secrets of the ancient heavenly lord of Samsara at all. What he was interested in was the old tortoise's alluring fragrance. It was the long-awaited taste of the soul. The previous divine king's soul that was reincarnated also had this kind of aura. Gu Changa guessed that this was because it was tainted with luck. However, if it didn't say anything, then it was fine. This kind of thing was not important. Gu Changa, you really want to kill me? The old tortoise let out a miserable cry. It simply couldn't believe that Gu Changa really planned to kill it. You won't shed tears until you see the coffin. Gu Changa narrowed his eyes slightly. He didn't show any mercy. A terrifying devouring force came from the Great Tao treasure bottle. In the old tortoise's despair, it turned into a large expanse of black runes and drowned it. So it really is an immortal medicine, but it was divided into 3 stalks. This is one of them. A huge medicinal property filled his limbs and bones, like a vast and surging galaxy. Immortal intent surged, making the hall look like a paradise for a moment. Fortunately, every cell of Gu Changa seemed to have a pitch-black treasure bottle. A total of 60 trillion cells were trembling, absorbing this majestic medicinal power. At the same time, some information appeared in his mind, which made Gu Changa a little enlightened. It just so happened that his accumulation during this period of time had reached a peak, and he naturally broke through to the peak of the Divine King realm. He was only 1 step away from the quasi-saint realm. Chapter 165. Of course, a third of an immortal medicine like this could not be compared to a real immortal medicine. Especially since it was only a spirit, its effect was only slightly better than some divine medicines. Yi Ling probably did not expect this old turtle to be a stalk of immortal medicine. Master, Miss Xian wants to see you outside the ruins. Many thoughts flashed through Gu Changa's mind as he digested the medicinal power of this third of an immortal medicine. Suddenly, his follower's voice came from outside. Gu Xian She's here. Gu Changa narrowed his eyes slightly. To be honest, he was a little surprised. However, when he thought about it carefully, given Gu Xian's personality, she would really do this. It seems that she's still worried about her good brother's injury. What a sharp-tongued but soft-hearted girl. Gu Changa could not help but smile meaningfully. Then, he said, let her in. He could use this incident of pretending to be injured as an excuse to make a fuss. The trial in the immortal ancient continent was coming to an end. The immortal sect would probably appear soon. Gu Xian had taken the initiative to look for him. This was a good opportunity. Outside the ruins, Gu Xian looked cold and aloof like an iceberg. Her face was exquisite and flawless. Her eyes were sparkling like gemstones. She was dressed in a long, green dress, slender and elegant. She looked beautiful beyond compare. She had already heard about Gu Changa's current location from various cultivators. After the battle with the demonic technique inheritor, Gu Changa was seriously injured. In the end, he chose this place to recuperate. When she rushed here, several divine consciousnesses had already swept over to check her identity. This made Gu Xian's heart tremble slightly. It seemed that Gu Changa's injury was true. Otherwise, the people nearby would not be so nervous. After the incident at the Ocean Palace, many young geniuses knew her identity and knew that she had a special relationship with Gu Changa. Therefore, no one made things difficult for her. Miss Xian, please. Master is waiting for you in the palace. Soon, one of the creatures that went to report returned and respectfully reported. He walked in front with Gu Xian. Gu Xian followed. She maintained a cold and indifferent look on her face, but in fact, she was secretly observing the environment around the ruins. The number of cultivators there had increased and their auras were all very formidable. It was obvious that Gu Changa's followers had increased during this period of time, and his influence had become even more terrifying. On the other hand, she had always been alone, except for the big red bird. If he had any bad intentions towards Gu Changa, he would have. This place would definitely become a tiger's den in an instant. At this moment, she deeply felt the terror of Gu Changa's power. However, when the powerful auras saw her, they couldn't help but show respect. This made Gu Xian slightly stunned. The closer they were to the depths, the more they were valued by Gu Changa. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that they were his trusted subordinates. But this group of people were so respectful towards her. Was it Gu Changa's order, or did they misunderstand her relationship with Gu Changa? She reacted. Gu Xian thought so in her heart. At the same time, she was also sure of one thing. Gu Changa had never told anyone that he was enemies with her. This made Gu Xian's feelings very complicated. She was actually a little happy for some reason. Gu Changa is indeed hiding something from me. All this time, although he has been bullying me with all kinds of methods, he has never really intended to kill me. Gu Xian's cold gaze fell on the surroundings, and she became even more certain of her previous thoughts. The matter of that year hid many secrets that were unknown to others. Gu Changa was in the know, and even involved. It was just that he wouldn't tell her. Moreover, Gu Changa's goal was to train her, to make her stronger, so strong that she could even defeat and kill him. During this period of time, Gu Xian had already sorted out the crux of the matter. Based on the various things that happened before, she understood Gu Changa's goal. Gu Changa would train her, but he wouldn't kill her. But the reason for doing so, she didn't know yet. Gu Xian planned to investigate this matter after leaving the immortal ancient continent. Before this, the belief that supported her cultivation was revenge, to continuously become stronger, and to defeat Gu Changa, this great enemy. But now, revenge was not very important to her. This was a grudge that had an ulterior motive. She urgently wanted to know the secret of that year, and didn't want to be kept in the dark. Is Gu Changa seriously injured? Gu Xian opened her mouth at this time, and couldn't help but ask the creature leading the way in front. Miss Xian, go and see for yourself. Master has been living in seclusion all this time. As servants, we can't even see Master once. I think Master's injuries are quite serious. Otherwise, he wouldn't be like this. Hearing this question, the creature leading the way smiled bitterly, and then explained. He sighed. Thank you for the information. Gu Xian nodded. Soon, she was also brought to the front of a majestic palace. The afterglow of the setting sun shone on it, giving it a sacred feeling, as if an immortal's paradise was in the mortal world. Miss Xian, Master is inside. The creature leading the way retreated. To be honest, Gu Xian, was suddenly a little nervous. She didn't know why she was nervous. After all, this was the first time she and Gu Changa met alone. Before, when they met, there were always other people around them. In other words, the two of them would face each other calmly. If my guess is wrong, even if Gu Changa wants to kill me, I am confident that I can do it. I don't have to be afraid of him. Gu Xian told herself in her heart. Boom! Just as she was letting her imagination run wild, the door of the palace in front of her suddenly opened, and a thick immortal mist filled the air. It was like a paradise on earth. Gu Changa's expression was calm. Dressed in a loose white robe, he sat in the center of the palace, as if he was waiting for her to come forward. "Since Xian is here, why don't you come in?" At this moment, Gu Changa smiled faintly as he looked at Gu Xian outside the palace. However, with his pale skin and pale lips, he looked very awkward. Gu Xian was stunned. To be honest, when she first saw Gu Changa's current appearance, she didn't dare to believe this was the aloof and cold Gu Changa who used to look down on everything. With Gu Changa's arrogance and disdain for all living things, unless he was seriously injured, he definitely wouldn't show this appearance in front of others. No wonder Gu Changa lived in seclusion. He definitely didn't want his subordinates to see him like this. Gu Changa, but soon, the complicated expression on Gu Xian's face was concealed by her. She walked into the palace naturally. The two of them looked at each other like this. "Seeing that you're not dead, I'm relieved," Gu Xian said faintly, hiding the uncomfortable feeling in her heart. She didn't want Gu Changa to sense the change in her mood. "Oh, I'm dead, so you don't have to take revenge. Aren't you happy?" Hearing this, Gu Changa let out a faint laugh and asked. He didn't comment on Gu Xian's words. "Your life can only be taken by me. If anyone else dares to kill you, then I'll kill them. You can't die before I kill you," Gu Xian said coldly. In Gu Changa's eyes, which were as beautiful as flawless jade, there was an expression that seemed to be asking for a beating. Gu Changa was pretending to be injured. But at this time, he was still amused by Gu Xian's words. He couldn't help but look at her. His eyes gradually deepened, and then he sneered. "Gu Xian, is your skin itchy because you haven't been beaten for a few days? Or do you think that because I'm injured, you can turn the sky upside down? With your ability, even if I'm seriously injured, it's still easy to suppress you. Or, do you want to take this opportunity to mock me?" At this point, Gu Changa's smile disappeared. Gu Xian was originally a little worried about Gu Changa. But when she heard this, she was annoyed. This guy really didn't listen to her good words. However, in front of Gu Changa, she couldn't say anything good. What she said just now was already her attitude. But Gu Changa didn't appreciate it. "Gu Changa, you think too much. I don't have the habit of attacking the injured. If I want to defeat you, I will do it fair and square. I don't need to use any tricks," Gu Xian said calmly. This was her truth, and at the same time, it was her pride. "Oh, so you're pitying me?" Gu Changa looked into her eyes and said this sentence that Gu Xian found hard to answer. "I haven't fallen to the point where I need you to pity me. Before I change my mind, Gu Xian get lost." The smile on Gu Changa's face had already disappeared. It was cold and indifferent. A terrifying aura appeared in the main hall. It was as if a white sun had appeared in the sky and was about to fall. Gu Xian's expression changed slightly. She didn't expect that even though Gu Changa was injured, his aura was still so terrifying. An ordinary cultivator would have been scared stiff at this moment. Their legs would have gone soft and they would have knelt down. Of course, this change in attitude made Gu Xian a little speechless. Just a moment ago, he was still smiling. But in the blink of an eye, the words that made him unhappy had suddenly changed. Even a tyrant wouldn't be like this. This was really the Gu Changa she was familiar with. He was really arrogant to the extreme. He didn't even accept a little kindness. Of course, she wasn't worried that Gu Changa would kill her. But Gu Xian couldn't help but frown and say, "Gu Changa, are you still trying to be brave at this time? You've already injured your origin. If you continue to use your cultivation at this time, you'll only add to your injuries. I have a divine healing medicine here. It's very effective for injuries to the Tao of origin. Since you saved me before, I'll give it to you. As she said this, a divine medicine with a faint divine light and a strong medicinal fragrance suddenly appeared in her jade hand. Just by smelling it, one's pores would relax, as if they could fly up into the sky. However, Gu Changa didn't even look at it. He was indifferent. He sat upright in the main hall, incomparably cold, like an emotionless immortal from the ninth heaven. You. Gu Xian frowned. She suspected that she had poked Gu Changa's sore spot. He didn't need to accept others' kindness. And didn't need others' concern. Why was this? Why did Gu Changa do this? He wanted to tear apart a relationship that could have been maintained normally. What was the reason for all this? What was Gu Changa thinking? Gu Xian, do you think I need your pity? Gu Changa looked at her coldly, as if he didn't care about Gu Xian's kindness. Gu Changa, how can you be so ungrateful? Gu Xian was even more angry now. Only she knew how much determination she had to make to come and see Gu Changa. But she didn't expect that Gu Changa would have such an attitude. Not only did he not want to see her, he even looked like he wanted to attack her. She guessed that she had triggered Gu Changa's intentions, which caused him to act like this. Looking at Gu Changa's weak expression, she couldn't get angry, so she could only suppress it. I don't need anyone's kindness, especially yours. Gu Changa continued to speak, looking at her coldly, but his tone suddenly softened. Gu Xian, remember, don't have any other feelings towards me, because in the end, it will only harm you, and there won't be any good results. You just need to cultivate well, and take revenge on me in the future. You don't need to think too much about other things. Gu Changa, don't think too much. Who would have any other feelings towards you? Hearing this, Gu Xian immediately exploded. She shouted softly, and a trace of panic flashed across her face. It was as if she had been stabbed in the heart. She was thinking too much. How could she have any other feelings towards him? She was just worried about his injuries, that he would be killed by others. She just couldn't find her enemy when she took revenge in the future. That's good. At this time, Gu Changa nodded, his expression unchanged. I'll accept your medicine, but I won't take advantage of you. As he spoke, he waved his hand. There was a buzz. Suddenly, a dazzling golden light appeared behind him, the light of treasures rushed into the sky, and a divine light was faintly discernible. A vast and mysterious divine weapon scripture appeared, unfolding in the void. All kinds of weapons burst forth with light, clanging and clanging. Seeing this scene, Gu Xian held her breath. She was stunned by this grand aura, and her beautiful eyes couldn't help but widen slightly. Her first reaction was, how could this guy Gu Changa be so rich? Her money-grubbing nature erupted. She couldn't take her eyes off him at all. Choose 10 items as an equivalent exchange for this stock of divine medicine. Gu Changa's voice sounded as if she was playing it down. Gu Xian came back to her senses with some difficulty. Her eyes were almost blinded by the hundreds of divine weapons. She thought about her own shriveled space ring. Other than the things given by her masters, there were only 5 or 6 artifacts. In the end, Gu Changa just casually raised his hand, and hundreds of artifacts were revealed, and each of them had spirit aura Dao marks. They were not ordinary items. Describing them as so fat that they oozed oil was already an insult. Gu Xian was a little indignant for a moment, her jade-like hands clenched tightly. He gave Gu Changa a healing elixir out of the goodness of his heart. In the end, Gu Changa showed off these things to her. This was too much of a bully. Gu Changa, don't humiliate me. I, Gu Xian, will break out of here today. I will not, Gu Xian said somewhat angrily. It was as if there were countless ice blades in her eyes, wanting to pierce Gu Changa full of holes. If looks could kill. She didn't know how many times she had killed Gu Changa. If you don't want it, then forget it. Gu Changa directly interrupted her. I want it. Gu Xian glared at him angrily. So fragrant, you're tuning into the Han Li's Wuxia Adventures YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.